Good morning and welcome to beautiful downtown Norwalk, Connecticut for the March qualifier at NHRL. My name is Luke Stengel. Joining me here in the broadcasting booth is my best friend and brother-in-law, Chris DeSico. Hello, Chris.
Good morning, Luke.
Chris, this is the 45th NHRL competition. We started this in 2018 and now 2025. We've zoomed forward 45 competitions. We are going to hit our 50th competition this year. Very, very exciting.
Wow.
Now, there are more than 150 robots up there today in the pits, and they are all battling for one of 3 golden dumpsters here today. We have some of the hardest hitting robots in the league here in the competition today, and we are right about to see one of those robots right now, Repeater. This is the reigning and defending beetle weight champion here at NHRL. They won the Golden Brett just a few weeks ago here at the championship, and they are back hoping to qualify for the 2025 championship. We're going to go there now and check out that fight. Now, loading into Cage 2, you can see Repeater here on the left. They've taken all of their prize money and made the robots look extra beautiful, Chris.
They're gorgeous.
And standing in their way is Fry Cook here, a brand new robot from a builder from upstate New York, a Team Pandemonium builder. Chris, about a 90-minute drive away from us.
Not too bad.
Now, Fry Cook, as you can guess, has a massive spatula on the front, and this is an actual commercial spatula.
I like that it has the serrated edge. This is clearly a barbecue spatula.
Now, if you're looking at this and going, that thing is absolutely massive, it is because it has the non-traditional locomotion weight bonus. Now, these 2 yellow halves of Fry Cook, they're independent robots, and they have shufflers inside of them. And look at that angry, googly face, Chris.
Fry Cook looks like it's ready to grill.
Now, the builder was telling me, hey, listen, if I get through this fight and I win, I am going to use the the bottle opener here to crack one open in celebration.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Team Texas is in the house here with Repeater, this red and blue multi-bot, flipping Fry Cook in the air. Wow, you can see this weird motion! I love it!
Oh, Fry Cook is bizarre.
Now, this robot can go the full 360 degrees, so it is impossible to get it stuck up against the rail.
That spatula has been tacoed.
Oh, no! Okay, well, Repeater is in the building, Chris.
I hope the builder, Chris, has a set of tongs to collect part of Fry Cook.
Now, here in the qualifying rounds, you have to win 2 fights to make it into the brackets. You can see Ryan Liu here and Peter Garnache. They flew in here today from Texas. They are the reigning and defending Beetleweight World Champions here at NHRL with these twin, roughly 2-pound multi-bot robots. Now, they are kind of scaled-down versions of a 3-pounder, but they hit just as hard as a 3-pounder.
Yeah.
So this is an incredibly effective design and really taking advantage of the true multi-bot weight bonus here in the 2025 NHL rule set. And, you can see Chris over there with Fry Cook. Do you see the piece of wood, Chris? That's the robot's
safety
mechanism. And I was talking to the builder, and he said, yeah, I'm renovating my bathroom, and I just grabbed a little bit of wood from the project, and I built this. This is the kind of innovative thinking that I'm looking for, Chris.
You got to be resourceful sometimes to build a bot.
Yeah. It is a very cool design. Like really designing for full invertibility. He's like, I'm not going to get stuck anywhere because, I could just weirdly flop my whole body around until I can, get off the rail or whatever it is. He's like, I cannot do the thing with this, because I can just kind of shimmy my way out of it.
It's clever how he has it. It functions similar to like some of the big wheelie bots, where you actually have to have two independent robots on each side because there's probably no ability to have through wires through that one servo motor that he has on the spatula,
right,
which allows it to rotate 360 degrees.
Yeah.
You know, it might make it a little bit more challenging to program your RC and everything, but you can get a lot more out of your bot if you're able to pull that off.
I love building with common household objects too, especially when you can still see it, you know?
Yes, absolutely.
Like, you know, I've seen that spatula in use in restaurants. It's great. Yeah, and he was saying it's really easy to replace, so it's perfect. If he's tacoed it, he just has to go out to a restaurant supply store, get some more robot parts.
Yeah. All right, I think we got another fight loaded up here in Cage 2. Let's jump in.
All right. Wow. Okay. Here on the left, we have a Tron-inspired robot called Master Control Bot facing off against Atlas. Now, Atlas, this is a team of students from Toronto. So coming in here today from Canada, this is a shuffling, Atlas is a shuffling shell spinner. So kind of like a mini Chonky. Chonky is one of the most feared 30-pounders in the competition. And these students from Toronto said, well, let me see if I can shrink that down to 3 pounds and see if I can replicate the same performance. I will tell you, I did catch Atlas's test box session last night, and they had challenges with mobility. So mobility is going to be a big thing here to watch for. And that is a problem when you're going up against Master Control Bot, which is a 4-wheel drive control bot that has nothing but agility, you know? So we are going to see if they have what it takes to pull this one out.
A big pan-style wedge on the front. Obviously, a bot that is really well armed to go up against any type of spinner.
Now, there are a ton of students here from Toronto. They are running probably close to half a dozen robots here in the fields. They're bringing Beetles for the first time here to NHRL. Previously, they ran a robot called Agent P. Master P is a rapper from our childhood, Chris.
Yes, I believe so.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We saw a good spin up here from Atlas.
Oh!
But Master Control Bot not afraid at all of just going straight in with its face.
Now the challenge with any type of multi-brain or full-body spinner like this is you really need to have a moment to yourself to get up to top speed and get your bearings.
Master Control Bot was able to just stomp its way over the top of Master Control Bot. Atlas, I should say. Atlas was able to stomp its way, which is very cool. The spin-up is good. And yeah, what really Master Control Bot needs to do here is rack up 10-second pins. You can see them counting the count out here, Chris. It's wild.
Now you can see there's that that one piece of material on the top of Atlas. That is like a self-righting bar. They would use some of the gyro from the spin-up if they were inverted to get back onto their feet. But that thing appears to be bent downwards, so I don't know if they're going to have the ability to reorient themselves.
Now you can see those little shuffling feet here now that Atlas is inverted. I think if Master Control Bot can just extricate themselves, Atlas may be high-centered.
It actually looks like that self-righted bar is has been absorbed by Master Control Bot. There we go.
Let's see here. Can they spin up? Can they move? Kind of. You can see the match has been paused. We're going to restart fighting here in just a second.
Here we go.
Atlas is just stuck there up against the rail. 90 seconds left here in this fight. Master Control Bot is going to just start landing pins. They're trying to rack up these control points for the judges. Master Control Bot really doesn't have a way to knock out its opponent with an active weapon. You know, this lifter here is probably not going to do a ton of damage on Atlas. But what they can do is rack up these control points, really dictate the pace of the fight. Whoa!
Wow.
Is it doing the thing?
It's a vert now.
Wow. What an amazing shot here. The corner cam caught. Okay, now Atlas is back on its feet. They have to rack up damage here. But Master Control Bot was ready for this. They were able to land another pin. Let's see if they can push them up against the rail. They have another good 10-second pin. Taunting its opponent with this little finger here. Atlas is able to spin right back up, but the mobility is a challenge. On its head, it's burned up its one save. Will this be a knockout? I can hear head referee Jim Haney calling this, and that is a...
So this will go to the judges.
Oh, it went to the judges. Wow, that last inversion happened right at the 10-second mark. So when the fight goes the full 3 minutes, this goes to a panel of judges. Now, the really cool thing about NHRL is that our judges here, they're located all over the world. They're all former competitors, and they get a fight cue. So they're going to see every single camera angle from this fight. They can replay the fight and count all of the points here. And they are able to vote through an online system. So we have incredible match fidelity. They can go back and watch it as many times as they want. There's no time pressure. However, given what I've seen here, I think Master Control Bot probably has the points to pick up this win. Atlas really not able to score damage, which is what you really want to see with a weapon like that. Master Control Bot really looks like it's coming out of the box in the same condition that it went in. Charge up those batteries, get ready for fight number 2. Now in these qualifying rounds, you can lose your first fight, but you have to win the next 2.
Yeah, double limit.
Yeah. However, if you win your first 2 right out of the gate, you can skip that third fight because it's not necessary. You go straight to the bracket. So in round 1, there's a little bit of leeway for strategic tap outs, you know, that kind of thing. I guess if you're really sneaky, a strategic forfeit, you know, if I'm going to go up against somebody who's really going to mulch me or something, you know. Let's take a look at how the rounds work out here in the qualifiers. In just a moment. Here we go. We're in round 1. This is the opening. All robots are at 0 and 0, 0 and 0, right? Now, if you win your first fight, you go up into the cusp when you're 1 and 0, and all you have to do is win 1 more, and you advance to the bracket. That's that kind of teal corner that you want to be in. If you lose that second fight, you go into the bubble, where all of the robots that are 1 and 1 have a do or die last chance fight here in round 3. Some very unlucky robots will just go 0 and 2 right out of the gate. Chris, I think you have experience with this.
Been there.
Right. Where you just lose and you are going home early, and you can come back to another qualifier later in the year. But yeah, this is how it's going to be. Round 1, we're going to be running this for the first couple of hours. Round 2 is going to start in mid-morning, lunchtime.
Yeah.
Now at 7 o'clock, we go into prime time. So that's when we've built the bracket, and we are fighting the really best of the best robots. So stay with us all day. Come and check us out on prime time on the main channel. All right, we're going to go over to Cage 2 yet again, because we have one of our top-ranked Beetles here at NHRL in Caldera. Caldera, run by Glenn Boxall. Caldera is ranked number 9 here with a 14-4 record across 5 events. Glenn has qualified for the championship 4 times in 2021, 22, 23, and 24, and he has a golden dumpster. Facing off against Flashpoint. Now, Flashpoint built by Nicole Wilson here, and Flashpoint is a brand new horizontal. This is going to be some horizontal on horizontal action. Oh, sorry, Flashpoint. Avert.
5, 4.
My goodness, Flashpoint
3,
is Avert. A brand new
2,
Avert.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh,
wow!
Big hit right out of the gate. Flashpoint just violently smashing Caldera into the wall and landing a great pin.
Some great maneuverability that we're seeing out of Flashpoint. Some great control over Glenn and Caldera. Not something that you're used to seeing.
Yeah.
Wow!
Glenn Boxels on the back foot for the first 30 seconds of this fight. Flashpoint running great. What I can't see is if Flashpoint's weapon is still running. I think it is. It's just incredibly efficient, these weapons here in the box. That's
No,
really
it is. It is, in fact. It does look like it has stopped.
Wow, Flashpoint inverted. This is Caldera's moment to come in here and start eating away at these wheels. Glenn loves to eat a back wheel on a robot, I'll tell you that. And I can see that Flashpoint's weapon is running
there you go,
slowly.
Luke. There's your wheel.
There's that wheel.
Wow.
Wow. Glenn Boxel is a surgeon in the box. He loves to come in and really attack those wheels, force the tap out. If you take a look at his fight record, he has this just incredible ability to push you right over the edge of where you say, okay, I am going to really get wrecked here if I don't tap out. Really, really great performance.
Yeah.
Flashpoint, though, a fantastic robot, really brought it to Glenn for the first 30 seconds of that fight.
Glenn was sweating, definitely.
Glenn was sweating. The type advantage did go to Flashpoint here in this fight, but as soon as Nicole was inverted there, it spelled the beginning of the end for that fight. Caldera, a robot to watch. One golden dumpster, win in its career. Glenn, I know, would love to win a second one here today. Now, in these early rounds, we are just fighting beetles. Our first big box fight is going to happen around 10:30 this morning, so in about an hour from now. The reason why we're fighting beetles right here at the top is because we have so many dang beetles in the bracket. We just have tons and tons of them, and we need to get through this qualifying round and give everybody a chance of 2 to 3 fights. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of really top-ranked robots like Caldera, like Repeater here at the start, and every once in a while you see something weird, you see an upset, you see a David and Goliath moment.
Yes.
Which is just so thrilling.
Mm-hmm.
So stay on the stream, see if you can catch it live. If you want to go back and see any of these fights, go to the BrettZone. What is that? BrettZone.com, I believe.
It should be right in the notes of this YouTube live stream, so you can check out that link right there.
Yeah, go check out BrettZone.com. You can see every single camera angle as well. So if there's a close fight or you have a friend who's fighting here this morning, you can go back and check that out and see all of their footage. Now we are just flying through Cage 2. We are loading people in and out, just like one after another. Let's go over to Cage 2 right now. No? Oh, Colby. Coming into Cage 2 soon will be Impakt. Now, Lars Elliott and Impakt, winner of 2025 Motorama. This is his second time winning Motorama, and he's just a teenager, which is just wild. And winning in the Beatles at Motorama is a really, really big deal. He has yet to win a golden dumpster here at NHRL, and this is the prize that he's really, really seeking.
Lars is definitely due. He's a very aggressive driver. The bot is built really, really well. And, he has kind of won those wars of attrition as well. He's right up there at the top of the pack.
Now we can see Lars Elliott here with this white robot to the left, loading in, facing off against a robot from Ecuador. Now, this is Salvaje. Salvaje. From Tomas Cobena from Ecuador, from Team Smart U. Now, down in South America, they run a lot of egg beaters. It's this kind of like Minotaur-esque robot down there that is the meta. And so what we see here is a really classic, hard-hitting egg beater here in red over in the far corner, facing off against, I'd say like an American-style egg beater, really like kind of wide drum with a lot of air inside of it here with Impakt. So drum versus drum, two of the best builders in their respective continents up against one another here in round one at NHRL.
All right, we'll have the count in here any second.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh,
Lars Elliott, one of the most aggressive drivers here at NHRL, and
Wow!
a
All
huge
right.
roofing. Oh my God, almost sending Salvaje back to Ecuador
Oh!
and ripping off a wheel.
wow!
Wow.
The whole right side armor package.
Impakt absolutely staying planted to the ground, pushing Salvaje back into its starting corner. Lars Elliott is here for a golden dumpster. Wow. Salvaje down a wheel, and it is starting to sound considerably more quiet in the box. Lars is here to shred,
Tap out.
forcing the tap out. Wow. Fantastic fight here. Lars Elliott is entering March NHRL very confident in Impakt. He came in February, didn't do great. I know this because I chose Lars for my fantasy bracket in February. But in March, he's feeling a ton of momentum coming off of this Motorama win and demonstrating why he is a robot to fear here in the bracket. I would be very surprised if Lars didn't go very deep in the bracket here tonight. We might even see him in the final. Incredible. Now for Salvaje, they have to go back and win the next two fights to get into the brackets. Lars and Impakt feeling very comfy. Just one more win and he advances.
Moving into the cusp.
Yes, moving into the cusp. Exactly. The cusp of victory. This is always the saddest moment of the day when you kind of just see the sweep out.
Yeah, when they're collecting the confetti, that was your robot that you toiled on for many hours.
Why did I choose that bolt? That got sheared. You know? Right. Wow, this is a really cool, like, sweeping bowl cam. I love that.
Yeah, I love the new track shot.
I'm going to say this is still very, very early in the day. NHRL, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. If you're here in the Northeast, come and join us here today. We're still very early in the qualifying rounds. This is going to go for at least 12 hours here today. Here on YouTube, stick with us. If you're here in the Northeast, if you're within driving distance of Norwalk, Connecticut, come on down and watch this live. It's a super, super cool experience. Yeah, come and join us in the House of Havoc. Very cool. Six cages. We're going to be fighting simultaneously all morning long. Like I said, our first big box fight is going to start in about an hour from now, around 10:30. And we are cycling in through these Cage 2 kind of marquee beetleweight qualifying fights. So, yeah, very good. I know that loading in next, we have on the calendar here, Basics versus Pipeline Punch, which is going to be a really, really hard-hitting fight. Basics is the only beetleweight to have already qualified. So Donald Sung came here in February, finished in the top 4, qualified for the championship, so there's a little bit of pressure taken off. So instead, he's just here to win a golden dumpster. He wants to win the whole thing. Facing off against Pipeline Punch, one of the most feared robots in the Midwest. This is a Merca champion. Pipeline Punch is the reigning 3-pound Merca champion, and the builder, Ian here, has also won the ant weight competition. He's also the reigning ant weight competition competitor, winner at Merca. So this is a real marquee bot, even though it's brand new here to NHRL. They had a fantastic showing at other leagues. Let's see if they have what it takes to get through basics. The tough thing is Donald is an incredibly good builder. Basics is an incredibly hard-hitting robot. It is, as the name would suggest, just kind of stripping away all of the elements of your robot, just bringing it back to basics, just huge weapon, super offense forward, like big eviscerations, big hits, and it's tough for your first fight of the day to go up against Donald. So yeah, we're going to be loading in there shortly. I do want to ask you, we walked around the pits a lot last night. Were there any interesting robot stuff that you want people to watch out for?
Ooh, that is a great question. So I remember obviously seeing, some of, let's call them kind of some of the real brand names that we're used to seeing here at NHRL, but there are some new bots that I thought were pretty unique, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them fight. We saw... we just saw that new shell spinner, which was interesting.
Atlas.
We've seen our fair share of melty brains and stuff in the 3-pound class, but you don't really see too many shell spinners.
Yeah.
I also know there was a new. It's kind of the like the maximizer kind of style from the 12-pound division, but now in 3 pounds, which looked really exciting.
You're talking about Liam King's new robot,
yes.
Zenith?
Yeah, it looks really great too.
Yeah. I know that that Liam and Maximizer builder Jake Hoffman, they're good friends, and so, building a Maximizer Inspire robot, I'm sure, brought their friendship together more closely. I'm going to be watching for Verticalizer myself, which is a Maximizer-style robot that instead of a horizontal on the end of its tail has 2 vertical weapons. That is a really cool robot, and one that I think deserves a much better win-loss record than it has. I think that today it could be one of those dark horses to go deep.
Let's take a look over now at Cage 5.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots.
Look how
fight.
huge this thing is.
Sting Operation versus Elytra. Elytra coming out of the blue corner and already delivering a couple of great hits to Sting Operation. Sting Operation up on the side rail, and those forks are preventing it from dropping down.
Elytra here, this giant green robot, forest green robot here, is built by Tristan Hart, who is a student at Rose Holman. So this is part of Rose Holman Combat Robotics. And fun fact, Tristan's also a speed cuber. Rubik's Cube?
Get out of here.
Yeah. Fun fact, I looked this up. Yeah, Tristan is able to solve a 3x3 Rubik's Cube in under 17 seconds.
Okay.
I
usually just rip the stickers off.
I think that Tristan is having a little bit more trouble here, more than 17 seconds to achieve this knockout here. Stinger Operation is on its head. That little arm is not going. I can hear the count out, I think, from across the room here.
Knockout.
That is a knockout. Your winner is the speed cuber here, Tristan, with Elytra. It's always a great sign when you can see them backing right up to the door, ready to go. And Sting Operation here, having to be pushed to the door. Looks like the lights are out on Sting Operation. Both of these robots, incredibly gorgeous 3D printed designs.
Really beautiful.
But Elytra with that wide capture stance and punishing vert. This is an archetype, a meta here at NHRL that does very well. Just because it's able to capture almost all of its opponents and kind of really corral them, able to win control points and land damage with that vert. If I was going to build a robot here, it would look something like that. Really, we've seen great performance from these super wide verts. So yeah, really great. Okay.
So on that subject of other bots that I saw up in the pits, one of the other bots that I'm really looking forward to seeing throughout the day today is Eviscerator.
Oh, yes.
The builder Grant,
yes,
I believe, just won Motorama.
Second place in Motorama.
Second place in Motorama. Incredibly well-built bot. Didn't take a lot of damage in Motorama, so pretty much it's the same bot. Charge the batteries, throw it into the cage, and I expect to see them do a really good job today.
You were telling me last night that Grant has developed strategies for every possible opponent. Watching fight footage, going back through other leagues to find robots that haven't fought at NHRL yet, building out what the configuration, what the strategy is going to be. That level of dedication is really interesting, especially because Grant and their father have only been competing for a little over a year here in the sport. I was taking a look at their league records. They have been fighting everywhere. So like really kind of building up all of these reps to come into NHRL just like warmed up, ready to go. Coming in second at Motorama with your Motorama outing, you know, your Motorama debut is really impressive. Eviscerator, a huge dark horse to watch for in the bracket here tonight. Speaking of the pits, let's go up there and check out the pits. Now, there are somewhere between 300 to 400 builders and team members up here today with more than 150 robots. And this is my favorite game. Can you spot your favorite builder, Chris?
I see Zach Knight there standing next to Jameson Go.
Jameson Go there in green, right there in the foreground.
See
now,
Peter Garnache over on the right.
Yeah, this is Team Texas here. A lot of Team Texas is in this this center table right here in the foreground. And they even have a baby with them today. Baby Leona. I hope that when we go up to the pits next time, you know, Leona's up there. Baby Leona is floating around. Her grandparents are here today, flying in here from Chicago. And yeah, I got to see her kind of toddling around.
I saw one of the bots that they have, their weapon safety lock is actually a 3D printed TPU tiara that when they take it off the bot, fits the baby.
Yes, yeah. I was watching the baby chewing on that thing last night, and I was like, I don't know if TPU is food grade, but...
we're the microplastics generation, Luke.
Yeah, okay, good. Colby, I want to find the baby, all right? So if we see the baby up there in the pits, yeah.
Where is the baby?
The baby's probably downstairs, you know?
I see Seth Schaefer there.
Seth Schaefer from Just Cuz Robotics. Yeah, this is 10-month-old baby, Leona. And her parents tell me that she naps quite a bit. So there's like quiet corners of the building that you can kind of find that are perfect for a 10-month-old nap. Or, you know, a 42-year-old nap.
Now, the opposite of Quiet Corner here is Cage 2, where we got two bots loading in.
Here we go. This is Donald Sung and Basics here to the left. This red menace. Facing off against Pipeline Punch. Pipeline Punch is in pink. I love a pink robot, Chris.
It reminds me of the Pink Starburst.
Now, Pipeline Punch, one of the most feared robots in the Midwest, built by an incredible builder, making his NHRL debut with this robot. And Pipeline Punch absolutely a robot to watch. This is a robot to fear. Let's see if he can get through a robot here in Basics that has already qualified for the championship.
Brett getting a little ornery in the corner.
Yeah. Brett is caffeinated. He wants to smash here, Chris.
It's a long day for Brett. We only have to talk.
You can see the builder here of Basics. This is Donald, hanging out with Matt Lantry here. Matt Lantry remains one of my favorite builders in the competition. Matt did incredibly well with the 12-pounder at Motorama just a couple of weeks ago, so I'm hoping that he makes his NHRL debut with this larger robot. Donald Sung here, team member there from Team Pandemonium, facing off against a really formidable opponent in Pipeline Punch. So I've just heard from production that we are waiting for them to update the fight here at the cage. We have software that runs through each one of our arenas that ties into the bracket software, that ties into your stats, that ties into the BrettZone. And if you have the wrong fight loaded in, it can mess with your stats.
It could destroy the entire tournament.
Yeah, the building just shuts off, you know?
Do a hard reset.
I have to imagine this is a nerve-wracking moment if you're waiting.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like as soon as the doors close, you know, hey, listen, I'm ready to go. I don't want to wait and think about it, you know? Think like, oh, wow, that's a configuration I wasn't expecting. What do I do now? I have like a tendency to get up into my head, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if I had the choice, I would just have someone put a burlap bag over my head until it's time to fight, and then just whip it off last second.
Just like a confused and angry, desperate person. Yeah.
That's it.
Good.
Channel that into your fight.
Wow, I am loving this overhead shot. It looks so good, Chris. Okay. Well, thankfully, Brett is getting some drive practice in.
We see our friends Lindsay and Kyle there. They're going to be doing, I believe, some cage side reporting here this morning.
I think they're going to be calling fights, Chris.
That's
from the
awesome.
Cage. There is nothing like standing next to the cage. It is really an incredible experience. All right. Hey, Kyle and Lindsay are going to call this fight. Let's toss it over to them.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. So we are cage side.
4, 3, 2,
And Jim
1.
is screaming at everybody, counting down this fight right now. Right now, we've got Donald Sung and Basics up to speed. Nobody making contact yet until that nice little pop in the corner and another pop. Donald Sung is in trouble. There is no movement coming from his robot, and now everybody's all jammed up in the corner.
I have never seen two robots stuck quite like that before.
I know, it was behind the bunny ears. How weird. Nice shot there. Pipeline Punch is just absolutely dominating this fight right up until that moment. Donald Sung just took control with a giant pop in the air and another one.
Kyle!
Oh,
Look
no! An unstick has been called.
That
Perfect
ear
run
was
stick.
Perfectly lodged
into the
floor.
ground. A beautiful back and forth matchup right here. Pipeline Punch is now launching into the air again. This could go either way with 2 minutes left in this fight, and they're stuck. No more unsticks allowed for Pipeline Punch. The countdown. Oh! They're able to sort themselves out.
This
Another
robot
nice shot.
has so many lives.
Another nice shot from Donald Sung and Basics. Nice pop again. If Pipeline Punch gets stuck in the floor one more time, that's it. 90 seconds left in this matchup. Beautiful shot there from Donald Sung. Really following up on these hits. And he's got him stuck in the corner. Can Pipeline Punch get out, Lindsay?
Could this finally be the way it gets stuck?
The countdown is happening. Jim is screaming. There's celebration happening over on the Team Pandemonium side.
I
And
see
that's it.
Donald Sung's hands literally shaking as he was waiting for that countdown. I think he was gripping the transmitter so hard. Wow, that was a brawl, Kyle.
What a beautiful fight. Amazing performance from both competitors. Donald Sung able to pull out the win there with three near wins, and then finally a full knockout. Beautiful matchup.
That was incredible.
All right, well, while they're making this cage safe, let's go ahead and throw it back to the booth. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic fight here. We're just going banger after banger right here at the start of the day. Pipeline Punch, the menace from the Midwest, losing within 60 seconds here against Donald Sung and Basics. Basics winning most of those weapon-to-weapon exchanges. And Pipeline Punch finding that the geometry has a tendency to do the thing. Now, Pipeline Punch now will have 2 more fights. If they can win the next 2, they will advance to the bracket. Donald Sung and Basics just has to win 1 more, and they advance to primetime. Now, typically when you see these weapon-to-weapon exchanges and one of those weapons is winning more often than not, it means that weapon is running faster, typically.
Or as well, maybe a reach advantage.
Could be a reach advantage, yeah. But you could see Donald just staying absolutely planted to the floor for most of these weapon-to-weapon exchanges. That's what you really want to see. So he calibrated that robot correctly for this fight and really was able to get more purchase on Pipeline Punch. Pipeline Punch, one of the most impressive robots in the field, bar none, today. This first loss, I mean, like, if you're going to lose, you might as well lose to a champion, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I am eagerly anticipating its next 2 fights. I would be really surprised if Pipeline Punch didn't make it into the bracket here tonight.
It is a match that we might even see a repeat of later tonight.
That's true. That's always fun. Say like, you set me down into the last chance, round 2, what's it called?
Redemption.
The redemption round, Chris. And usually you lose 2 in a row to the same person, but we'll see.
Sometimes losing that first match is what lights a fire under some builders, and they end up like driving super aggressive, and they're literally trying to stay alive at that point, and it just clicks.
I've met every type of builder. I've met builders who came into NHRL deeply in denial, and they come out with like a wake-up call. Others, they're just delighted that the level of competition is so high. We're going to go over to Cage 2. You can see them loading in right now. Eli Davis and Buffalo Wings.
Yes.
I love it. Buffalo Wings here is this 3-pounder to the left. It is in red and orange. And these are super hot diesel glow pugs that attack you at a 45-degree overhead angle.
Now, each of those glow plugs, I believe they get over 1,000 degrees Celsius, and they have almost no problem going through a myriad of different materials that you might have as a top armor.
And our mustachioed robot here in the blue corner is a hairy thing. It's easy to remember because it has facial hair.
I see it.
I feel like you do well with one of those hipster mustaches,
Me?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I could see it. Now, a hairy thing is a pretty basic 2-wheel drive egg beater. Pretty conventional looking egg beater, which has a tendency to do pretty well at this competition. Buffalo Wings, though, is going to try and attack that top plate, see if they can get into something juicy. Maybe snipe a belt, maybe melt a wheel. Those glow plugs are formidable. Buffalo Wings enters this competition with an 8-6 record across its most recent 3 events. Let's see if they can get through a hairy thing here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And we're off.
Ooh, a good zippy start here for Eli Davis and Buffalo Wings. Heating up those diesel glow plugs until they're white hot.
Takes a second. Not too long, though.
Oh, here we go.
Right.
A hairy thing has
There's the
absolutely
scoop.
just driven straight in. Oh, my God!
Come on now.
Wow! Now, just hitting these wheel guards here, which look unscathed, Chris.
That looks like some bent aluminum that they have as a side armor package. Now, those glow plugs get really hot. I'd imagine that they could liquefy aluminum, but it might take a little bit more time. But are we seeing some drive issues out of Buffalo Wings? There we go. There we go.
There we go. Oh, look at those red hot wings coming
there
in.
There we go.
Oh, no! Oh, here we go.
Wow.
That left wing on Buffalo Wings went into that wheel guard. And they are looking to release that pin. It looks like the barb on the end of Buffalo Wings' forks are continue to catch a hairy thing. And I could just imagine all of the fans at home are saying, why doesn't a hairy thing get around to the back, Chris?
Oh, there.
Wow!
Now, Eli is just trying to find the right, like, pinpoint precision to get kind of around the side of that top armor, get above that side armor to get at some of those juicy bits inside of a hairy thing.
Now, you can only hold a pin for 10 seconds, so some of these pins that are going 12 seconds, 13 seconds, they do not count toward Buffalo Wings' point total. We haven't seen a ton of damage yet on either one of these robots. At least visual damage, I would say. And Eli trying to land a conventional pin here. You can see him, he's gotten down to the cage level. So we get a closer look. It looks like a hairy thing just keeps getting stuck on stuff. 30 seconds left here in this fight. And I haven't seen those arms do much here. I can see one of them is still hot.
There we go.
The other looks cold. 12 seconds left. Both of these robots have escaped the countout. This one will be going to the judges, who will be deciding who wins here, a hairy thing or Buffalo Wings. I love a weird robot, Chris. I love a weird robot.
Yeah, and this is a very weird robot, and I am a huge fan of Eli, the builder here that we see. Really just an imaginative way to deliver a damage to your opponent. You know, we see flamethrowers, but this is a completely different mechanism that you know, when you're able to kind of eat through, let's say, a TPU top armor or something like that, and you end up like puncturing a battery, it can make for a really spectacular finale.
A hairy thing here built by James Griffin from Westwood, New Jersey. And this is a brand new robot here to NHRL. And I love a mustachioed robot. I'm gonna say googly eyes, mustachioed. That's the ultimate, you know? You can find some googly eyes up there. You can really put a face on your top armor, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, Chris.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I got a handlebar on the situation.
Good. Very good. Now, Eli Davis, one of our most innovative builders, lives in Cambridge, I believe, part of Team Sawblaze on BattleBots. Good friends with Jameson Go. Jameson surrounds himself with some incredibly smart people. When you take a look at his team roster and you kind of like read their backgrounds, you're just like, how did you meet these people? One's like a rocket engineer, one's like building medical devices, one's like doing really cool robots, he really has a cool orbit around him. It's great to see that his network is strong, He recruits the best of the best.
The best of the best. It's like the stories behind builders and where they come from and their backgrounds, I think, is what originally got us into this sport, right?
Yeah.
And that the diversity from students to retirees, from NASA engineers to farmers who know how to weld. Like, the sport is kind of the great equalizer in that, where you can have an original idea, you can dump as much ingenuity into a bot as possible, but it all just comes down to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And seeing those different kind of design philosophies play out, and so much of a builder's background goes into the bot. It's every single fight is its own story, and that's what makes the sport so exciting.
I will tell you, just Team Sawblaze, we were pitted next to them at BattleBots. Our table looked like a Black Friday, Walmart or something had gone through it, and their table you could eat off of. It was just incredible.
But you're not allowed to.
No. Yeah. No, they were packing up at 5. Everything looked great. You know what I mean? Like, they would actually clean the table, which is just amazing, which is just the mark of real professionals. And, for us, we're just like, how is there so much grease everywhere? You know what I mean? We are loading into Cage 2, and we're going to kick this over to our friends Kyle and Lindsay.
All right, we are really happy to call this fight. We've got Verticalizer by Joey Chua and Titanium White by Brian Mencino. Very excited. This is a little bit of Connecticut action. Waterbury, Connecticut for Titanium White, and a Norwalk native by Joey Chua and Verticalizer.
A tale as old as time, Waterbury versus Norwalk. It's foretold in the prophecies, and we're here seeing it live today. We're very lucky.
Titanium White, relatively new robot. It's had 2 losses at this event thus far, but it does have a beautiful flamethrower that wins in all of our hearts.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow, Verticalizer immediately going into its Thagomizer style of attack with those 2 vertically mounted weapons on the Thagomizer tail. I love this design. At first I thought it was a bit of a joke, but after seeing it in action and winning 6 fights here at this event.
Now I did see a little bit of flame coming in of Titanium White. It's not a mixtape style flame. It's a very targeted blue, extremely hot flame.
Yeah. A try-hard flame, if you will.
But he needs those pins to be able to get that flame onto
Right
Verticalizer
there.
like that.
Nice little pin and flame. You could see the tape on Verticalizer to try to offset some of that damage. That works for a little bit. But eventually you cook right through it and you turn your bot into a baked potato. Everything inside starts to cook and melt.
Like a foil pack on a camping trip.
Delicious. Now Titanium White finally on the right side up. You could see those beautiful 3D printed Bob Ross faces and happy little trees on the side of the robot. Love the design.
Verticalizer, don't you dare hurt one hair on Bob Ross's head.
You know that's something they talked about before.
Oh, yeah.
Hit me anywhere but the Bob Ross face, please. Nice pin there, and that you can see that flame going right into the belt drive system for those 2 weapons. Very smart move, very nice pin by Titanium White.
That is exactly what Brian wants to do here. And are they able to release?
Now the damage that you see from flamethrowers is cumulative, right? The belts start to get loosey-goosey. The wheels start to get a little bit loose on their mounts as things start to melt over
Kyle,
time.
what's happening?
Oh no, we've seen
Has
no
something
movement.
happened with Titanium White?
Look, we got some movement now on Titanium White. They were just stuck on
There we
something,
go.
but they seem to be moving now. And you can see there's a little bit of control issues with Verticalizer. Nice hit there.
Yeah, both bots looking a little worse for wear now going into the last about 37 seconds of this fight.
Absolutely. There is some control issues. They're having a hard time finding each other in the box. There we go. A nice pin again from Titanium White. Will they be able to get that flamethrower delivered where they need to in this last pin?
I'm looking at complete focus on Joey and Brian's faces. They are so locked in.
Another beautiful pin through
Yes.
the weapon mount from Titanium White. And they've done a great job releasing the pin before the 10-second mark.
3, 2, 1, that's the match.
Release
Beautiful
that pin.
way to end it. Excellent control match by Titanium White.
I see one weapon on Verticalizer was able to spin down. I think the other one was not spinning at all. Possibly a belt issue from that flame or some other damage that was taken because Brian was really able to land some excellent flaming pins on that one weapon.
Very unconventional
Yeah.
robots, and both of them did a beautiful job in that matchup, executing their strategies to the umpteenth degree. I think that was Titanium White's best matchup to date, and I've enjoyed
yeah.
all of their fights.
Really, really, if I was Brian right now, I'd be feeling really good about that match. And I know somewhere Bob Ross is smiling down upon him.
Now, if you're Joey Chua, do you feel good about that matchup?
You know, I think that I would feel good about my general performance, but I think this was a tough one because it does appear that he took more damage.
I agree. And I think that he did a lot more spinning rather than actually controlled hits
Yes.
and controlled planned attacks.
Yeah, I think the control, if I had to guess, if I had to give it to someone, I think it goes to Titanium White, just because he was able to both effectively bully the robot around and apply the weapon in key spots.
Yep.
And I think that probably is going to ultimately make the difference.
And
But
from-
again, I'm not a judge, Kyle.
No, but
What do
from
I
a points
know?
perspective, the ability to hold that pin and release it
Yes.
when necessary is so important in these matchups.
Especially because we've already seen some fights today where, like with Buffalo Wings, where, you know, you're able to pin but then not release, and that doesn't really work in your
No,
favor.
it's basically a waste of time in the matchup at
Yeah.
that point. All right, we are going to go back to our friends at the desk. How are you guys doing?
Titanium White here, really with a dominant performance here in their fight against Verticalizer, potentially pulling off its first win of its NHRL career. Titanium White debuted in February and immediately went 0-2. When I was talking to Brian Mendocino, the builder of Titanium White last night, he was saying he's upgraded his drive. His drive is a lot faster, it's a lot stronger, and he's upgraded the actuator on, so he's got this little creme brulee torch from Amazon that just drops right into Titanium White. When you could take it out and just immediately start using it in your kitchen, like at the end of the competition. And so he's got this little finger that has to hold it, open. And the actuator in February wasn't strong enough, so he's like 5x to the power on the actuator.
My favorite feature on Titanium White is the 3D printed Bob Ross faces on the sides. What a fantastic, happy little robot.
It's great. It's perfect. All right, we can see after this fight, we're going to go back to Cage 2, and we have one of the cutest robots in the competition loading in.
Oh, wow!
It is Painin here. Now, Painin here is built by James, age 8. James and his dad flying in here from Colorado, and look at its face, Chris!
Oh my goodness.
Look at that little penguin's face! Now, don't let the cuteness, fool you. This is an incredibly destructive robot. That is like a 1 pound.
I think it's just over 1 pound
Yeah.
in that weapon, in a
Yeah.
3 pound robot.
So they were telling me James, the 8-year-old, designed this robot, and only after they were starting to 3D print it and like take a look at it, James's mom was like, "Hey, you know, it looks like a penguin. If you just,
It's the tuxedo.
painted it slightly differently, it would look just like a penguin." And James has been doing great with this in Colorado. This is his 3rd competition with this robot.
5, 4,
And you can see
3,
that absolute
2,
focus on his
1.
face.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, we've got Painin facing off against Iceblade. Iceblade is this triangle-shaped robot here in blue and white, built for invertibility. You've got these double forks here on
Wow.
Iceblade.
Oh, no, no! Not the penguin.
Wow.
Wow!
Okay, Painin there landing its first successful shot. Now I know for James, age 8, coming to the House of Havoc is the big leagues. So I was able to walk around with James last night, give him and his dad a tour of the House of Havoc, and I will tell you, James was in awe. He wanted to see absolutely everything. This is really like the mecca for combat robotics. He watches a ton of these fights, and really coming here from Colorado is a really big deal for this this elementary school age kid.
When I was talking to James last night, he said that his plan for fighting Iceblade was that he wanted to ride up the back of it like a ramp and launch off the top.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Very Dukes of Hazzard.
Now these are some just absolute ground shaving forks on both of these robots.
Oh!
Whoa! 90 seconds left here in this fight. You can see Iceblade winning most of these exchanges. Looks like 1/2 of the drive. Maybe a little locked up on Painin, like really struggling to get the kind of traction that I'm sure that James would like here in this fight.
Just so much weight is in that weapon that, you know, you obviously have to make cuts elsewhere. And I wonder if, you know, it's like the drive is just enough to make it mobile, but really this is like your kind of your Hail Mary style vertical spinner, where you just hope that you get that one good exchange, because that could end it.
This is, I think, the cutest robot I've seen so far here today. Just Painin is just absolutely picture perfect.
And we've seen Painin take some pretty big hits here from Iceblade.
Yeah.
Still ticking.
Yeah, real testament to its durability.
Oh no! There goes a wheel.
Oh no!
Can James turn around, at least square up?
Now referee Jim here is going to ask for mobility. Trying to see if they could vibrate their way into a judge's decision.
I think they sped up the weapon to get a little bit more gyro to help them move, but
They've taken it the full 3 minutes. This one will go to the judges. They'll be deciding the winner, Iceblade or Painin. You can see James there so happy with his NHRL debut fight. He faced off against Michael Oyster from Stowe, Ohio. There are a ton of Oyster family robots here in the field today. Michael here running Iceblade from Team Royal Technic. Now, very cool, Iceblade, 2-wheel drive vert. Obviously, you can see that. Total invertibility, shaped like a triangle. Michael, he works as a mechanical engineer designing truck trailer suspensions there in Ohio. The Oyster family, really involved in robotics, educational robotics, STEM programs. They've spent almost a decade teaching kids how to build robots and competing at the high school level. Building combat robots, running their own events, and the Oysters absolutely love NHRL. They love to come up, and each one of the family members is running their own robot here today.
I love to see that.
And now for James and his dad, with Painin, they go upstairs and they sweat out the next couple of minutes while they await the judge's decision. This is a tough kind of waiting period when you're up there and you're kind of like refreshing the page. You're kind of waiting to see what your fate is. I think with Painin, one of its challenges was it wasn't really getting a lot of traction on the floor. It wasn't able to be as mobile as they would like it to be. But there's lots of things they can do up in the pits to see if they can work on that. I would love to see greater mobility out of Painin for their second fight of the day.
Now, that wasn't actually the first penguin that we've ever seen here at NHRL. We've seen one before. I think it was about 6 feet tall and inflatable.
We've seen several penguins. There was the first flaming penguin from Joe Fabiani, the little one. And then there was the big one.
Well, so that's like a...
Both from Joe.
I would call it a flock of penguins, but as the Kirkpatricks informed me last night, a flock of penguins is actually called a waddle.
A waddle?
A waddle of penguins.
Oh. Just like the famous NHRL robot, Waddles.
Oh, wow. There we go. Maybe Waddles is actually a penguin, too.
It is. It's penguin themed.
Well, there you go.
Telling you. For some reason, animal-themed robots are very popular in the sport. A penguin is an apex predator, I think, in its environment. You know, if you're a fish, you really don't want to face off against a penguin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you just got to jump the shark and go for the orca.
Right. Have there been any orca-themed robots?
I feel like there's been a couple of whale-themed.
Yeah.
But I think the orca is actually a member of the dolphin family.
Let's take a look at some of the upcoming matches. I've just Googled it. Yes, there is an orca-themed robot from Shri called Orcus. Wait, no, maybe that's like a god or something. I read it as orcas,
God of whales.
Like a pod of orcas, you know?
Ah, yeah.
Sometimes I'm literally the dumbest person in the building. Okay, let's take a look at the upcoming fights. Colby, I can't see anything. So, no. Oh, good. Oh, I see. Okay. Got it. Okay, again. Yeah, so upcoming fights here on the schedule. We have Sad Octopus versus Thunderbird. Now, this is one of the loudest robots in the 3-pound weight class. Up in testing last night. When it spun up, the entire pits went silent. And people were like, what is that robot? Is it in my corner of the bracket? We also have T_T, which is kind of like the little crying face.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Facing off against Scotty Scrambler. And Cookie Crumbler, another Oyster Family robot, facing off against Liam King's brand new Beetleweight, Zenith. So, very exciting. All right, we're going to go over to Scotty Scrambler versus TT here. And we're going to check in with our friends Kyle and Lindsay, cage side.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Kyle.
All right, we are getting ready for some action. We are locked and ready to roll. We've got Scotty Scrambler.
And TT.
TT
from Toronto.
That sounds like a weird movie, you know what I mean? Like, like an indie film, you would go see it in our house theater?
Yeah, I'd watch that. Scotty Scrambler also sounds like a breakfast item at a diner.
At Denny's, specifically. All right, so Jimmy is giving the instructions to the competitors. Even the seasoned competitors need reminders every single time of what they're doing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
That weapon is nasty on Scotty Scrambler.
Kyle, I don't know if it's supposed to be making that noise, to be honest.
No, I think that might be inappropriate. It's having a hard time getting up to speed, but now we've got full spin on TT. TT's got the big sloped blades on the outside of the body. But if they're not up to speed, it really doesn't do them much good to have those weapons. Nice pop there from Scotty Scrambler. And the pin is happening and the countdown is happening. Scotty's got to back all the way off in order to release the pin, and now we have called for an unstick.
Only
TT is coming down.
45 seconds in, already using that unstick.
Yeah, that's not great.
No, that might come back to bite them later on. Especially because they look stuck right now. I don't know. I guess that was still the
Beautiful
same unstick.
job unsticking TT there. They're out and now fully up to speed. Wow, that happened quick. Something must have been kind of binding them up before, but they are getting up to speed now, no problem. And look, winning that engagement. Beautiful shot.
Could they be turning this around, Kyle?
Oh,
Wow.
Scotty Scrambler losing the better of those last 3 engagements and upside down. Finally self-righting on TT's body there.
Still great mobility out of Scotty Scrambler. Trying to just track down TT, who is dancing around this box. Well, now they're in a bit of a predicament.
I gotta say, TT's mobility and control seems pretty good inside this box now. And that could be a result of these more controlled spin-ups. Now you can see the pin is happening. And they are released. TT getting up to speed again, but coasting into the wall.
I'm watching Scott's movement, who is controlling Scotty Scrambler, and I feel like he is about to jump out of his skin. He is so amped compared to Derek with TT, who is really calm, cool, and collected. I love it.
I think it comes from the fact that you have just more general control over a bot like Scotty Scrambler.
Yeah.
And you really don't have much control over a TT until it's all the way up to speed. So the chips just kind of fall where they may. Hopefully you're spinning fast enough to do damage to your opponent.
Kyle, I feel like I'm in an airport terminal. That sound is so loud.
I know, I agree 1,000%. That is an extremely high-pitched screech coming out of TT.
And there
we go, going to a judge's decision after a ton of massive hits from these 2 robots.
I feel like I was holding my breath that entire time. I just let out the biggest sigh of relief that both of those robots lasted the entire time, and a bit of a sigh of relief that that sound is now over.
Now we're doing a test spin up of both of these bots, making sure that every function works on them. Only really one thing to test on a robot like TT.
Yes. Makes it pretty simple for the judges.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Works great.
Has Scotty Scrambler already? I mean, they're already at the door.
Yeah, they've already done their
Okay.
spin up test and drive
Great.
test. They seem to be functional. They lost the better part of a bunch of those engagements at the end of the matchup, but towards the beginning they were really winning.
It was really their game at the start.
It was pretty back and forth. I really enjoyed that matchup. I'm excited to see what the judges have to say.
And I'm just really excited that, this is TT's first event, but the team from Toronto, they've been here before. You might recognize them having attended with Leon's Agent P.
Agent P's a really cool
which
robot.
was a brilliant robot. So really exciting to have Toronto back in the house here.
To have a bot like TT work this well right off the bat
Yes.
is very impressive.
Now, last night in the pits, there was like 6 pairs of hands in that robot.
Oh, so
All right, now as we await that judge's decision, we have a really big fight that's going to be loading into Cage 2 next. This is Liam King's brand new robot, Zenith. Now, this is a tiny maximizer-style beetle weight, and Liam, multi-time qualified,
Yeah.
has won a golden dumpster in the past. This is an incredibly good builder here from Maryland. And really, this is one of these super anticipated fights here right at the start. Facing off against Cookie Crumbler, which is the Oyster family's most successful robot. So Cookie Crumbler enters this competition ranked number 29 of all time with an 8-4 record across its most recent 3 events, run by Kate Oyster. And Kate is all themed out. So she brings cookies. She runs Cookie Crumbler. She's dressed as Cookie Monster, Chris.
Love it.
And, yeah. I can see them taking photos here cage side. They're right about to load in. Fantastic. I love a themed robot.
And I believe I just got an update. There was a judge's decision in the Verticalized or Titanium White fight.
Okay.
It sounds like Titanium White has taken it.
Fantastic. Brian Mendocino winning his first fight of the day against a really great robot from Joey Chua and Verticalizer. Really executing that flamethrower strategy perfectly. He had the power of Bob Ross on his side, you know?
Happy little bot.
Yeah, perfect. Now I can see that they're loading into cage 2. I can see Liam over there. I can see him through cage 1. And I see...
Oh, I see a Cookie Monster.
I see a Cookie Monster. Fantastic. Now the robots are there cage side. They're taking photos cage side. We are on a schedule, people. All right, the robots are going in. Here we go. Now, Chris, I have a toddler, and she loves Cookie Monster. Cookie Monster is her favorite Sesame Street monster. She says that I am like Cookie Monster, and I feel like that's a really astute observation for a 2-year-old.
You make a lot of crumbs.
Yeah. So addicted to cookies, it's a problem, you know? Now the challenge here is that they're both blue here. So we've got dark blue, that's Cookie Crumbler. There's Kate wearing the Cookie Monster outfit. Oh, desperately working with her controller. Doesn't look like the robot is moving. We've got Zenith here from Liam King.
See if the cage
light blue teal
like maybe
robot.
cage side's gonna let her take a quick look at the bot and see what's going on.
See if this is a quick fix. Kate, as I said earlier, is running the top-ranked Oyster family robot, ranked number 29 of all time, 8-4 across 3 events. She's been fighting robots in the Ohio area for years now. Let's see if she's going to do a power cycle here. Cage side. Let's see if this can jolt its way back to life. We're going to close the doors. Oh, here we go. Oh, a sigh of relief here from Kate. The robot is moving. Got to get yourself back into the fighting mindset here. Went from panic to elation. She's ready to go, fighting against a brand new robot from Liam King. Ooh, that is a mean-looking egg beater there. Liam running a 3-pound version of Maximizer. You can see Liam absolutely focused.
5,
First fight
4, 3
of the robot's
2,
NHRL career.
1.
Let's go.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow, Kate absolutely ready and willing to go in and attack that weapon. She wants to kill that horizontal on the back of Zenith.
Whoa.
Wow.
Zenith needs to see if they can reorient themselves. Oh, wow! There's a great hit to the side armor of Cookie Crumbler.
Great mobility here from Cookie Crumbler. Inverted here.
Oh, and there's a belt.
Wow, one of those belts is gone. I think that is the belt from the weapon on Cookie Crumbler. Zenith has done it, sniping the belt in the first 30 seconds of this fight. Kate's only way out here is by trying to kill the weapon on Zenith.
Oh, and there goes the weapon
Oh,
off the front
no!
of Cookie Crumbler.
Cookie Crumbler is crumbling before our very eyes. Cookie Crumbler down one of those forks, down its main weapon.
Oh, boy.
It is now a push bot. Cookie. Let's see if Kate can push Zenith into the rail. Try and violently break that weapon. A minute 40 left here in this fight. There are parts that are just coming off of Cookie Crumbler. This is an incredibly destructive fight. Liam King here from Maryland, originally from Team Honeycracked, now a college student at the University of Maryland. High centering Cookie Crumbler on some of the detritus from this robot.
Oh!
Spinning up that weapon. Liam is here to shred. A minute 10 left. He knows that he's way ahead on the points. So he can be strategic, try not to get stuck on one of these pieces of robot here in the box. But Liam is really showing why he is an NHRL champion. This is one of the most successful examples of a Maximizer, Thagomizer style robot that I've seen. Staying absolutely planted to the floor. 35 seconds left. This may be a foregone conclusion unless something really weird happens in the box. An incredible amount of destruction from Liam King and Zenith. Cookie Crumbler coming out in crumbs out of the box here.
Spun down that weapon considerably. You know, now just playing it safe.
Yeah, you don't want to suck something into that weapon. Suck something into your drive. They've escaped the countout. This fight has gone the full 3 minutes. It's going to come down to the judges, but I think the writing is on the wall for Cookie Crumbler.
Yeah.
I believe your winner here is Zenith. Kate is feeling good about that. Wow. Smiles on both sides of the box, Chris. You gotta love that.
Gotta love it. I think Cookie Crumbler is going to be joining Oscar the Grouch here in just a moment.
Wow. Okay. Great shot there of the weapon off of Cookie Crumbler. That was a destructive fight. Now, we're not judges, but I have eyes, Chris, so it looks like Cookie Crumbler has to win its next two to get into the bracket. Zenith looking really well positioned. So, great first fight for its NHRL career here. Well done, Liam. And I could just hear Jake Hoffman in the YouTube live chat just cheering on his friend from afar. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'd imagine that when you when you've generated so much interest in one of the metas that you kind of help shape, you're going to rally behind virtually anybody that styles something that's akin to something that you imagined.
Yeah. All credit, of course, goes to Thagomizer, the original, the OG kind of whip-around, long-tailed robot. I will say that I feel like Maximizer and Jake Hoffman, you know, he's put the most time and energy and thought and kind of like physics and math into the design and really pushed it forward. And now today, when you see robots like Zenith or Verticalizer, you can see a lot of that DNA from Maximizer on these robots. We have put this type of robot through its paces here at NHRL. I do think that this is a robot type that you can't see anywhere else. It was designed and invented here at this weight class, and it's seeing great success, you know, as it scales up. Now
we're gonna have 12-pound action coming up here just in a little bit, which is exciting.
We're going into the big box here. Wow. And
we're going to be kicking things off with Milk Tank versus V1.
Milk Tank making its NHRL return.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the OG robots. You can see, look, Milk Tank. One of the first stickers that I put on the laptop, Chris. It's hard to get
Yeah.
laptop real estate.
That's some prime real estate you have there.
Listen, I'm not a judge. I have favorites. I love Milk Tank, okay?
And they're going to be up against V1, and this team is from the Missouri S&T Combat Robotics Design Team, and this is actually their mascot, which was just handed to me. I didn't quite hear it. I think his name is Craig C. Miterson, and he's adorable.
Oh, it's got its little team hat on.
There you go.
It's fantastic.
What kind of
Did they-
animal is it? Is
It-
it an anteater?
It looks like a naked mole rat, Chris.
Oh, naturally.
I don't think that's... I'm not sure what it is. And did they make it themselves? Is this a commercial product that you could purchase?
We got to get more info about this mascot.
Wow. I'm going to say without any... listen, team, come down and correct me, but it looks like a naked mole rat to me, all right? Which I feel like is a great team mascot.
It's still March. You should at least have a jacket.
He's got a little hat.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, you
Bottles
lose,
in the heat.
You lose so much heat through your head, okay? Doesn't it look like a little naked mole rat to you?
I don't know if I know what that looks like.
What? Christopher.
A naked mole rat.
Google it right now.
I don't
Is
know
this
if
a
I
work
want.
computer?
Of course.
Okay, maybe don't Google it. I'm joking. All right, it's safe for work. Naked mole rat. They're hairless mole rats, all right? They live underground, Chris. All right, now we're going to go into the baby cam. Colby, I hope that the baby's up there.
We're still trying to hunt down this
The
baby.
baby's not there, Colby. Oh, my God. Wow. Okay. All right. Well,
Weird.
there's no Garnaches up here. And the youngest Garnache, little 10-month-old Leona Garnache, is not here in her stroller. I'm sure she's down here taking in the action from the bowl. I heard her cheering earlier, Chris. All right. Now let's see. Oh, wait, no, the parents are back. I'm guessing Leona is with her grandparents. I can see Peter there and Destiny. Wow. Where's the baby, Peter? We want the baby, Peter. What Peter was saying last night was maybe Leona could come up and be a co-announcer with us.
Yeah, of course. An
Yeah.
intern.
Okay. We have heard breaking news from production. Very sad. Milk Tank has forfeited its first fight of the day. We will not be seeing Milk Tank at 10:30. Instead, we're going to be talking about the naked mole rat for another 10 minutes, all right? While we load in the next big box fight. Now, looking at my calendar here, it looks like the next big box fight will be Incision Decision versus Meliodas. Meliodas, another Ecuadorian robot here,
Oh, wow.
flying up to fight. Oh. I've just heard from Colby that Incision Decision has just forfeited, so we are not going to be seeing either of those fights, Chris. Okay, well, this is very
The good
exciting.
news is then, that means that our next big bot match that we're going to see is Psycho
Yeah, facing off against Advection.
Advection.
Now, Advection is a brand new robot from Peter Garnache. Let's see if he'll bring down the baby. I'm hoping that he will. But yeah, Advection, this is the only flamethrower in the 12-pound weight class. And I'd love to see a 12-pound flamethrower. That's really, really cool.
Now, is this the one that is like a 4-foot wide, kind of like a corral bot?
I will tell you, I didn't see Advection last night in testing. I was so focused on the baby that I didn't see any of the robots that they were testing. It's a problem.
Yeah, well, they're adorable.
I have baby brain. You know, like when I see a baby, I just want to like look at it. There's the baby right there. I see the baby. The baby's in the merch shop, Colby. Wow. Okay. Honestly, I think the baby should come up, right? Don't you think?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Colby, listen, they're walking right by production. You could just run out and grab the baby. Oh, it's be great. Yeah. People are like kind of weird about like, please don't hold my baby,
Yeah.
I have experience, okay? I'm not going to drop the baby on like the live stream. Now that I just said it, and I put it out there, now I'm worried I'm going to drop the baby on the live stream. This is bad. This is really bad. Okay, all right. Loading in is not Psycho and an Advection.
I see
This is
Honey
the
Bombers on
Honey
the left.
Bombers. Honey Bombers, yes, Honey Bombers facing off against Integration. Now, Integration run by Seth Schaefer. Now, this is a really interesting robot. Now, this is a two-wheel drive vert, and the robot began life as a scaled-down Deep 6. Now, if you'll remember Deep 6, from BattleBots, this is a robot that is no longer allowed to compete at BattleBots because it is too dangerous. It caused too much damage to the box. It is just a massive, massive, massive vert. We are going to go live to Kyle and Lindsay, who are standing cage side, to call this fight.
So happy to be calling this fight. So we've got Stack and the Honey Bombers. You can see Liam King joining him for some driving action. And then over on the other side, we've got Integration and Seth Schaefer. That's right, a two-wheel drive giant spinning weapon from Seth Schaefer. We've seen it before, but never this big.
Never this big. It feels ominous, Kyle. I don't know what to expect here.
The orange and white color scheme, though, makes it seem a little whimsical, but with the spikes, the death spikes up the back, the
It's
roll
just-
bars, it's very intimidating.
Just to lull you into complacency, but I don't think that's going to work on the Honey Bombers.
5,
Honey Bombers looking vicious. We've got
2,
big old tracked
1.
wheels. We've got big old yellow
Robots
weapons.
fight.
But will the weight disparity be a huge disadvantage against that human?
Did a great job avoiding that blade in that first mini. Oh! My God.
Oh, the
Oh,
belt's
belt.
off. No belt on Integration anymore. It is now the Honey Bombers match to lose. All they have to do is keep the assault going. Honey Bombers doing a little dance over there in the corner.
A little early for a victory dance.
Now, what is the name of
Oh,
these bots,
boy.
Lindsay, the two Honey Bombers?
So the horizontal is Reaper, the vertical is Venom, and they are watching. Is getting counted out.
And there it is, baby. Last second tap out from Seth Schaefer does not give the knockout to the Honey Bombers, but their first match and their first tap out in NHRL. Absolutely beautiful.
Incredibly effective. In that both exchanges that they had, they were able to kind of get to the front, get to the back, and avoid that weapon, most importantly, and do damage to release that belt.
Despite losing the belt, I will say those moments where Integration was spinning up and careening across the box was actually terrifying, being
Yeah.
this close to it.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to go hide behind the center pillar here.
But there was still, Kyle, that part of me that was like, hit the cage, hit the cage.
Break it. Absolutely amazing. Seth Schaefer has a ton of experience with these giant weapon robots, and he's really talented at keeping them under control and able to point them at the opponent and not make them bounce all over the box. I don't know what happened with the belt tensioning issue. We'll have to talk to Seth about that later. But cool robot.
Very cool. I'm excited to see more. I mean, luckily he did not take a ton of structural damage. I think he'll be able to go up in the pits and figure out what happened with that belt. Hopefully fine-tune it for the next match, because I wanna see it hit.
Yeah, amen. And the belt didn't break; it just popped off the pulleys.
Yeah.
So it's not a huge issue. It's definitely like something he can fix.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, guys, we're going to go back to Chris and Luke at the desk. How are you guys doing?
Honey Bombers is one of the most anticipated 12-pounders here in the competition today. Team Honeycracked, they have a huge advantage because in their workshop they have a big cage that they can run as many test fights as they want. They have all sorts of scrimmages throughout the week, so when they show up to NHRL, they have a ton of reps under their belt. When you take a look at something like Integration, this scaled down Deep 6, this is a highly technical robot, right? It needs to really land a big hit. It's kind of like one of these min-maxed robots. And Honey Bombers, they are just super consistent sledgehammers.
Yeah.
And that is just tough when there's 2 of them in the box.
It's been, you know, such an incredible journey watching Team Honeycracked evolve over the last couple of years. They are, you know, they went from like kind of, you know, more like rookie amateur builders to now almost every single bot that they put into the field is one to be reckoned with. And we've seen now dumpsters going to their teams kind of pretty reliably, you know, tournament after tournament, and like it's really kind of showcasing here with Honey Bombers. These 2 bots are absolutely gorgeous. The weapon system is phenomenal. I'm not just saying this because they are in my fantasy bracket, but I expect to see them here at the tail end of today's tournament.
We have been so fortunate in seeing the team's full rise. So, like, I remember the very first time Zoe Lambert came here to NHRL and how she was spinning just a block of metal, just square metal that they had cut from Home Depot as their very first weapon. And you take a look at the Honey Bombers here today. This is the culmination of 4 years of evolution and really serious dedication to the sport. They are building incredibly sophisticated machines now. Now, loading into Cage 1, we've got Jameson Go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Jameson Go here wearing green with Psycho and facing off against Peter Garnache with his Flamethrower. Wow, that is a massive Flamethrower, Chris.
This is a really interesting design. We've seen, you know, really wide body bots before, like a full court, Supreme Ruler. This is a corral bot. It's got these long forks on the front. You see those 2 drive pods that are situated all the way on the outsides. Each one of those has 1 wheel. But situated at the center of this really long, I believe it's titanium plate. You know, there is a small housing attached to the back there, and that is what is concealing a Flamethrower. So the idea for this bot is that it corrals, it will pin, and then hopefully can deliver a, I think it has 3 ounces of butane in there that, you know, hopefully can melt its opponent. And we've seen these style bots really do an incredible job corralling their opponents, but standing in Peter Garnache's way is Jameson Go and Psycho, one of the best 12-pounders ever built.
Yeah, really playing fork wars here with this super long robot here from Peter Garnache. It's kind of giving me Smee vibes. It's kind of giving me full court vibes. This is a pretty effective design. Full court defeating Psycho in the past. So let's see if Jameson has learned anything about fighting these super long, weird-shaped robots. And my hope and prayer every single time that I see a Flamethrower load into the box is huge, billowing, super hot flames. Let us see it.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what style of Flamethrower it'll be. Will it be a cascading flame with only the three ounces of the butane? It might be one of those more concentrated flames that you see like on titanium white.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, Jameson Go testing that titanium front here on Advection.
Oh boy.
Immediately going tumbling.
Oh,
and I
wow.
see no flames yet from the Flamethrower.
I think he's waiting for that pin. Again, not a lot of fuel on board, so you got to save it. I just saw something go tumbling off.
Yes. You can see that Peter's done a great job staying squared up to Psycho, and Psycho really failing to find purchase, just ramping itself over the top and trying to come up with a good strategy here.
Oh.
Peter successfully able to corral Psycho up against the rail, stuck up against the rail momentarily, and there goes the flames! Wow! It is a pin and flame strategy here from Peter Garnache and Advection. And Psycho bouncing along the floor. I don't know if that was the plywood in the floor, or if that was part of Advection.
Uh-oh. It looks like that right side of Advection might be seized up.
Yes, this is tough for a control bot when the control is not there for one half of the robot. Wow, Psycho continuing to ramp itself over these long forks. I'm sure that Jameson would love to break off one of these forks here and show damage. He's racked up a few damage points here with this kind of crab walkie.
Advection has restored mobility in that right side. It must have been just maybe a piece of debris or something had gotten stuck.
Yeah. Oh! It's not quite as zippy, though, as the left side of the drive on Advection. 55 seconds left here in this fight. Jameson getting around to the back, trying to explode that fuel tank.
Great driving here from Jameson Go and Psycho. We've seen plenty of Dukes of Hazzard style jumps over the front of Advection, getting around to that backside.
33 seconds left. We haven't seen a ton of flames, though. I would love to see flames going through the entire fight. 20 seconds left. Jameson continuing to smash his robot into the face of Advection. We saw a little bit of flames. Looks like these two robots will take it the full 3 minutes. A ton of destruction, a lot of wood here in the box. There we go! Yes! Oh, delightful as we send it to the judges. The judges will be deciding who wins here, Psycho or Advection. Peter Garnache here coming in from Texas with this super long flamethrower here in the 12-pound weight class. Psycho immediately driving to the door, showing great mobility. This one is going to be tough to judge. The judges are really going to have to count up all of these points.
It was just so hard for Advection to corral Psycho. I think Psycho does actually have a front fork configuration, but they dropped everything because, at that point you're not going to win the fork game against basically a gigantic fork bot. So it actually gave Jameson Go that ability to just continually leap over that front plow, and that I think is going to end up costing Advection when it comes to the judges' breakdown of that control and aggression.
Psycho was attacking with its main weapon, its primary weapon more often, which is great for aggression. Psycho also exited the box without a lot of damage. I think that it's really on Advection to prove its case here in this fight. Advection with a little bit of impaired driving. Could it have been trash inside of the box? Potentially.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of debris.
Chris, the baby's walked past. The baby has walked past.
Baby Garnache.
Destiny, I want to hold that baby. It's okay if I can't, but I love the baby. Does the baby want to come up here? You can hold the baby. Come on up here. Colby, allow a child onto the desk, please. Oh my God, here we go. Oh my God, Colby.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm gonna cry, Chris. Oh my God, you are the cutest. Yes, you are. You are so cute. Okay, seriously, this is the best. Yes. Bye-bye.
It's the most fearsome 12-pounder here today.
Wow. I just, I can't. Fantastic. Leona's parents are both fighting today, and Leona's grandparents are in here from Chicago.
Wonderful people.
Just a fantastic family. I love the Garnaches. They're great. We are going to go over to Cage 5 while I collect myself.
Oh.
We've got Red Panda facing off against
5,
Tricker Beater here in
4,
Cage 5. Let's go
3,
and check
2, 1.
in on that
Fight,
fight.
robots, fight.
Wow, Tricker Beater V2 here in purple and black facing off against Red Panda, which confusingly is in all black. Red Panda really successfully staying planted to the floor, sending Tricker Beater into the ceiling. Wow!
Great roofing. Oh, and now we're not seeing a lot of movement out of Tricker Beater V2. Uh-oh. I see them spin. They must be high-centered on something. Oh! Oh, there's a battery!
Wow!
Oh, no!
Andrew
Tap
Barrows
out.
from Tricker Beater V2 losing his battery here. Team Skeleton Crew. Wow.
Ooh, that was surgical.
That was a ton of power from Red Panda. Incredible. I love to see a battery on the floor, and I love to see a non-exploded battery.
It does simplify things for our cage side crew.
Yeah, it makes you think to yourself, do you think I could put that back in? Like, I've got to take a look at the connectors. Is it getting puffy? Should I just preemptively put it in the sand bucket and just kind of like wait
I think
a little bit?
When your LiPo battery gets violently ripped out of your bot, just kind of set it aside for a little while.
There are absolutely builders here that if they see a battery on the floor, they're going to go after it.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Mm-hmm. Those are the kind of like sweep the leg kind of builders, you know? Just like...
They like to put on a show.
Yeah.
And you know what makes a great show?
Uh-huh.
A LiPo battery exploding.
Here at NHRL, yeah, because we've got the negative air pressure systems. Anywhere else, it's like awful. We'd have to clear out the entire building, you know? You've smelled lipo smoke before.
Yeah, of course.
That's awful. We're going to be part of a
you-
class action lawsuit in like 50 years from now, all right?
Yeah, it wouldn't make a very good Yankee Candle, that's for sure.
Yeah, good. All right, we're going to go up to the pits. I don't even care about the baby cam because I saw the baby, all right? Okay? The baby was physically up here with us on the desk. It's the best part of my entire day, Chris.
We see JMO, who just got back up into the pits with Psycho.
Psycho looking good. Yeah, really great performance in its fight against Advection. And if you're curious about where we are in the day, let's take a look at how to qualify. So we're still in round 1. This is the opening round. Now you want to win 2 fights. If you can win 2 fights, you advance to the bracket. So you can win 2 fights right out of the gate. You can go 1-1 and enter the bubble fight, where you have to win the next one. But there will be some robots that go 0-2. There will be some robots that go 2-0. And really, these bubble fights in round 3 are the super desperate. If I can win, I'm going to get into the bracket fights that we see. So yeah, round 1, super fun. We get to see the most creative robots, the art robots, the non-killers, the really kind of interesting designs, the meta-breaking designs potentially here in round 1 and in round 2. By round 3 and beyond, we're seeing really competitive, super competitive robots that all have a shot of winning the Golden Dumpster tonight. But yeah, 2 wins and you're in, Chris.
And then, of course, once all bots have advanced, we'll kick things off with prime time beginning tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, where we're going to jump into the bracket and we're going to see who takes home a dumpster and who qualifies for the World Championships in December.
Now, currently, there's no one who's been eliminated yet. I guess maybe you could be eliminated if you forfeited your first fight and then you've lost your second fight. But currently, there's more than 150 robots still alive in the brackets. By 7 o'clock tonight, the majority of these builders will have packed up. Some of them will have already made it home, and they'll be watching the stream with all of us. The incredible thing about NHRL is that we start the day with more than 150 robots, and at the end, there's just 3 golden dumpsters. And that's the kind of amazing thing about going up into the pits. You kind of look around and you're like, there's 3 people here who are going to win the evening, which is really, really neat. We've seen tons of upsets over the last 45 competitions here at NHRL. Robots that were heavily favored to win, getting some weird fight earlier in the day and getting knocked out. So yeah, that's the real joy of watching this live. We're going to go over to Cage 1. I could see some people loading in. And we're going to go to our friends Kyle and Lindsay standing cage side.
Hey guys, good to see ya. This is going to be a really interesting fight. So we have a brand new robot in Chuck. I like Chuck. And then Weather Report is returning. Weather Report is the vertical spinner with a really nice looking wedge.
That is a beefy wedge. They're here from Seattle, so they've come a far way to show off what they got. And going up a fairly untested robot here at NHRL and Chuck, where we're really just learning about this for the first time from builder Mason Mannion.
Great name. Love the wheel guards on this. Big, domey, beefy. They can take a lot of hits. So this is going to be interesting. We'll see how this weapon holds up to that beefy looking wedge on the Weather Report.
With a really mighty nimble shuffler there in Weather Report.
Having a little traction issues. Look at that, backing up. They're having a little bit of slide on the plywood.
Kyle, I curse them every time.
Every time. You should never say anything nice about anyone ever again, Lindsay.
Every robot stinks, and now they're all going to do great.
You can see this floor is getting further and further damaged as the day goes on. Less from weapons, more from the ground game that people are trying to play here today. Very excited to see how this matchup goes and Chuck's debut in an NHRL cage.
Yeah, let's go.
And there you see head official Jim Haney yelling out the instructions to the competitors.
Jim, the loudest individual at NHRL.
That's how you get head ref. You know that, right? It's your ability, the belt. Whoever has the loudest belt. Whoa, zippy.
Oh, wow.
Chuck really moved across the box just to get themselves pinned against the wall, and there we go. Weapon is still functional.
They are not afraid of going head-to-head with that.
Now they are stuck in the wall. Trying to pivot themselves around to get out. Weather Report's happy to help them. The unstick has been called. Nice. All right, so they were able to get unstuck there with a little bit of help from the Housebot and Weather Report. Looks like every time Chuck's weapon hits something, it stops. Yeah, that's
it stopped for good now, Kyle.
Yeah, all done. Chuck is just a brick, and they have tapped out. Emphatic tap out from the team behind Chuck.
Wow.
You can see the wheel is completely coming off. The weapon doesn't work anymore. The belt's over there on the other side of the arena. Weather Report showing a dominant performance there and a lot of control with that shuffler mechanism.
A lot of control, some mobility issues. There were moments where it was like, is it moving? Can it move? And then it'd come back to life. So I don't know if that was by design or what, but showing off what it can do. Post-fight, I don't really see any damage. That weapon looks fine. The shuffler looks good. Barely a scratch on the wedge.
And I did notice it seems to be the reverse where they were having some mobility issues. Going forward, it seems to work okay.
Well, we've seen multiple bots now with belt issues today. That belt, however, completely sheared off of Chuck. That didn't just fall off.
Yeah, and Chuck weapon really just stopping every time they made a hit there. Not great. That's some key issues they're going to have to work on going forward.
But, you know, for a new bot here at NHRL, this is something that is not necessarily unexpected. You learn the most about your robot once you put it into a fight.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would still be proud of my showing there. I think it really, was able to take some hits and deliver some hits, but definitely some things that do need to be fine-tuned.
The truth of the matter is the hardest thing to do at NHRL is pass safety and get your robot into the cage, right? After that, whatever happens, happens. But the fact that they were able to make it this far is a really good sign. I'm excited to see they have another shot today to show what they can do. So we'll see how it goes for them. All right, back to Chris and Luke at the desk, fellas. Have a good one.
Wow, great first fight of the day for Weather Report from Carrie Weaver from Seattle, Washington. Carrie flying in here today from the West Coast. Carrie works as a grocery store clerk. And fun fact, in his intake form, he said that all of his family members are musicians. He's the only non-musician. I'm going to say that he is an artist, though, in the box. Like, that is just absolute brutality. When you see in these larger weight classes the shuffler weight bonus, and you're able to put some of that some of that weight into your weapon, you get these massive, massive hits. And Carrie really has built a pretty formidable, amazing machine. This is absolutely a robot to watch. I am kicking myself that I didn't, select Weather Report for the fantasy bracket, Chris.
Oh, I wonder who did.
Oh no, a lot of people did. It's a famous robot, all right. So who'd you pick in the 12s? Do you remember?
Well, I have honey bombers, and I have.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Who else do I have?
I gotta check the Discord. Yeah.
Oh, I have Phenomena in the 30s.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to do pretty good today.
Nice, good. Yeah, a lot of big box fights here coming up. So I know that we have Daybreak facing off against Hades and Overlord versus Thumb War. I selected Thumb War, Chris, for canon reasons, all right?
Yes, you are the Thumb War champion, I believe. Or you lost the most. I forgot which one it was.
I feel like I lost the most, but that might just be like a reflection of my own,
well,
self-image.
Ricky cheats.
Ricky is a rock climber, so those fingers are too strong, all right? I'm a typist, all right? All I do is type on the keyboard all day long, all right? If we could have like a Mavis Beacon Teach Us Typing test or something, I mean, I'd smash all the announcers, all right?
There you go.
Yeah. Thumb War.
So this is pretty exciting.
Right.
We're going to have Daybreak versus Hades coming up here in just a bit.
Yeah.
So that's Daybreak is from MIT Combat Robotics, and that's going to be, I think, a really exciting match.
Four-wheel drive Flamethrower in Daybreak, which is really cool. Hades here, run by the Ecuadorians. So this is a 30-pound version of Minotaur, basically. Gonna take a look here at the pits, and I can see Nate's dad here in the foreground speaking with Jameson Go. Now, you can always tell the experienced builders because they look very, very comfortable up in the pits. There's no frantic activity. You can see Jameson's work mat there is absolutely pristine. Every single screw and bolt that he brought from Cambridge is accounted for, all right?
It has a QR code on it.
Yeah, exactly. Nate's dad here with the camera. Nate's dad has his own sticker as well, so that is a fun little Easter egg. If you can get your hands on a Nate's dad sticker, it is delightful.
Gotta grab one of those.
I've got one at home in my sticker collection. I've really got to put it on the laptop itself. But yeah, Nate's dad, fixture at many competitions here on the East Coast, and super wholesome. You know, he's the builder of Nate Franklin, all right? So there you go. Nice, there you go.
A couple of power stances there.
All right, it's very good. Love everybody up in the pits. At the average NHRL Open qualifier, about 20% of the people up in the pits are brand new. They are fans, just like you, who decided, okay, I'm going to go and buy a kit. There's many great kits now on the market. Or I'm going to get a 3D printer and teach myself CAD and build something totally cool and custom, bring it here. And yeah, you're seeing lots of friendships being formed up there. If it's your first time to NHRL and you're sitting in the pits, you become really great friends with your pit neighbors. They help you in your repairs, you help them potentially, and it is a really fantastic experience as a builder. It's a really collaborative, congenial experience, and there's a lot of resources online for you to learn. Check out the Eric kit. It's a really great learning platform that we developed here at NHRL. You can build a lifter and join a cohort of students who are building similar lifters. And when the time is ready, you know, when the time has come for you to build your first beetle weight, you can take out all of those, you can cannibalize all the parts inside of the Eric kit and put them into your first competitive beetle weight.
Yeah, if you're looking to build your own 3-pounder, make sure that you hop on NHRL.io and you can look into the Havoc Academy. That is the course that partners with the Eric kit, where you get some great educational content from Henchman Sam, who walks you through the process and really kind of gives you, the full landscape of the things that you need to know to be a combat robotics builder.
Yeah, absolutely. So check that out, NHRL.io. I think that we are taking pre-orders now for the second cohort. I think that's what I heard over in the green room. But yeah, we filled up the first one. We're building our second order of Erics, but it's been a really, really successful platform here, and people are learning a lot from it. There are also a lot of other kits that are available in the community. A lot of the builders upstairs are building their own components and their own kits, so go and check those out. It is a really great entry into the sport if you aren't naturally blessed with mechanical engineering, electrical engineering skills, Chris.
Not all of us are.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go check out Cage 1. I can see the Ecuadorians coming over to load in their 30-pounder. This is the first 30-pound fight of the day. Now you can see Team Daybreak here in the Flamethrower jerseys from Team MIT. And appropriately, Daybreak is a Flamethrower. Now we're going to swap out Chris for Adam Wrigley.
All right. It's been a pleasure, Luke. Love you, Dad.
Now over here in silver, we can see Hades. Now this is a really kind of classic South American egg beater spinner. Oh, no moving the robot while the doors are open, Hades. Facing off against Daybreak. Daybreak from Team MIT, a Flamethrower in the 30-pound weight class. Now, we're going to go cage side to our friends Kyle and Lindsay. You can see the action up close. What do you see over there?
So excited to call this first 30-pound fight of the day.
Kyle, something I'm excited about is whenever we have a Flamethrower fighting, the audience, for safety reasons, actually has to move back several rows in our stands. But we're doing this cage side, so...
Yeah, is that exciting or is that stupid?
A little bit of both.
I'm in. Let's go.
Let's do it.
So, yes, because of event safety rules, you have to have your audience 15 feet back from any flame during a live performance. That includes candles on a stage if you're doing like a stage performance, or in this case, giant flamethrowers inside of a bulletproof box.
And it is purely just for being overly safe. It is completely safe to be standing where we are, where the camera people are, where the competitors are. There's no danger to us.
No, absolutely.
But, you always want to follow local code when it comes to audience. So.
Absolutely. And you know who it is a big danger to? Every single meltable component inside the robot. All of the belts, all of the wiring, all of the soldering connections, right? All of the computer chips, everything that can get a little bit crunchy, a little bit melty is in high danger in these situations, especially with those big high heat flames.
Absolutely, yeah. For anything inside the box, it is no holds barred. I'm getting a good look here at Hades, and I do see, let's see, there's a really ominous Reaper.
I do like it, yeah. These are two very good-looking robots. The drum on that looks so thick.
But I'm not really seeing any fire tape, I don't believe. So they're...
No, they're just going in. They don't need the fire tape. They're fine with being on fire. So it looks like we're having some controller issues. Things aren't communicating. You're not getting that beautiful ringback tone that tells you that your transmitters are receiving and your receivers are transmitting and all of that.
Oh, if that is what is happening here and they're not able to fix it, that will be a huge bummer.
And you can see the Ecuadorian team just standing by and waiting. They are good to go.
Oh, Kyle, I'm seeing a little glimmer of flame, so...
Yeah, that's not... They just turned the bot on and off to recycle it, it looks like. But I'm not sure.
Oh, no, it's coming out of the box.
Yeah.
Not a good sign.
And they're doing the same thing on the second bot here. So they might be running just one of their halves for this fight. Yeah, looks like it. Rather than forfeit, just run one half of the bot.
I admire that strategy.
So no ground game on this bot other than kind of the wedge. It is Flamethrower capable, and it is wedged on all... Ooh, wow.
Wow,
all right. It is wedged on, what, 3 of the 4 sides? No, all 4 sides.
Yeah, all 4.
So we'll see how that holds up to this beautiful drum. Now, I got to say, this Ecuadorian bot, to our eyes, looks a little bit old school, right? Coulson wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Big drum, big chunky drum, and then the bent metal or the bent plastic guards around the wheels. It's got a very Minotaur-esque look to it.
I hope it has a Minotaur-esque sound to it, too.
Yeah. All right, Jim, given the final instructions and the countdown, we are getting this fight started now.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And a very tentative start for both these bots. And there you see the weapon gets plenty of engagement on that wedge.
Fire!
There
Kyle.
it is.
Oh, no.
Nasty. And I don't see any ability to self-right. And that is the tap out.
Now, is it an unstick?
Oh, that was an
It
unstick. Okay, so here we go. The unstick attempt is happening. But there is no way for Floop, our house bot, to unstick this bot gently. This is going to have to be a pretty violent unstick if it's going to work.
I think Floop is going to have to grow some arms and pretty fast if there's any hope of flipping this robot over.
That was an unfortunate unstick attempt. You got to remember, Floop is 300 pounds of robot.
Tap out.
Well, not how they wanted that match to go, but I am happy that they are able to at least pull something together with one half of the robot. We saw a little bit of flame.
Yeah.
Hey.
It was a good-looking flame.
It really was, honestly.
Very nicely done. Flamethrowers are not easy.
No, but some really excellent hits delivered by Hades. That robot, went flying in the air several times. So I'm excited to see what Hades can do to some other opponents later today, and they'll be taking that first win.
An excellent first showing for the Ecuadorians. I think they're going to do very well today with that machine.
Yes.
Excited to see it tested against something that can really hold up to that assault.
And there are a lot of fans here supporting them. The rest of the team from Ecuador is here. I see one of the teammates wearing the Ecuadorian flag around him. So way to go. Very exciting day for them.
Very, very cool. All right, well, we're going to go back to the booth with our dear friends Adam and Luke.
Now, this was a great fight for Smart U from Ecuador. Now, these are the reigning national champions in the country, and a really great opening fight here for their robot, Hades. Now, joining me here is Adam Wrigley, veteran builder and now veteran NHRL announcer. Now, you've built flamethrowers in the past. What did you see in that fight?
Yeah, I mean, the tricky thing with flamethrowers is always getting consistent ignition of the flames.
Right.
So how are you igniting the flames? Generally, there's two methods that you see used. I'm not sure which method they're using, but you either use a spark igniter, which is going to use high voltage to create a spark, and that's going to directly ignite the fuel, or you just heat something up really, really hot, and you blow the gas over that, and then that will ignite it that way. So you're just using direct temperature, or you're trying to spark it.
I saw at the start of the match, like inside of that little flame hole, like it was glowing. So I'm guessing it was probably some kind of some heating element.
Yeah.
Is there like a benefit to one or the other?
So in general, glow plugs seem to be pretty favored in competition, I think, because they can just sort of run. They're just on and you just blow stuff. Simpler in a lot of ways, and they're much less likely to cause interference with radios. So there's been a fear in the past, if you use these spark igniters, the electrical signals can disrupt your radio. What has been found lately is, like, as long as you're not sending like 1,000 pulses to your spark, you're probably going to be okay with the new radios. So I think maybe we'll see a switch there. But the problem with those glow igniters is, as you're blowing the gas and the fuel over it, somewhat counterintuitive, you can actually cool it down. Because you're blowing, the gas is cold.
Yes, right.
And so then you can run into these issues where you have to wait for it to heat back up.
Interesting.
Or they can sometimes be fragile and break over time or something. So I had used a spark igniter, but similar issues where sometimes spark doesn't spark or it doesn't ignite right, so you're sparking it over and over again. But if you overwhelm it with fuel, it's not going to work. You need the right fuel-air mixture with any of these things. So flamethrowers are tricky. You know, it's not as you think, on, off, but it's not so easy when you're in the arena, and sometimes you just can't get that consistent ignition. Sometimes you'll see someone's igniter will go out in a fight, but then there'll be a spark in the arena that'll then reignite the gas. Because if you can keep the gas going, you'll keep your flame going. But a lot of times it blows out, or you turn it off, and then it's that reignition that can be very tricky. In that fight, I think, whether the flames were working or not, it came down to the ground game, and the hard-mounted skirts just seemed not low enough for those little wedgelets on the front of the drum. So
yeah, the hard-mounted skirts seem like a real throwback to kind of classic robot combat design.
It was a real throwback fight. You know, you have a classic drum bot versus a classic four-sided wedge. It was fun to watch, and but yeah, you can see why maybe some designs have evolved away from those things. The wedge is just not really getting the ground clearance you want. I think that would have been a good anti-horizontal config, but maybe not for the vert. We're going to go over to Cage 2.
Ooh, we've got our second fight of the day for Atlas. Now, Atlas lost its first fight of the day, and now they're facing off against Bad Luck.
5.
We have officially
4,
entered round 2
3,
of the Beetle Weight
2,
qualifiers.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And Bad Luck immediately crashing itself into the wall with this blue horizontal.
That's going to give Atlas time to spin up to speed.
Now, the big problem with Atlas's first fight of the day was mobility. Now, we're looking for great mobility from these shuffler pods on the bottom of Atlas. Atlas ended their first fight on top of their crushed self-rider.
Now, of course, those shuffler pods mean that Atlas weighs 4.5 pounds, giving them a 50% weight advantage over Bad Luck.
Now, Bad Luck is inverted, so now it's an overhead spinner. Typically, it wants to be an undercutter.
Interesting. In this case, that might actually help them hit that kind of shell of Atlas instead of digging into the actual weapon blades on Atlas, which are lower down. You can see now something's wrong here.
I don't see great spin up from the shells.
You can see a giant gouge taken out of the shell, dented in. I wonder if that last hit from Bad Luck caved in the shell and it's jammed up on the chassis or something. Could be.
Yeah, it's been 20 seconds, though, without that shell spinning. Starting to worry that perhaps something is wrong with the weapon on Atlas. That is a good pin.
You don't see a shell spinner get a pin every day.
Yeah. Circular object getting a pin. You got to love that.
Yeah, jammed up, or maybe the belt came off, but either way, Atlas doesn't look like it's spinning. And if they can keep up with these pins, though, maybe they can still pull this out.
And one of the challenges is that these two robots are locked up, and that negates the 10-second pin.
That is an important rule note here. If you're unable to release a pin, it will not count in the judge's decision. And you see it's stuck on those bolts protruding from the shell.
Yeah. The whole top of the shell has these kind of points where they can snag an opponent, which is tough.
I'm not sure if that was intended.
Yeah. I mean, the challenge is when you do land a pin, but it goes too long, you just don't get the points for that, which is terrible. Especially when your weapon is down in the case of Atlas, you know, you really need to land these pins and make sure that they count.
Yeah, you're really trying to make sure you maintain control and aggression points here, because at this point, what damage can you do with an inoperable weapon? I guess you can hope Bad Luck's weapon goes out, but you're really trying to rack up control and aggression here.
Yeah, Atlas with its very high bolts, it's kind of like a birthday cake, which is pretty delightful. And yeah, they're really trying to see if they can break the weapon here on Bad Luck with 67 seconds left.
Atlas, lucky they're fighting a horizontal here. If they were fighting a vert without that shell spinner, that would be a bad recipe for them.
Yeah, and Bad Luck, really the strategy is to see if they can eat into more of this 3D printed shell on Atlas.
Bad Luck having a bit of maneuverability issues here. Both wheels seem to be working. They're just not really able to deliver that weapon.
Yeah, it could be a driving issue, not necessarily a drive issue.
It could be a weight balancing. Looks like there's a lot of weight over the front of the robot, not over the wheels. It's going to make it hard to steer, but
oh wow. The tolerances on the shuffling pods here on Atlas are really tight.
Yep.
They were getting hung up in testing last night, and if they bounce their way over some detritus, they could very easily get jammed up.
Shufflers can get jammed. The other issue with shufflers is that they are basically a vibration table for your entire robot, so that all your bolts are going to want to come out. And just because you can move for 1 minute doesn't mean you can move for 3.
Oh! Whoa! Wow, at the last second getting jammed into the rail.
Wow.
Whoo!
That is deep in there.
All right, well, they've taken it to the judges. The judges are going to be deciding.
Yeah.
However, with the primary weapon going down on Atlas and that weird unstick there in the center, that kind of like
I feel
getting stuck together.
I feel like it's going, it's looking Bad Luck's way, but I would have wanted to see more aggression, more control, more damage after the weapon went out on Atlas. I felt like Atlas put up a very good fight. Of course, the pin not going to count. That could be big going into the judge's decision. So I think Bad Luck's in a good position. They'll probably be happy with that fight going into the decision, but probably would have been happier if they could have walked away with the knockout.
Now, as we enter round 2, we're going to start to see robots being eliminated from the competition. If you lost your first fight and you lose your second fight, this is where we start to see the field begin to separate.
So was this a cusp fight? Was this a redemption fight?
This was a redemption fight. So Atlas lost its first fight, and if it loses its second fight, they're going to be going home early to Toronto. And yeah, I mean, you have to win 2 to get into the bracket, and Bad Luck perhaps exiting this fight with a 1-1 record.
Yeah. That would bring them into the bubble round.
The bubble round, yes, you've got to win that one. Those are pretty desperate moments, for a builder, because you're facing off against someone on the other side of the box who's also at a 1-1 record.
It's interesting, when you get into that bubble round, you get into that 1-1, the people that got to 1-1 by winning their second fight versus the people that got to 1-1 by losing their second fight, they're going to be coming in like a different sort of state of mind. If you lose your first fight, win your second, you're kind of on the upswing. You're coming in with some momentum. If you win your first fight and lose your second, that can be a real blow to your confidence coming into that third fight. And that's where a lot of the mental game could come in those bubble fights, as you look as who's coming in on the winning side, who's coming in on the losing side, and how they deal with that.
Now the doors closed again because they saw a little bit of smoke coming out of Atlas at the end of this fight. They're waiting to see if the robot goes up in flames.
Now, would it count for the judge's decision if your bot burst into flames after the fight was over but before it came out of the box?
Well, I think that you can ask for the functionality check immediately after the fight, but at this point, you know, catching fire 2 or 3 minutes later, I don't think so. It's like, you know, like I was boxing, and then 5 minutes after I got out of the ring, I started throwing up in the bathroom. It's not like the judges are going to be, you know, docking me points for that, you know?
True.
But it looks like the robot didn't catch fire. Atlas is going upstairs. You know, building a 3-pound version of Chonky is really, really tough. Chonky is able to build a really efficient shuffling mechanism and put a ton of that extra weight into this huge billet shell.
Yeah.
That shell, like reliability for shell spinners is everything. It needs to continue to spin all 3 minutes, every single fight.
Well, as they say, spin to win.
Yeah.
When you're fighting with a shell spinner, and I think it's important to remember, you know, Chonky went through a lot of revisions. We're up to 4 now, and Chonky 1 wasn't as good as Chonky 4. So when we're looking at Atlas, this is Atlas 1, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to take a little bit of time with any robot to dial that in. I think they've got a lot of the ingredients there. They were able to move the entire duration of time. They're fast.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that's getting there. You just got to start dialing in the shell, maybe taking some weight out of places, putting it into the others. And then that efficiency is what really starts to, you know, separate the great from the good, because it's very, very rare to come here first time and just blitz the competition, especially with a shuffling shell spinner.
Yeah,
that's 2 things that don't often do well that you're trying to put together. It's tough.
Now, as we've ended round 1, let's take a look at some of the notable robots that have gone 1-0 and other robots that have gone 0-1. Now, taking a look at 1-0 robots, these are robots that have won their round 1 fight. Our top of the rankings, not surprising here, Mako, Turbo Fiend, Impakt, Red Panda, Jelly Baby, Repeater, Caldera, and Jackalope. Fantastic robots that we expect to advance into the bracket. Now, standing at the cusp, like at the edge of elimination, these redemption round fights at 0-1, Verticalizer, Cookie Crumbler, and Grim Ripper. Now, they have to win the next 2 fights to make it into the bracket, but they are in a precarious position as they enter round 2.
Cookie Crumbler, that was a bit surprising to me. You know, they got their weapon taken off. I didn't see that coming.
By a brand new robot as well, which is pretty great. That robot, Zenith, from Liam King, is absolutely a 3-pounder to watch today. It is... you can see that there's a lot of Maximizer DNA in that robot, which is really, really cool. Cookie Crumbler, one of our best 3-pounders here in the bracket today, entering with a positive record. I think it was 8-4 across 3 events, and just getting eviscerated. This, you know, her weapon getting ripped out, just kind of the guts on the floor. That's pretty tough.
It's a good, consistent robot, like you're saying, winning record, coming in against a new robot, getting his weapon taken off was definitely surprising to see.
You don't see the weapon like come popping out a lot.
It's like, oh, the belt came off. Okay, you know that.
Yeah.
And then the weapon came off. I was like, okay, that's.
If you see 50 fights here at NHRL, the weapon you lose the weapon like maybe in one of them.
Yeah.
So it's pretty rare, and it's pretty cool that we got to see it on the main stream.
I did like that she made sure to be safe at the end and put the safety on the weapon as she removed it from the cage.
Yes.
Safety is very important
Safety
here.
First. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Even if it's totally performative. You know. Yeah.
Gotta lock it up.
Yeah, that's great. All right, we're going to go over to Cage 4, another big box fight here. This is over in the VIP area.
Overlord versus Thumb War.
Okay. Now, I have high hopes for Thumb War here, and Nick Buchholz. This is an overhead bar spinner here to the right, because I selected Thumb War for my fantasy bracket, Adam.
Oh. Wait, we have fantasy NHRL now?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
The Hunter brothers run it. But, you know, they already started the season, so you can join for fun for these little one-offs. But, yeah, like I'm in the running for the entire season. And taking a look at Thumb War, I'm starting to question my choices, Adam. Now take a look at this. Its opponent. It just looks like a Romulan warbird.
Yeah,
it's just looking awesome.
I'm getting Herman Miller vibes a bit from that self-righting mechanism. I like the thumbs up on the ends there. That's nice. But I do wonder. See, when I look at this, it could do the thing.
Oh, it would be delightful if it would just look like a like a coffee table or something,
right?
You know,
a spinning. Would it? Oh, I guess it wouldn't spin, right? It would
side table. Yeah.
Little side table, dangerous side table.
Interesting. Interesting.
We've seen robots turned into hats. We have not seen a robot turned into a side table. Maybe we'll see that here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ooh, a good little start here from Thumb War. Zippy start.
Up to speed. Both robots.
Now, Overlord has done fantastically well at Motorama.
There's debris raining down from the ceiling.
Wow. Oh, amazing shot. Thumb War on Overlord.
Those thumbs are going flying. Down to 2 thumbs. Both robots. Full speed.
Wow, huge hit here.
Overlord not spinning after that hit.
Wow.
At all. And Thumb War very slow to spin.
I think the Thumb War can still spin up. There we
There
go.
it is.
Nick's got the power in that that weapon. Those thumbs are going all over the place. We're down to just one thumb here. Wow, 2 minutes left here in this fight.
The more operational, but does seem to be intermittent and not full speed. That last impact taking something out of both robots. A lot of drive power in Thumb War as well. Able to shove Overlord into the wall.
Fantastic. Nick Buckholtz here in Thumb War, landing a good 10-second pin. Nick is on Team Bloodsport on BattleBots. He's also a referee here at NHRL.
And able
veteran
to release
builder.
the pin before
And
10 seconds.
he knows exactly how long he's supposed to hold this pin because he's typically the one counting cage side, which is great.
He knows the rules.
And Overlord, built by Lyndon Siegel, taking him second place at Motorama 2025 just 2 weeks ago. This is a brand new robot from Lyndon.
Yeah, and Thumb War not spinning at all at this point, so they're both going to go in. Maybe we'll see it spin up a little bit here or there. I'd like to see some movement if I were a judge, at the function chest at the end, but otherwise this is going to be a pushing battle. Overlord now looks like they're down to half drive.
Yeah, and really great pushing power from Thumb War, just able to consistently push Overlord into the rail.
Surprising amount of pushing power. You don't see that much in horizontals.
Yeah. Thumb War is a 4-wheel drive, center-mounted horizontal, facing off against a 2-wheel drive in Overlord. So you're seeing some of that traction and mobility coming from those extra 2 wheels.
Thumb War's got to be careful around the forks of Overlord, allowing Overlord to get a pin here as we start to close out the match. As you get towards the end, these matter more and more. But it doesn't look like Overlord's able to release it.
Wow. All right, this is a pin that will not count because Overlord held it for too long, and it looks like the power might be out on Overlord.
Overlord has pinned the house robot.
Wow. As we enter the last 10 seconds of this fight, this one will be going to the judges. My bracket is looking good, Adam.
Now it looks like both robots are going in with no weapon and one side of drive. So damage fairly even from my eyes coming into the judge's decision, and it'll come down to those pins. So that pin not counting could be huge.
Jillian and Lyndon here taking a look at the damage. They had such a great Motorama, but they could be losing their first fight of the day here at NHRL. This is their debut of Overlord. They are known for Prince, just the massive, they love massive weapons, this team.
Well, who doesn't love massive weapons?
People who like a more balanced robot, Adam, all right?
No,
not everything is about min-maxing everything, all right?
It's about maxing.
This robot is longer than a typical 30-pounder, and that weapon looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Good beefy weapon there on Overlord.
I will say I was a little surprised by the reliability of both robots here. I thought they'd be able to go a little longer at full power. We saw a few full power hits, and then both kind of went out at the same time.
Yeah.
You know, Thumb War lasting a little longer with the weapon, but clearly degraded until it stopped. And then both end up, you know, pirouetting on one wheel at the end, trying to crab walk their way back to the door.
All right, we're going to send this one to the judges. The judges are going to be deciding the winner here.
Either team or both teams are going to have to go back to the pits, and they have some work ahead of them to figure out what went wrong and fix it before the next fight. So whoever wins and loses, I don't think either team's really going to be happy with that fight. But
a win is a win, Adam.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just walk away with the messy win, you know, like a desperate win.
And if you're going to have parts fail, you want them to fail in a win. You want to learn and win. Set you up for a better day as we go. But, yeah, some work to do in the pits. You want to find those gremlins early on. You don't want those gremlins happening in the tournament, so I'm sure both of them will be happy to get some of those out of the bot in their first fight.
Now, I've just heard from production a massive upset here in the qualifying rounds. Bean Supreme Refried knocking out Caldera.
Ooh, wow.
Bean Supreme Refried from Razi Strano here, the 11-year-old builder, defeating Caldera very early in the day. Caldera now is sitting on the bubble. They need to win the next fight to advance to the bracket. Caldera, I believe, entered this competition with a ranking of 9 of all time. Glenn Boxall, one of the best builders and competitors that we have here in the field today, losing to an 11-year-old.
And so what was Bean Supreme's ranking coming into the day?
Bean Supreme Refried here. It's ranked number 231.
So 231 to 9?
Mm-hmm.
That is quite the upsets. You know, imagine thinking that in NCAA bracket terms. It's, that is crazy.
Caldera has consistently advanced to the championship for the last 4 years in a row and has won Golden Dumpster. So this is a huge, huge win for Razi and that team. So fantastic work. I'm sure that 11-year-old is very happy.
I wonder if we'll be able to check out a replay of that, because that would be great to see. But first big name on the bubble.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's head over to cage 2.
Okay. Wow. We've got Hot Cake here facing off against Poliwhip. We're going to go to our friends Kyle and Lindsay standing cage side.
Oh, he's off. We can do it if you want.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, so we are ready for this battle. Nice first initial hit. The weapon is really having a... Oh, never mind. The weapon is off. It's on the floor. There's no weapon at all. It is just a little tiny box getting knocked around the arena now. So Hot Cake has been, the layers have been separated. Now the wheel has been separated.
Oh, no. It was like watching an egg get cracked.
That was a beautiful shot. I guess they can drive upside down now. That's a big advantage.
Hey, you know, that's actually a design decision.
Uh-huh, yeah.
It's
the removable weapon system, right? Poliwhip V2 showing its power as per usual. What a great machine.
Wow.
Literally disarming and diswheeling the Hot Cake.
That was really fun. It was, I've not seen like an entire top of a robot just go flying like that in a long time.
No, absolutely not. It is an amazing sight to see the three different pieces of Hot Cake, the 2 main layers and the wheels, just flopped all over this arena right now. What a shot.
Great showing there from Poliwhip.
It's just sheared off. That's see all the magnets in there?
Yeah.
That's actually part of the motor housing. And it's just,
So what are your thoughts on, will that be able to go back together, or is that done for now?
Oh, yeah, they can bang that right back into place. That'll go back together like Lego.
Oh, see? Great design planning there. I love it.
Oh, never mind. Hot Cake has been eliminated. They were
For
on the
next
bubble,
time.
and now they're gone. So yeah, it's interesting. That was a tap out for a elimination fight. So they're gone. Goodbye.
They're
Good for Polyrhythmy too.
Flying off the shelves like hot cakes on their way home. That's how that saying goes, right?
Scooping up all of the bearings in different parts of the weapon system as they're taking it out. The two wheels still over there on the far side of the box.
The broom coming out.
All right, let's go ahead and toss to our friends in the booth.
Now, Hot Cake has a perfect record, Adam. Improving to 0-6 across 3 events.
Yes, perfect.
They have yet to win their first NHRL fight. This is like my favorite kind of story arc, you know? You go out, you've got 6 fights under your belt, all losses. But the 4th event, all right, that's when you come back and you really start thinking your way through the problem.
The charm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An overhead spinner is just a tough archetype to win with because you face a lot of verts, and the vert just wants to pop, your weapon right off.
And the thing about verts, right, is if you think about the structure, you've got a spinner, and then it's supported on both sides.
Yeah.
Makes it very, very strong, very, very rigid. But as we've seen, they do every so often come out. When you're looking at these overhead spinners, these undercutters, they're only supported on one side. It basically makes the whole structure 1/4 as stiff, as strong as if you were to have it supported on both. So you need a massive bearing, a massive axle. Everything needs to be bigger, more weight. And it's just got an easier failure method for it to come flying off.
Wow.
And so they're very hard to build. They take a while to dial in. When they're done right, there's a lot of advantages to them, but they're not easy. I'm sure they'll get it eventually if they keep trying, but it is tough.
Now, I've just heard about another major upset here. Production has just told me that Elytra has just defeated Repeater.
Oh,
Sending Repeater there into 1-1 status. Elytra advancing into the bracket now with 2 wins. But Ryan Liu, our defending 3-pound world champion here at NHRL, is now standing on the bubble.
Is there a chance we could get a Caldera Repeater bubble fight?
It's possible.
5,
All right, let's go check out
4,
Cage 2.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow. Now we got Flashpoint here in purple facing off against Tiny Toucan built by Corey Nason here.
Really love the look of Tiny Toucan. Just a fun colorway. I love that little toucan beak sticking out the top.
Now this is a redemption round fight. Both of these robots are 0-1. They need to fight their way out. But one of these robots will be eliminated. They will not be advancing into the brackets.
Flashpoint, a traditional vertical egg beater style spinner here. Tiny Toucan control bot. You're going to see Tiny Toucan trying to get all of these pins and just win the control and aggression categories. Flashpoint going to try and get some damage here, send Tiny Toucan flying, get some flips and tosses. But it's early on. Well,
ooh, that's a good flip there.
Yeah, Tiny Toucan able to come right back though, but they can't take too many of those as they try to show control here.
Corey Nason, one of the most prolific builders here, has probably built, I don't know, probably 12, 15 robots here. But it doesn't look like Corey is driving this robot. It looks like that is Mara Biagini here.
Yeah, you can hear the ref counting in the background on those pins. You have to release before 10 if you wanted to count the judge's decision, and Tiny Toucan taking it right to the end there before letting go. Here's a self-right attempt. Tiny Toucan seemingly unable to get over.
All right, now I've just heard from production. They've solved the mystery. Corey Nason is here in the building, driving Synthesis 30 in an upcoming fight. So he gave this to Mar, Mar is the youngest builder here on Team Pandemonium, and they are doing great here with this control bot and Tiny Toucan.
Tiny Toucan to me looks a lot like an SSP kit with some nice aesthetics on it. And the thing about those kits is if you want them to self-right, you do need to make sure you have a nice long arm. And I wonder if that Toucan beak just not quite the right shape to be able to self-right. Sometimes you need to do a little forward-backward move. But there they go. A little help from Flashpoint gets Tiny Toucan back right side up and upside down again.
30 seconds left here in this fight. Flashpoint with Nicole Wilson has been doing great. Both of these builders here are young. They're both in high school, if I had to guess. And they've taken it the full 3 minutes. A huge amount of control and damage here on Flashpoint's side.
Yep.
And sending it to the judges. A really great outing here for these two 0-1 robots. One of them will advance to the bracket. Oh, actually, one of them will advance to the bubble. The other will be eliminated here.
Unfortunately, you know, when I watched that fight, I don't think Tiny Toucan did enough in my eyes to overcome all the flips that were getting sent their way. So I think I would probably vote for Flashpoint, but we'll see. Not a lot of damage, right? So the damage isn't going to be a big factor in that judging decision. But it'll look at the control, you'll look at the aggression, and I actually think from looking at it, Flashpoint showed much more control and aggression and able to just flip them at will, as Tiny Toucan started strong, but unable to keep that going throughout the match. So we'll see how the judges see it.
Great performance in round 2 here from Flashpoint. This is a brand new robot from Nicole Wilson, and it is just great to see a new robot doing well. This builder has fought here now for multiple years, brought many successful robots, but cool to see this young builder building something so successful here. It's probably their 3rd or 4th robot here at NHRL. It's just cool to see the talent development coming up in the league. And it's neat if you follow the league as closely as we do to see this is their first fight, this is their 2nd robot, this is their 3rd robot, now 4th robot, just doing great. So yeah, really fantastic work there.
Yeah.
Now we're in round 2. Some of these robots are going to be eliminated here in round 2. And a lot of robots are going to be eliminated by round 3. So by the time that we build the bracket, most of the builders upstairs in the pits will have been eliminated. Now we're still sprinkling in lots and lots of big robot fights in Cage 1 and Cage 4. And this is the kind of really exciting part of the day where we're going to see multiple weight classes going back to back, which is really cool. We still have a lot of 3-pound fights to get through in round 2. And for builders, these are pretty hair-raising moments, you know? Like, am I going to advance? Can I make it into the bracket? Can I just kind of chill up in the pits for a little bit, you know? Or am I just battling my way through the entire day?
And the redemption round can be a real turning point for your day. You came out, you lost your first fight, you're on the cusp of elimination here in redemption, and if you can win that, it can turn around your whole day. You can come back, you can run the table, you can go out like on a high note with a win streak here, but if you lose, you're going home.
Yeah.
And every fight for the rest of the day, you lose, you're going to go home. You're always going to have that in the back of your mind. So the redemption is a real big turning point, real big moment. Can you come in? Can you overcome that loss? Can you bounce back? Someone's going to bounce back in every one of these redemption fights, right? Someone's going to win that and potentially turn their day around.
It could be a wake-up moment too, like if you're a repeater or Caldera, where you're going, okay, I'm entering the bubble. I really did not expect to. And perhaps the robot is not running quite as well as I thought it was at the start of the day. these are top-ranked robots. They win most competitions that they go to, and they are sitting now at the bubble trying to fight their way into the bracket.
When you win all the time, a loss can really, kick your backside into gear. You look at the Eagles this season coming out and having a big loss and then turning around and going all the way and winning the Super Bowl. Same thing can happen here at NHRL. So we're going to hop over to Cage 2 and see
2,
what Kyle and Lindsay have to say.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, we are so excited about this matchup. We've got Popcorn in a Panic versus Onimusha. Onimusha in that beautiful shade of pink and getting a nice little grinding pin there. Nice pop in the air, too. Colonel Panic flopping through the air like popcorn that's been overcooked.
Dee, very controlled with her driving here.
Colonel Panic moving pretty slow in the upside down allocation. Not sure if that's intentional or if that's just the way it has to move on those two wheels. Nice shot there from Onimusha. Colonel Panic giving it right back, though.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup because there's not a ton of reach on either of these weapons. So it's like they're getting around to the back of the robot is a good strategy.
Yeah, Onimusha getting stuck on the wall there, really giving them the opportunity. All right, Colonel Panic starting to get their groove on, getting a few shots here.
Now, I always have to shout out Dee, the builder of Onimusha, for making some of the best pickles this side of the Mississippi. They're really great.
Fact, always really excited when they're at an event so that I can go home with a nice jar of pickles.
We love a side hustle at a side hustle, you know?
Yes, absolutely. I love Colonel Panic's not living up to its name at all. This is a very controlled matchup for them. Very methodical. Oh, wait, that's some smoke coming out. What is that?
The popcorn's been in the microwave a little too long, perhaps?
Yeah, you could see it's a slow, methodical matchup for them. They're staying on top of Onimusha. They're not giving them a lot of room to breathe. It's not these big rushing hits. It's just a slow follow, like a horror movie villain.
Yes. However, I'm not seeing a lot of movement coming out of Onimusha's weapon.
There's a weapon belt on the floor over there. Not sure what that's from, if that's from Onimusha or Colonel Panic, but neither weapon is currently in the movement range.
You see those wheels there trying to get any type of traction at all, but that is a really tough spot for Onimusha to be in.
All right, the unstick has been called for Onimusha. If you're going to call an unstick, call it in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, almost flipping over there.
No, but they are mobile. This fight will continue, and you can see the belt's a little loosey-goosey. Right? Not getting a lot of engagement from Onimusha. But that must be the belt gone on Colonel Panic. So, there it is. We got speed and we got smoke. They are showing the judges in the last few seconds of this matchup that weapon on Colonel Panic is just fine.
A good image to leave the judges there at the end.
Absolutely. Dee looking a little concerned with that performance. We'll have to see what the judges say, but I'd say that was a very nice performance for Colonel Panic.
I love Dee mugging for the camera there. She's such a character. I love it. And Lucas Biermeyer here with Colonel Panic.
I love Colonel Panic. I think that this is a very smart bot and very well driven.
I'd love to learn a little bit more about the name. Maybe we can get to the bottom of that at some point.
Yeah, it'd be good to know, because I never panic about my popcorn. I don't know about you.
If I'm panicking about my popcorn, I'm in a really dire situation.
Amen to that. Absolutely. All right, well, let's go ahead and throw this back to our friends in the booth.
Really great vert-on-vert fight here in Cage 2. And we can see the loadout here. Onimusha has really upgraded the look. Like, it just looks fantastic. That is a really, really cool looking custom robot.
Yeah.
The team here behind Onimusha, they live like 20 minutes away from me, so like I have a special affinity for the team just due to
Home
regional
team.
proximity.
Home team robot.
Home team advantage, yeah, exactly. But yeah, really, really great to see the team's progress. So yeah, fantastic. All right. Now, I have to ask, have you ever been on the wrong side of the box with Billy?
Well, I haven't. No.
You haven't.
No.
I've always wanted to fight Billy. Like this is one of my favorite robots. We collect robots here at NHRL. We purchase them from the builders, and Billy is one of our most beloved robots from the collection. I absolutely love it. I hope that the builder Jonathan here is watching today on the live stream. But yeah, one of the most feared 3-pounders on the planet.
I think it would be fun to fight with either, knockoff white or emulsifier. It would be an entertaining fight. I mean, emulsifier is entertaining against anything, but if we had a 30-pound Billy versus a 45-pound knockoff white, I mean, there's a lot of stuff we can hit here.
Yeah.
And then, we're just going right into this weapon with our big plow. I think it'd be fun. It'd be a fun watch.
I think Billy could take it.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it'd probably go the distance.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to watch.
It's great. Like Billy crawled so that Mud Skipper and all these kind of like other wide boy robots could run. So fantastic.
Yeah, really changing the whole like shape of a robot. It's always fun when someone can come out with like just a silhouette that is so unique and yet still so good.
We're gonna go over to cage 2 here.
Who do we got in cage 2?
I believe that this is Injection facing off against Titanium White. So
that giant syringe in the arena, is that the safety? Does that load up the robot?
No, they put the energy into the battery.
So they it's a lithium.
Now, this is the coolest thing here. Injection run by Pearl Gray. Now, Pearl designed this robot. Now, this was the intent. I have to zoom in to see if this is actually happening. But Pearl is wearing a VR commercial vest that will shock them when they take damage on the robot.
Because it's not enough for your robot to get damaged. You have to also feel it.
You have to feel the pain. Ooh. Yeah. So like if you're fighting if you're playing a fighting game in VR or something, you want to feel real pain. You put on one of these commercially available pain vests.
Now they're also controlling this robot with a Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Which is unique. I don't think anyone else here is controlling with a Steam Deck, and it's wonderfully color matched to the rest of the team gear. So
yeah, Pearl put a lot of
4,
custom
3,
programming here
2,
into the robot
1.
and into the Steam Deck.
Robots fight.
Facing off against just a weaponized creme brulee torch from Amazon here from Titanium White.
Well, we've all been there.
Yeah, probably one of the simpler robots here on the white side of the box, facing off against one of the more mechanically complex, certainly programmatically complex robots here with Injection. Injection, though, I'm not seeing a lot of spin and a lot of attacking, though, with that overhead arm.
Injection looking very twitchy. And so's Titanium White, actually. They're both a little twitchy here as they dial their robots in early in the day.
Now, Titanium White builder Brian Mendocino is really hoping to see some flame. Whoa! There we go. Now, that is a super, super hot flame. Brian was telling me that he went over to see one of his earlier opponents, and the robot was just white hot on the table. It's a creme brulee torch, so it's not designed for big billowing flame. It's designed to caramelize your.
And the flame can also be invisible or very hard to see a lot of the time. That actually means it's hotter. It's burning very clean. You're not getting that dirty red burn, black burn from a fuel-rich fire. So they've got it dialed in. So it is hard to tell when it is or isn't working sometimes, but. This is a cusp fight, so winner is going to make the bracket. Loser is going to get another chance.
Wow, good pin here from Titanium White, pushing Injection up against the rail. Whoa! Those forks look like they were so sharp that it might be doing the thing.
Oh, that was
good
a
little hit on the top there.
It's a big, it comes out of nowhere. You know, you always have to be careful with these overheads, these big spinners and such. You know, Titanium White here doing a really good job getting pins pushing around, but Injection gets one hit and Titanium White's going to go up in an explosion if it hits the right spot. So
60 seconds left here in this fight. If you take a look at Titanium White, it's really optimized to fight horizontal. It's got so much chonky side armor. That top plate is juicy.
Yeah.
And I would love to... Oh, here we
There.
go. The Flamethrower is back.
And I think that yellow is actually parts of Injection kind of lighting on fire and reacting to the flame almost.
30 seconds left. Titanium White, absolutely bulletproof. This is the moment to capitalize here, Pearl. 20 seconds left. No!
Injection just having reliability issues here of some sort. Now, Titanium White's prongs have actually gotten bent up. It's hurting them in the latter stages here. Not a lot of damage to go on for
As
either
we enter
team.
the last moments of this fight, Flamethrower and a pin from Titanium White. Will it be enough for them to take the win here from the judges? Pearl Gray looking concerned with Injection. I love this massive syringe. Do you think that this is a commercially available syringe? Like, can you buy this? Does it have some kind of work application?
I could imagine a few usages on, like, you know, in agriculture, on farms and such, end up using large syringes for certain things. But
wow. I guess if you have to administer like Tylenol to an elephant or something, you know, you've got a big syringe like
giant
that.
animals, yeah.
Okay, got
but,
it.
you know, the downside of technology is sometimes it can be finicky when you put a lot in. Sometimes simpler is better.
The thing that's really cool about Pearl, and the thing I know about them, is that they love a technical challenge. So Pearl built this like randomized like laser pointer that is broadcast on their kitchen floor so they could practice driving. So like the laser pointer comes over here inside of an 8x8 defined area, and once they touch the laser pointer, then it goes somewhere else. So that, you know, really practicing this.
That's fun.
But like rigged up this whole kind of mechanical device that has, you know, character optical recognition and everything. This custom designed board and this custom designed controller through Steam Deck that also shocks them through this this vest. I mean, I think there are different things that ignite people's passion inside of the sport, and for Pearl, it's really kind of getting these technical and programming challenges through. For someone like Brian Mendocino and Titanium White, you know, like he's put Bob Ross's little 3D printed face into the side of the robot. Like he really loves, you know, like that kind of more artistic side of it. And Flamethrower.
You can really see the personality of the builders come out because at the end of the day, this is something, you know, we're all doing in our free times. We're building these robots. We're putting it together. And what do you want to build? What do you want to make? How do you want to do it? And it comes out. You know, are you a person who wants to learn new technology and apply those skills and have fun that way? Are you going to make goofy robots with Bob Ross's face in the side? You see a lot of unique creations here, and they're all reflections of their builders and what are their passions, and it comes out in a lot of ways here.
There's not a lot of sports that are like that. You know, you take a look at F1 or soccer or football or boxing. Like, they're all pretty much played the same way. You know, there isn't a lot of variation, but here in combat robotics, not only are the designs always changing, but the meta is always shifting, you know. We had flamethrowers as a big meta last year. Flamethrowers not as effective this year. Now it's all about overhead attack bots, you know. And just it keeps the sport so fresh because you really don't know what you're going to see next. There's an infinite number of ideas that you can put into the box. You're really just limited by your weight class and some very small, very short rule set around unacceptable weapons. But if you can think it, if you're watching this and you're like, I think I could build something that you've never seen before, build it, bring it. It's like, it is the coolest cornerstone of this sport.
And that's pretty much how I think almost everyone here got into it. You know, they're watching it on TV, on YouTube, and they think, oh, I got a great idea.
Yeah.
I know how I can get in here and make this happen. And
my favorite example of this is Chris DeSico's dad, who he's convinced, I want big rock. I want rock. I just want to pocket out a rock, put all my controls inside of the rock. Rock, unbeatable. Okay?
There you go. Nothing beats rock.
It's caveman thinking.
That's my rock, paper, scissors strategy. Nothing beats rock.
I mean, I haven't seen a rock-based robot yet. I want to see a rock-based robot. You could probably fit a small rock inside of a 30-pounder.
Well, I will say, if I ever fight a rock-based robot with knockoff white, we'll be seeing a pickaxe. Knockoff white.
All right, we're going to go back to Cage 2 with Kyle and Lindsay standing cage side.
Happy to be here. All right, so we have 2 vertical spinning robots.
Very different approach, though, to that vertical spinner.
Absolutely. Big old chonky drum versus this really nice, thin, and very high-powered beater bar. So we've got power on the 4-wheel drive vertical spinner, and then over on the other side is a very Ecuadorian-looking robot.
Yes.
2-wheel drive, big chonky drum in Salvaje.
They've found a design type, and they've stuck with it and perfected it.
3,
Amen. All right,
2,
let's see how this fight goes.
Fight, robots, fight.
Weapons up to speed, and the box rush was thwarted at the end there by Power On, but Power On winning all of these early engagements. Look at that shot directly behind the house bot. Brett desperately trying to get out of the way of this crazy action.
Max with Power On is just throwing Salvaje around the box.
Ripping red plastic pieces off of the armor package on Salvaje. And now the weapon is slowed down.
Yeah. I gotta say though, Tomas, the driver and the builder of Salvaje, looking pretty cool in his sunglasses.
I mean, you gotta wear the poker shades so that nobody sees you sweat. And I would be sweating right now if I was him.
He still has his weapon. Power On does not, but is still getting these great opportunities at pins.
Yeah, but all of the control at this point going to Power On, as you said. Salvaje not really able to get too much purchase on the ground. There you go, nice little juggling hit there. And taking control of this matchup in the corner, I just pulled a Lindsay.
Yes, you did.
All right, unstick has been called for Power On.
Yeah, without that weapon, there's really no hope of him being able to... it could,
Can I just call out the rare slam against the wall to unstick the robot move by Brett there? Beautifully done. Salvaje now giving a juggling onslaught of attacks. No big hits. These are tiny little pops, but it's 5, 6 in a row, showing the domination, showing the damage. Oh, look at that. The ear is stuck inside the weapon apparatus for Salvaje. These bots are stuck.
We have seen a number of really unusual stuck points, but...
Another beautiful unstick by Brett. That was very well done.
Way to go, Brett. Star of this match.
But yeah, this is where you see that kind of Minotaur-esque style, the grinding away at the opponent, the keeping them in a corner and keeping those hits coming. Not a lot of range on that weapon, so you want to keep them close and never let up.
And the aggressive drive style is actually pretty interesting because from this vantage point, we have seen Power On actually get stuck a couple of times on the rail, and Salvaje could have used that to let them die on the rail. They've already used their unstick, but the aggressive driving means that they're just letting them go.
Look at that. The weapon just spun up on Power On. This came out. Whatever this belt is here came out, and therefore Power On was able to spin back up. So they're moving right now at the end of this.
But I think that belt was perhaps to one of their drive sides because they're having significant mobility issues now.
Fascinating. Yes, you're absolutely right. We're coming to the last 2 seconds of this matchup. Nice win on that engagement from Power On. Great thing to show the judges at the end there. I'm not sure Power On can make up the deficit of all of those juggling hits in that blue corner for the vast majority of this matchup.
Kyle, I think you're spot on. I'd be feeling pretty good right now if I was Tomas, but we'll never know because he has those sunglasses on and the joy behind his eyes are obscured.
I gotta tell you, I really like Salvaje.
Yeah.
This is a tightly packed little bundle of kinetic energy. Those hits are small, but they are consistent. Really cool robot.
I can see the look of both kind of relief and also regret from Max. His weapon was able to come back to life at the last, 14 seconds?
Yeah.
You know, so it's a good feeling that it was back, but there's definitely those mixed emotions that you didn't have it the entire match.
Because he was winning every weapon-to-weapon engagement before that.
Yeah.
And just so much power behind that big egg leader. All right, so we will wait to see what the judges have to say about this very interesting back-and-forth matchup. Tomas has got to be feeling really good about himself.
I sure would, and I know we've got the Ecuadorian team in the stands back with the flag. I think they're feeling good. They've had a lot of good showings today across their, multiple robots, and the trip is definitely worth it for them.
All right, well, let's throw it back to our friends on the booth. That's right, Ricky and Adam. How are you guys doing?
Hey, we're doing great.
How you doing, Ricky? Welcome to the desk.
Thank you. I'm always excited to be up here. It's been a crazy morning all throughout the building. So honestly, this is the vacation of my day, and I am ready to enjoy it.
Yeah. For those unaware, what else do you do here at NHRL?
Too much. No. I'm safety director, amongst other things, and thankfully we have a great safety staff. But what we do ahead of time is we work with. Oh man, it's got to be close to 20 people now. In addition to the people who everyone has safety on their minds, but in addition to just general staff, we have fire marshals here. We have head referees. We've got special robot inspectors for hazardous robots with pneumatics and hydraulic systems and flamethrowers. We've got rules. I want to say advocacy groups. That sounds a little too fancy. But we have folks on staff whose job it is to review edge cases in the rules, make sure things are being applied correctly and fairly. So we have a whole gaggle of people that we work to, or rather I work, to make sure they're coordinated so that these events not only go on without a hitch, they go on safely and they go on in a way that is fair to competitors.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work. So I see how the
the
desk is it's relaxing. Change of pace.
I get to watch robots fight. Yeah. They blow each other up. Get to hang out with you. We've got some robots that are about to blow up, and we're going to take you to them. We're over in Cage 2.
Pipeline Punch versus Painin. Now, I am a little bit biased towards Painin because they gave me a wonderful looking sticker and little 3D printed Pog earlier.
They also just have a wonderful name.
Yeah. Or I guess maybe it was a chip. I don't know if Pogs are as popular these days.
You owe Hasbro or something like $12 for mentioning Pogs.
It was a chip. But I'm very excited to see this fight. I love the aesthetic of Painin and of Pipeline Punch. Both beautiful looking robots.
Yeah, they absolutely look the part.
I mean, look at that. Look at those googly eyes and the little cute vertical spinner. I mean,
Adam, I am so impressed at the level of branding and just visual improvements we've had at robots this event. Everyone has upped their game. These things are beautiful. Just a couple of events ago, I don't know that we would have seen an orange beak on Penguin.
5,
now the thing I
4,
like about it is it's
3,
a great pun. It took me a little while, but once I got the pun,
Fight,
robots
robots
fight.
Oh, a little bit of trouble with Painin.
Tentative out of the box here, kind of backing into the corner, a little odd.
Looks like the right side drive is struggling a little bit to get traction. It seems to work. It's just not working very well. Oh, a good hit, though.
A hit, sending Pipeline Punch flying across the
Oh, and Pipeline Punch just went right back. both of these robots can really take a beating. Wheel has been removed.
Well, there goes
from
that
Painin.
funky right side drive. Now the loser of this fight is going home, so both bots giving it their all. Unfortunately, Painin has lost both wheels and is slowly vibrating across the arena from its weapon.
Yeah, we can't say it's going nowhere fast. It's going somewhere slow.
Yeah, it's basically a bristle bot at this point.
Yeah, a very poorly optimized bristle bot. It looks to me that it could move in this state indefinitely.
It seems enough to avoid a count out, but they're going to tap out.
Not enough to avoid
Save the hits. What a performance by Pipeline Punch. Came out of the gate and looked like it took quite the hit, but then after that, able to turn it around, earn redemption, stay in the tournament for now. They're going to make it to the bubble round and possibly make it to the official bracket. Painin, unfortunately, going home, but a great hit, great looking robot. If they can dial in that drive, that's going to be scary whenever we see them again.
Wonderful family team as well. I mean, the excitement, no one's going home sad after that experience.
I mean, that was a great fight. They look like they're happy with it. The branding on that team is top-notch. And, yeah, wonderful team, wonderful robot, and I'm sure we'll see him again.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of events left this year, thankfully, so there is more than ample opportunity for them to fight their way to the end of the year championship event. So, you mentioned this, Adam. Tell me, since I'm just joining you on the box, or on the desk, tell me about this bubble situation. How does this work?
So right now we're in the qualifying rounds, and what you need to do is you need to win 2 fights to get into the bracket. If you lose 2 fights, you're going home. You're not making it into the bracket.
Sure.
So the way we name these rounds, the opening round, everyone's 0-0. Then once we have 1 fight, if you've gone 1-0, you're on the cusp. You're on the cusp of making the tournament, so those are our cusp fights. But if you've gone 0-1, you could drop into the redemption fights. And if you can win your redemption fight, you head into the bubble round, the 1-1 round. If you lose your cusp fight, you head into the bubble round. And then whoever wins the bubble round makes it to 2-1, make it into the bracket. But if you lose the bubble round,
and that's
home.
the big thing here, right? It's 2 wins and you're in.
Yeah.
Like that's the thrust.
You got to get to 2.
This is just your path to get to 2 wins.
Yeah, and we were chatting earlier that you know, as you get into the bubble round, half the people in the bubble have won their redemption fight to get there. They're coming in on a high. They're on the upswing. Half the people have lost their cusp round. You know, they had a great first fight, they won, now they lost. Now they're on a bit of a downswing. This is where the mental game can come into play. Can the people who lost their cusp fight overcome that? Can the people who just won the redemption fight feed off that win? How do you fight the mental aspect of this? Yes, you have to have a good robot, you have to drive it well, you have to put it together in the pits, and you have to come in to that fight ready to win or go home.
The mental game is huge here, and what really gets interesting to me is when you have really experienced consummate professional robot builders. We've got a few on the bubble right now. We've got some big names. I think Repeater's there. Caldera's there. These are heavy-hitting robots that oftentimes soar right past the bubble. They go from the cusp straight into the bracket. So we're going to see a lot of that here relatively shortly. Are these robots that are going to continue upswings? Are they going to turn things around for themselves? What's going to happen?
Repeater and Caldera both ending up in the bubble, coming off of losses in the cusp round, is surprising.
Yeah, that's a notable thing, and we're going to find out if they can turn it around or not.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we're going to go to Cage 2. We've got a fight lining up for you there right now.
This is a hairy thing versus Trick or Beater.
I really enjoy, I don't know a better way to say it, Adam. I enjoy the vibes on both of these robots. Trick or Beater has come in with just this, I'm going to show up and do something fun, and then suddenly they're surprisingly good approach event after event. And a hairy thing, I always appreciate a pun in the box, but I think they've got a bit of the same going on. They're
5,
just trying
4,
to have a really good
3,
time in this arena,
2,
but they just happen to be good while they're doing it.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. A hairy thing stuck in the pink corner. Having some drive issues right off the bat.
Not a good start for Hairy Thing.
Oh, this is a redemption match. So both of these robots have lost their first fight. The winner here is going to go on to the bubble, be 1-1, but the loser is going to go home. Right now, the loser looks like it might be wearing a mustache.
Neither robot looks really 100% here, but certainly Trick or Beater looking a lot better as they're able to deliver these hits, and Harry Thing unable to even get out of their corner as now they're just vibrating. Another poorly optimized bristle bot here.
Yeah, those wheels just don't seem to be making contact with the ground. You can see they're spinning, but they're just not moving the robot.
Yeah, traction issues. You know, we have a painted wood floor here. It's fairly consistent event to event, but it can be a little tricky to figure out until you get dialed in what the best traction is.
Momentary lapse in movement in Trick or Beater. It just kind of sat there non-functional. I wonder if they're having problems.
Yeah, you know, as
look at the weapon, Adam. The weapon is dislodged on Trick or Beater. That is not going to be doing anything productive.
Well, that's not good.
And in fact, the weapon is now a high-centered Trick or Beater.
So now you can see those wheels spinning on Trick or Beater for sure as their weapon is elevating them. Are they going to call for the unstick? Here comes the unstick call as, you know, Harry Thing really has one-sided drive, and now they have the weapon.
The drive is back, or rather, the robot is no longer stuck on its own weapon.
Now Trick or Beater has to be careful they don't have any more unsticks. So if they get stuck again, that'll be it.
And this is tough for Trick or Beater. They are a point-and-shoot robot.
So now
look!
There they go.
Look, if it's upside down, even though that bearing system is broken, while it's upside down, it's free enough that it can spin as long as it doesn't hit the ground.
It seems like in this position, the weapon is just doesn't have enough torque to spin.
Well, you know whose weapon has a lot of power in it still is a Harry Thing, and that's exactly what Trick or Beater does.
There we go. Now Trick or Beater right side up again. Can they take advantage of the lack of mobility in Harry Thing? Can they take off the other wheel? They got 40 seconds here to show aggression, show control,
and now
show damage.
Momentary lapse of
there you go. That's what they want. Get them upside down. Get around the back. That's no.
Oh, that is a very bad spot for Trick or Beater.
Trick or Beater out of unsticks, and with 20 seconds left, they will be counted out if they can't get off that wall. They're going to try and spin up. They're going to try and
vibrate. It looks like they could do it. It's very, very close.
Painful to watch.
Oh, it's so close.
Oh, it's going to be 1 second shy of being saved by the bell. They're going to get counted out, and Harry Thing is going to get the knockout. What an end.
That, interesting. They may have just missed the call, and that may end up going to the judges.
We'll see what they say. I thought he was a second ahead, but, you know, you never know.
Yeah, we'll get some confirmation on that shortly. I'd be a little surprised with it going to the judges, but we'll find out. You know, the thing with Trick or Beater, Adam, this is, as I was starting to say, it's a point-and-shoot robot. They've got a pretty powerful weapon, and they've got a pretty powerful drive, but they're not they have a hard time being nimble in the arena.
Yep.
So they very much spin up, very careful about where they're pointing their weapon, and then they power forward really fast and try and hit.
There's so much to a robot design that even once you get the mechanicals set in, you need to spend a lot of time, for instance, tuning your drive, you know, curves. And I'm seeing a lot of twitchiness out of Trick or Beater, and that's the type of thing that you can tune in the controllers in your transmitter. It takes a lot of time, and when you don't have the exact surface you're going to be driving on at home, you might dial it in on concrete or on your hardwood floor, but then you bring it here to the painted surface, maybe it just doesn't work the same.
Yeah.
It's the type of thing you'll dial in over time at NHRL. You'll figure out all the settings and everything to get it going, but you'll see a lot of people come here that you set your robot up for speed, which is great, you want it to be fast, and then it ends up twitchy, and you get that point and shoot like you're talking about.
Right, it's very much a balancing act. Some people like it, that kind of twitchy and point and shoot. Some people want smooth all the way through. There's pros and cons. We'll see if they revise in the future. In the meantime, we've got a fight for you over in Cage 4 for a nice big bot battle. Oh, I love this. Okay, so I think we've got Battle Tots. Am I correct?
Battle Tots.
Battle Tots going up against
V1.
V1. Oh, yes, you are right. That is
Battletoads
V1.
one of my favorite robots.
Yeah.
Just a lot of fun.
I have a feeling I'm going to keep saying this throughout the day, Adam, but the vibes are good for Battletoads. They're adorable.
Yeah.
I love a good multi-bot. For those at home who might not be familiar,
4,
let's do the
3,
countdown first.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. A slow start from Battletoads.
Yeah, you could see them having trouble spinning up that horizontal bar spinner. They're actually stuck in the wall now.
Horizontal bar spinners are known to do that.
As the frog here is taking on the fight. Now they've called for the unstick for the other half of the robot.
Look at this. That is amazing.
Oh, they're going to get the unstick from their opponent, and now they might have trouble self-righting from that position. It looks like the weapon is not going to have enough torque. We'll see.
Looks like the unstick actually may have not stopped.
Yeah. Now, multi-bots do get a weight bonus here. You do have to split it evenly now, so Battletoads as a whole is heavier than V1. But of course, V1 is heavier than each half of Battletoads.
Correct, which is making the green half of Battletoads really impress me right now. It is going toe-to-toe with V1, a robot that is 50% heavier.
Yeah.
Some good sparring. Neither robot really delivering these haymakers, but little bits here and there. You can see pieces coming off of each robot. Oh, a 2-for-1. See, this is where V1 wants to lean into. Since they are heavier than either individual part, statistically, they should win most of these pushing battles. They got to make sure that they line up everything right. Look, there you go. As soon as it gets aside, it can push around the green half of Battletoads like it's not even there.
That weight advantage is huge when you're getting into these pushing battles and you're getting into spinners hitting. You know, you're just going to be able to send your opponent flying and take a lot less stress on yourself than you would hitting someone of the same size. Whereas Battletoads is going up against a larger robot, going to be putting a lot more stress on their weapon system, on their bearings, on their drives. So,
that said, the weapon system on V1 not spinning at all right now.
And Battletoads is.
I noticed early, and the drive is slowing down on V1 as well. I noticed earlier that V1 was spinning slowly, and I thought that was a strategic move. You know, maybe they don't want to hit full blast because they're hitting smaller robots. I'm starting to think that that's a technical issue. Yeah, V1 certainly not going to be counted out in its current state, but absolutely not making any headway.
Yeah, so this is an 8-pound vertical spinner going up against a 12-pound vertical spinner.
Correct.
And right now, winning. Now the thing here is, if this were to go to the judges right now, Battletoads is going to take a lot of damage because half of their robot is broken. But when I look at V1, is the entire robot broken?
Certainly half of it is entirely broken.
Yeah.
Is entirely half broken? I don't know. This is going to go to the judges, and we will get their expert opinion within just the next few minutes. Now, you did see the weapon spun up just a little on V1. It's clearly struggling, but that is going to be enough for the judges to say that the weapon has some functionality.
Yeah, I mean, is it enough to damage anything? It can't even get to the side of the arena, so like, okay, both sides of drive are working, but not even working enough to get it 5 feet. It's interesting. We'll see how the judges read it. I think the damage score is going to be a big part of that, but when you look at control and aggression, I just didn't see a lot out of V1 either. So
no, it started off well.
Yeah,
it had that, but just something faltered over the course of that match.
And these fights with multibots are really hard because when you take out half of a multibot, at that point, it really is your fight to lose. That is a huge score in damage to take out half of a robot. But wow, did V1 like not really bring it to the bell there?
Yeah, it really felt like V1 won against the black half of Battletoads, and they just lost against the green half.
Yeah. And
whether or not that's enough to sway the judges or not, we'll have to find out. But frankly, it's not a good look when it cakewalked through the black hat.
Certainly not how you want to bring the fight to an end. You know, you want to go in on a strong note to the judges, because what happens at the end of the fight is going to stick in their head. They're going to remember that. And what was the end of the fight? It was V1 being unable to move. I don't know, to be fair, it was also Battle Tots upside down trying to self-right. So no one really brought it to the judges.
There was a lot to pay attention. And remember, they have views that we don't always have as well. So,
and they can't hear us.
Thank goodness. They're
spared
spared from that fate, but you all at home have to listen to us. You can hit mute if you really want. But in the meantime, we've got a fight for you. You won't have to listen to us quite as much. Let's go to Cage 2. We've got a 3-pound match for you right now. Kill It With Fire going up against Fragment X. Kill It With Fire is a delightful flame robot.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
They have upgraded their torch.
I was going to say, we haven't been seeing a lot of reliability in flame weapons today. Just seems like a bad day, but that is going.
Yeah.
And it looks hot.
It is a small weapon, but I want to point out to the folks at home, a small blue flame can do so much more damage than a big orange fire.
Oh, this is prime.
Oh,
Can they get in position?
They've got to capitalize on this. They've got to get in there and get the flames in place and burn their opponent. Yes, that's what they need to do. That's what we like to see.
Melted. You can see the paint burning away where that torch was.
Oh, look at that. The flames right into
inside.
the... Beautiful work from Kokoto. Kill It With Fire, just barbecuing the hub motor on Fragment X.
That is not good. Lets them go at the end of the pin. Now, Kill It With Fire, very twitchy today. Having a hard time aiming. Fragment X having a hard time getting around such a big robot.
Kill It With Fire was required to add a little bit of protection to its fuel tank because they weren't in compliance with the rules earlier, and it's shifted the balance of the robot. They don't drive quite as well.
You can see they just keep flipping over with that.
Oh no, the eyeball is gone.
That is not going to be good for their, their performance.
This is a great pin and a great torching. Excellent work.
Now that's going to be building up heat inside the robot. And the thing that a lot of people don't realize is almost all the electronics inside of a robot have a heat shutoff. You know, they get too hot, they're just going to turn off. Of course, you can turn off the heat shutoff, and then they will just burst into smoke. So we'll see maybe which option happens if we keep getting more of these pins.
Now, this is really cool. This is such... Man, this is a dogfight.
Yeah.
This is a lot of great pins. You can see smoke now coming off of Fragment X. There are holes being burned in its top plate.
Yeah.
But they are not given...
I'm not seeing the flame at this point. I wonder if maybe just the weapon is blowing it out.
Yeah, that does happen. That's a very rapid spinning weapon. It's very hard to get the flame going in the face of the weapon.
Now, you know, an interesting thing that not everyone realizes, like in our heavyweight robot, our controllers get probably within 10 degrees of overheating in every fight by the end of 3 minutes. You know, we run everything very, very close to the edge. We want to get the maximum performance. If you're running maximum performance and then you get a flame right up against your controllers, that's going to change your temperature calculation.
Absolutely. It's a whole
great
different
pins
ballgame
here by Kill It With Fire.
Now, you've noticed that the weapon is continuing to not fire. It may be that flame system is no longer functional.
Yeah. I mean, you look at a flame system like that, I'm not seeing a very big tank, so it wouldn't be surprising to me if they've run out of fuel.
That is also possible, and it's tough. It only counts against them if it's damaged.
Yeah.
If it's out of fuel, that's okay. It does not count as a problem.
So running out of fuel would not be a loss of weapon. Also, it did still move, although it wasn't flaming, so they do still have some weapon function there. Drive obviously working on both robots. So damage here doesn't seem to be a big thing. You know, you're able to watch Fragment X get through without any noticeable damage from that flame. You know, a little bit of scorch marks. That's not going to count for a lot. So I think the judges primarily are going to be going off control and aggression here. And both robots very aggressive, but some great pins from Kill It With Fire. That might be what takes home the fight for them.
That's kind of how I would see this going. We're going to have to see what their scores end up being, but those were, they really were great pins. And they were pins that enabled the active weapon to work. which just really set that impression so deeply in the judges' minds.
I'm seeing in the chat on YouTube people say that that particular lighter should be able to go for 4 minutes at full power. Of course, at this point, really impossible for the judges or anyone to know exactly what happened, but theoretically it should have enough fuel to last. A very good fight. I did like the performance of Kill It With Fire a bit more. You know, when I see a spinner come in, I just want to see him land a few really big hits. I didn't see that happen. I didn't see any damage, any parts getting ripped off. Yeah, the eye came off. It's aesthetic.
Yeah, and the eyes are somewhat ablative. I think they're a known casualty of war for this robot.
I do think the eyes add a little bit to their mental game. You know, it's nice to have those eyes.
It's hard to stare down your opponent, literally look them in the eyes and murder them.
And just
I
mean, it puts you in a trance. You know, how are you supposed to fight against that?
All I can think about when I see this particular robot is that scene in Jaws where he goes, "It's cold, dead eyes. It's a doll's eyes." Like, and it's just they just stare into you in their like inhuman, absolutely Lovecraftian depths of otherworldly evil, and keep me up at night.
The eyes add a lot, I think, to the intimidation factor.
They absolutely do. So I got to ask, who else do we have on this list today that you're really excited about? We've got a lot of new robots, but we've also got a lot of really dialed up robots.
Well, yeah, in the smaller weight classes, we haven't seen Mako yet today.
Which is interesting,
And
right?
I always like to see Mako fight. You know, a true Saw Blade coming in and performing like they do just, you know, brings a smile to my face. So that one's exciting. When I look at the larger robots, personally, very excited to see Emulsifier here today.
Can't imagine why.
Yeah. Of course, you know, a little heartbroken not to be on the team, but with no more mini-bots for me to run,
sure,
not a lot for me to do. So,
I want to take a second as a kudos to Mako. This event is the event where we have had the most high tip speed weapons that we have had at any event. Mako, for those of you who don't know, runs this saw blade on their weapon, as their weapon. And the reason it works so well is they spin it up to all heavens. I mean, it is running over 400 miles an hour, which is very unusual here. Usually people don't go to 300 even. Well, people saw that, they noticed that, and they've shown up with blades that are doing the same thing. So the question is it Mako magic, or is this the secret that everyone's going to unlock to a new level of destruction?
That's the secret come out. Well, we're going to hop over to Cage 2 to see Burnt versus Updraft. We'll get back to that conversation.
Fight.
Wow! Huge hit right off the bat. That is
Updraft
amazing.
Just sent Burnt into the ceiling. And now Burnt doing the thing, requesting an unstick here as Updraft trying to self-right themselves, and does in the background. But Burnt not spinning up. Updraft kind of leaving him, maybe waiting for a tap out here. But, or are they stuck? Yeah, I think maybe they were stuck on some debris there. Now they give Burnt Marshmallow a little tip. Oh, another ceiling shot. How much more of this is Marshmallow going to take? Maybe just hoping that Updraft's weapon breaks on these big, big impacts. There's the belt off of Burnt Marshmallow. The whole front weapon assembly coming apart.
Yeah, the hub, the pulley, it's all damaged.
Oh.
But now no movement from Updraft for a moment. Perhaps they're having electronics problems as well. Oh, the entire weapon has been removed from Burnt Marshmallow. We've got a headless horseman cruising around the arena.
How are there still pieces able to come off? Everything's off and there's still parts flying around the arena.
I can't quite. Oh, wow. Burnt Marshmallow is continuing to get a beating.
And I think at this point, Updraft may leave them be. With 1 minute, 20 seconds, they're going to take the knockout. What's the record for ceiling shots in a match? Because it felt like Updraft might have been going for it.
It was, yeah, I feel like that was what they were going. This is a redemption match, folks. So one of these robots is going home. In this case, it's Burnt Marshmallow.
Updraft really earning that victory. We've seen a lot of these redemption fights. Both robots come in with a little bit of gremlins, bugs they're still trying to work out, lost their first fight and trying to fix it. But wow, Updraft looking 100% there as you see the weapon motor of Burnt Marshmallow laying on the ground. Incredible performance handed to Burnt Marshmallow, staying in that fight. They're not going up, giving up. They're not hitting the tap out. They're waiting until they can't go anymore. And that robot took hit after hit after hit, and it only stopped because it got stuck on the back. I'm sure we'll see him come back with a little bolt sticking out the backside next time so that doesn't happen again. But Updraft earning that victory, resounding victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult when you do the thing in a match, but that really wasn't their main problem there. I don't know if it was the weapon type disadvantage. The wedge on the front of Updraft is really well suited. We'll have to see, but I think, frankly, they were the type disadvantage from the get-go.
Check out Cage 4 here. We've got Grim Ripper versus Adamant Barrage.
Adamant Barrage is a robot I absolutely love. They are
5,
all killer,
4,
no filler,
3,
just
2,
Just look at that shape. I love the shape.
Fight, robots, fight.
they're such a weird-looking robot, but they can hit so hard.
It almost looks like a hand of well-manicured nails coming at you.
Right? It's coming to get you. It's got claws.
Yeah. Grim Ripper, of course, is the sort of walk-shaped robot with a horizontal sticking out the front.
This is better performance than we have seen out of Adamant Barrage.
Oh, no.
Oh, look at that!
Tangled on its own manicured nail.
Hoisted by its own petard, Adamant Barrage has its weapon encased in its own. It's a literal foot-in-mouth moment.
Grim Ripper here leaving them to request their unstick. I'm unsure if Flo's going to be able to unstick from them. There.
I believe in them, but it's really tough because what they really want.
There it is. Now, enough hits from Grim Ripper might dislodge that, but it is really stuck.
Oh, I see smoke coming off now from Adamant Barrage. They're trying real. There it is!
Hey! Able to pop it loose, and we're back in this with two fully functioning robots.
Belt is on its way out, though, Adam.
Yeah, they might have burnt up the weapon motor or the hub or the belt or something trying to get it spinning. Always got to be careful.
Adamant Barrage for the yoga move of the day?
Well, they could certainly be in for the most interesting Robot of the Day award because they sure are funky. That's going to be their second stuck position of the day. They're unable to request that in this match, and they will be counted out.
Knockout.
Now, was that a redemption fight as well? Are they going home?
That I don't know off the top of my head. We'd have to find out. I will say it's the first I've gotten to see Adamant Barrage today, and it is a massive improvement.
Oh, so that was a cusp fight. So that meant they were both 1-0, and we are going to get to see Adamant Barrage again in the bubble round, but that takes Grim Ripper into the bracket.
That is exciting for Grim Ripper. I mean,
Yeah.
Grim Ripper has shown up. They've done a good job, but rarely do we see them soar right through from the cusp to the bracket.
Yeah.
They're more of a one-in-one kind of robot historically.
They're an old school kind of design, you know, this wedge, circular shape, weapon sticking out the front there, and it's nice to see that kind of able to be made efficiently, able to be dialed in to be a performant weapon in the modern day. Going up against a funky design here, taking advantage, getting stuck twice, playing a strategic game. It's a great win for them. They can be proud of that.
It's something I really like about NHRL in particular is there are designs that have been around since the dawn of combat robotics. And some of them were dismissed out of hand as being completely impractical when the truth of the matter was people just weren't good enough at implementing them yet because they didn't have the practice. They didn't have enough events to come test them at.
And the materials, the batteries, the motors, everything we have today completely changes the game. So when you revisit these older designs now with the newer technology that we have, completely rewrites the meta on how they fit in.
Yeah, the math is different, and suddenly new robots become old robots become new again, and anything under the sun is possible. So in the meantime, before we see how they continue through the day, we've got some fight replays that we're going to go to, some good matches from earlier in the day. Let's take a look. Oh, what an incredible shot of that roofing on burnt marshmallow from updraft.
It just disappears from the frame instantly.
Just ripped the teeth out of that robot.
Yeah.
Woo. That is an incredible shot. I love our roof cams. We don't go to them as much as we used to. I think we tend to prefer the corner shots and the handy cams and everything else. But every now and then, it's just that full picture of what's going on, and what's going on is utter chaos and destruction. So I thank you for that replay, whoever in the control room decided that we needed to see that, because you were right. Oh, we've got a lot of fights coming for you today. I think this is our highest caliber of robot qualifying event that we've ever had. People are so dialed in.
Every event, it's like people get better and better and better. The robots are more and more dialed in, and scarier to watch every time.
Scary and scarier to make sure that they're safe, too.
Yeah.
But they are. We've done a good job. And in fact, I think we're ready for another fight right now. We've got Till Death going against Verticalizer. Verticalizer is this robot on the right-hand side of the screen with the two yellow pieces. It uses two vertical spinners on the end of a tail to try and swing around and smack its opponents. That's based on the Maximizer, Thagomizer style robot that you may have seen in other, it's a new twist on it, shall we say. Really interested to see how it works out. Started off as kind of a joke, and it's gotten to be a really respectable robot. However, going up against a ring spinner is a really tough matchup for that weapon system to be effective. I think they're going to lean in, at least I would lean heavily into the wedge that is on the front of Verticalizer.
Yeah. Now the tricky thing about ring spinners is, with a big shell spinner, you have one big bearing in the middle. The whole shell is kind of a little bit flexible, bends and moves on hits. With a ring spinner, you've got all your bearings out of the outer frame. They're generally smaller, and they're going to be taking all of the force of those impacts, and so it's really hard to have a ring spinner spin for 3 minutes. Let's see if they're able to dial in that durability here.
Interesting drive issues on Till Death.
And like you said, Verticalizer coming in with the wedge.
Yeah, that's the smart thing to do here. It's certainly the safe play.
I don't know if safe is the right play here, as now Verticalizer is stuck on the wall, and they might just want to...
they freed themselves.
They might want to just come out and get some big hits with those birds and see, hey, can we dislodge the ring?
Mom, I can do that too.
I'm not seeing a lot of movement out of Verticalizer's weapons.
No, they're certainly spinning a little, but it's not what I would call dangerous.
Yeah, usually you're going to hear those, you're going to see those as a blur, and that just doesn't feel right. I wonder if something happened. Or did they come in inoperable? This is Till Death's fight to lose at this point. They've just got to maintain that weapon for the duration. I think they've got this in the bag. Even better if they can get this knockout as Verticalizer no longer
look at this.
moving.
I think that Verticalizer has a big chunk of material stuck, pushing into the side, pushing into their drive, keeping them pinned.
That's a knockout. Till Death.
Knockout.
Wow.
He's going to take that one as Verticalizer came out of the square just not working.
Verticalizer's headed home.
That's going to send Verticalizer home. That is surprising to see, and what a win by Till Death. Reliability looked great. Power looked great. Maneuverability looked great. Till Death is going to be excited.
Till I got to say, I think Till Death was going in there as an underdog. This is a bit of an upset.
I would say, you know, I see a ring spinner. I see, you know, a big verticalizer with a plow on it. I'm going to say, you know, Verticalizer's going to take that one. So what a win by Till Death, coming in, spin until the end, spinning to win, and taking that one.
5, 4.
This is Prom Hedda versus Honey Bombers.
2,
Honey Bombers
1.
earlier had a very impressive win. Let's see if they can repeat that. Prom Hedda, difficult opponent.
Team Honeycracked, of course, bringing Honey Bombers. About the most excited I've seen a team here today about a new robot.
Look at
it!
Of Honey Bombers just bouncing around the arena like a flying hazard.
And it's on fire!
Yeah, that can't be good for your electronics.
Well, that does appear to be a motor controller down.
Yeah, it looks like the spinner did not like that.
I wouldn't like that either.
But the vert still going.
Both robots still very operable.
Still very mobile.
This is a new design, but it's based heavily on existing Honeycrack designs.
Wow! Roof shot from Prom Hedda.
And a intense roof shot at that. That was a big hit, Adam.
Yeah, Honey Bombers not enjoying the result of that. Prom Hedda still upside down, having trouble self-righting. Honey Bombers now taking advantage of the compromised position of Prom Hedda, but flips them back. Now they're going to contend with a fully operational Prom Hedda.
Prom Hedda is a little reserved today. I usually see a lot more rapid strikes, but I think the fact it's a multi-bot has them concerned.
It can throw you off, as a driver. You're not used to fighting multiple robots at the same time, at least not multiple large robots, and so having to make a decision of who can go after can sometimes paralyze you a little bit and make you less aggressive unintentionally.
Now, Zach is being so careful with Prom Hedda, really racking up these small but still intense hits.
Now, Honey Bomber
the weapon has gone down on Prom Hedda for a moment. No, it was just regaining its footing.
I think Honey Bombers now is just trying to make it to the bell as they are both hobbled.
Yeah, right-hand drive is done on Honey Bomber's vertical spinning half.
Now, when you have a vert and one side of drive down, it is very difficult to drive. You end up generally being able to drive backward better than forward, and that isn't very helpful when your weapon's on the front side. Now they're upside down as the weaponless horizontal of Honey Bomber tries to do anything to pin Prom Hedda. Some decent shoves here, but Prom Hedda coming right back and able to bounce him off. Going after the helpless upside down vert side now. With 10 seconds left, Prom Hedda trying to leave a strong mark going into the judges. Honey Bomber's trying to do anything to leave a positive note.
Every now and then a match comes along and I get so engrossed with it, I just can't help but be a spectator in addition to a commentator. This was one of them.
Prom Hedda spins up there, showing function at the end. Both sides of drive in, weapon working. Honey Bombers, only one side of drive on one half of the robot seems to be operational at the end there. That is going to be a resounding damage win for Prom Hedda on the judges' scorecard.
Yeah, and frankly, there was no other category in which I felt like they lost. At best, for its opponent, was parity in terms of control and aggression. So let's take a look at the replay here. But we had some big hits, and they pretty much all went to Prom Hedda. Look at that one.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, really the only negative you could say was at points in the middle of the fight, it seemed like Prom Hedda might have been a little bit hesitant, but not towards the beginning and not towards the end, as they were fairly aggressive and massive damage to the smaller robots.
Well, remember, Adam, being careful doesn't always mean that you're not aggressive, and they keep that in mind when they go to the judges. Now, that said, we are going to go over to Cage 1. We've got another big bot fight for you right now. A particularly exciting one. We have Psycho going up against Torrent. Both of these incredibly heavy-hitting robots from experienced and talented drivers.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Listen to that hum. It is deafening.
Yeah, you all at home cannot feel this, but the building is just humming. It's vibrating with these two robots. Wow! Great hit. Another great hit, weapon to weapon. Psycho's weapon is now down.
Torrent spinning so fast, they're having trouble driving.
It is a trade-off, and right now Torrent is putting all the beans in the I'ma hit harder bucket.
Oh, wow. Big hits from Torrent. Weapon still working. Psycho struggling to spin up at all.
Psycho's weapon, though, it is spinning again.
It is technically spinning.
No, it's powered, too. It's at first I thought it was being hit by Torrent and just spinning in reaction, but both of these robots are still capable of tearing their opponent in half with a good hit.
I don't know if I'd say Psycho is spinning at full speed right now, and it does seem like Torrent has stopped spinning entirely after that last exchange. You can see enough power in Psycho to lift Torrent up onto the wall. That might be all they need.
There's a really interesting sound in the box right now. It's kind of a sewing machine sound.
Torrent able to vibrate themselves off the wall, not need to use their unstick there. That could be big for them, but with their weapon down and Psycho's weapon at maybe a quarter speed here, this is going to be a driving match for the rest of the game, and Psycho's been driving better.
I mean, this is so often where Jameson wins his matches with Psycho. A couple of big hits, the opponent gets a few in, but Psycho just lasts longer.
Yeah. That's the war of attrition in combat robots, and who's able to last longer, and then who's able to take advantage if it does turn into a pushing match. You're seeing Psycho spin up, but not quite enough power here to do a lot. Still valuable to the judges to see that spinning, but would be a lot more valuable if they could deal some damage. Torrent putting up a good fight here. Great drive power in there. You can see Psycho, even though they're getting under, having a real hard time pushing Torrent around. Even getting around the side here. They're able to do it, but it's difficult. Psycho looking more controlled as Torrent drives around the arena here. I think either one really just trying to get a pin here to close it out, get a shove, a wall shove to close it out. Go in on a positive note to the judges here with 6 seconds left.
It's really tough. These robots are so matched in so many ways. At the end of the match, they're matched in damage as well, or at least closely matched. I would not want to be a judge for this fight.
It's a very tough one. You see, coming out, Torrent landing hit after hit after hit and sending Psycho flying. I mean, that's going to count for control. That's going to count for aggression. But it didn't really do a lot of damage, and at the end of the match, Torrent's going to come in with more damage, completely inoperable weapon, whereas Psycho still had some movement out of it, even if not enough to really do much damage. That is going to come down to control and aggression, and that is a tight fight.
And it's tough, too. I mean, these are robots where they are so equally matched in pushing power and drive power and traction that both of them are very capable of just sitting there at a dead stop as they try and push each other, and that makes control hard to judge.
Yeah.
Is either one in control when they're both just like locking horns in the arena?
You have to say early on with Torrent sending Psycho flying, Torrent was in control of the fight at that point. And then for the rest of it, was it a tie? And then on the damage, how big of a swing is that operational but not damaging weapon at the end for Psycho? It's really going to be hard to see how that score balances out. Is Torrent able to overcome the damage deficit with the driving and the drive power that they showed? Really, really tight fight, and we'll look forward to seeing what the result of that is after the judges weigh in.
I'm glad you're looking forward to the result. I'm just looking back on that fight. I really enjoyed that. There have been so many fights that really just feel like they are showcasing the power and capability of these robots and the drivers. I love it. Both of those robots went in and felt like they were at 9.9 out of 10
really
when
the
they
past
started.
20 minutes have just been intense action of robots coming out and showing what they can do. It's been fight after fight here.
That's a good day.
Yeah. And was this I think this must have been a cusp fight, right?
Yes, I believe that was a cusp.
So the winner's going to make it into the brackets. The loser's going to have another shot. So we're going to see both these robots again, which is great.
You're saying I get to see one of those robots do that to another robot in just a little while.
We're going to see both those robots in this tournament tonight, and well, maybe not in the bracket, but we'll see them both fight again. And there is a chance we could see them both fight each other again, depending on how this shakes out.
I'm pretty excited about that. I'm also excited about another robot we have coming up that is surprisingly in the bubble. This is a heavy hitter competitor. Oh, excuse me. I've misread. Some of these robots, I'm going to give a little knock on creativity here. Some builders really like to have the same robot in multiple weight classes with the same name and then just a little, 3 or 12 or 30. That's a situation we've got here. Still a fantastic robot, fantastic builder, but we are going to have Caldera 12 fighting for you in just a few minutes. Caldera 12, unlike its little brother, sister, robot sibling, not on the cusp. Caldera 3 is on the cusp, but we are going to have a great fight from Caldera 12 just a couple of minutes. Not even a couple of minutes. I love it when our robots are speedy like that.
Getting ready in the corners here. The Caldera 12, the horizontal spinner, Meliodas across the box. The vertical. So I was taking a look at Caldera 12. Very beautiful looking robot. Great looking carbon fiber parts. In the last event, we saw them lose one of those carbon fiber parts, but it's all new this time.
Fight, robots, fight.
Let's see if
Away we go.
Ooh, getting across the arena before Meliodas can spin up.
Ooh, that was a
But now they're spun up.
Yep.
Oh, and Caldera 12 stuck in the wall.
That
Downside of these sharp horizontals.
That is the curse from these big horizontal blades. They go right into that wood, and they don't want to come out. Ah, interesting. We got some drive issues here. The weapon's definitely spinning fine. Caldera 12 gently taking advantage of that before a unstick comes into play.
They're going to call for the unstick here, but I don't know if they were stuck. It looks to me like intermittent drive issues, some sort of controller transmitter issues. But wow, now Caldera 12
you can hear it.
Stuck against the wall. They're going to request their unstick. Now both robots will have used their unstick. Caldera 12 here coming out. Neither can afford to get stuck again. And oh, Caldera 12 immediately stuck again. Meliodas just needs to back off. If Caldera 12 can't vibrate, that's going to be the fight here.
Meliodas about to pull off an incredible upset.
Meliodas coming out, barely moving, turning around at exactly the right time to get Caldera 12 stuck twice in a row, quick succession, and pulls out the knockout victory.
Really, really impressive. You know, I'm going to robot. Well, no, we'll wait a second for me to robot nerd. But it's coming, Adam, I'm telling you. The robot nerd is coming. What an upset. They must be feeling incredible. They just punched the luckiest ticket I've seen punched here today.
What a contrast in emotion here. You know, Caldera 12 having a great fight. Quick 2 sticks in a row, losing by knockout with a fully operational robot. But for Meliodas to come out against, you know, a veteran like Team Too Hot to handle here, that was impressive, overcoming those signal drive issues, whatever they were, and timing that hit perfectly.
So I'm realizing here, maybe I was just being a little prescient, but now both Calderas are in the bubble.
Wow.
That's a shocking place to be, and not only in the bubble, but like going down into the bubble. They're going to have to turn that around to get back into the bracket.
Yeah, again, this is where the mental game comes in. You start the day, 2 wins, you're feeling good. Now 2 losses, you could go home real soon. You got to get your head around it. You got to power through it, get these robots back at 100%. And, you know, too hot to handle. Not too happy with this fight. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to be too happy coming out and having that happen. But I'm sure they'll be back strong for their bubble fights. And whoever's their opponent is going to have something to come up against.
You're going to give us something to talk about. Oh, boy. I'm just feeling this third-party excitement for Meliodas. It's really something. Oh, I promised you nerddom. We're going to go back. The microphones that we have set up in the arena, that one was set up just so that you could hear very closely the high-pitched noises that were coming out of those motors and motor controllers. You could hear them struggling against the situation they were in. It gave a really interesting readout on what was going wrong. You could hear Meliodas's weapon system was working, but it was having a hard time. It was sad. It was unhappy. And you could hear Caldera's was trying, but just didn't have the power to overcome the situation it was in and push it back to freedom. And it's amazing to me. I hope we can maybe get a sound read up one day on the screen, like an equalizer board that shows it. But as those frequencies shift around, pay attention at home as you're listening. And you can a lot of times tie those high-pitched, weird electromechanical noises that you hear in the background to what that robot is going to be able to do for the next couple of moments and even for the rest of the fight. So I don't know. I get very excited.
All the sounds here at NHRL are real. They're not dubbed in. These are actual arena microphones.
That's true.
Live.
Yeah. Even that voice of God voiceover we have, that's a real person. That's not AI.
That's all being heard.
I will forewarn you, if you are listening closely at home, wondering what those noises mean, make sure you've got the dynamic range on your sound turned down, because that could be followed closely with a immensely loud bang, boom, crash,
so
explosion, fireball.
Speaking of sounds, what does it sound like when a bubble pops? Because we've got a lot of bots here on the bubble, notable bots on the bubble. Let's take a look and see who can keep this bubble intact and make it into the tournament. Caldera 3 is pretty surprising, but Repeater, current 3-pound champion,
that's a
on the
huge
bubble
deal
tonight, might not even make it into the bracket. Jelly Baby, Cookie Crumbler, Caldera 12, Battle Tots. I mean, this list, these are veteran competitors used to winning, to going all the way, and they're stuck. They might not make it in the bracket. These next fights are going to be tense.
Listen, NHRL events at this point are getting to a competitive level where nobody is safe. You get to the point of halfway through the qualifying rounds, and you're gonna see good teams on the bubble. It's just gonna happen. You're gonna see good teams in the redemption round, but that doesn't mean the teams that are beating them out got lucky. It's just they're really, really getting good.
Yeah, they're getting good. I mean, there is of course always luck in combat robotics, but one of the things is you can make your own luck, right? You give yourself the opportunities for luck to go your way, and the more opportunities you give yourself, the more often you end up lucky. You see, a lot of good teams end up, people say they're very lucky, but they're putting themselves in situations to be lucky.
They planned ahead, they looked ahead, and they took advantages of the opportunities that were given to them.
Yeah. And we're seeing a lot of that tonight as teams are giving themselves the opportunity to win and then winning some crazy upsets, and I'm sure we'll see many more as the night goes on.
Just to hammer that home, the preparation that we have seen from robots for this event blows me out of the water. The fit, the finish. So often we have robots show up, and kudos to them. They want to try something new. They were working on it over the weekend, but they get here and, maybe it's something they've never tried before. Today, almost all the robots are like, I dialed this in at home. I've fought this 7 times before. I know that this is going to kick bot. This is going to be incredible. I'm ready to go. Why aren't you ready to go? And I know, as we're getting robots ready for the event, that if they're waiting on me and not the other way around, we're going to have a really good Saturday.
Yeah. you're seeing people show up in all weight classes with multiple clones of the robots, all ready to go, all passing safety. So they'll get blown up, and they'll just throw another one in the next fight. This type of preparation, I mean, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of energy to build multiples, let alone just build the first one. You're showing up with multiples, and each one is themed amazingly. Every robot fighting today looks amazing. We don't have any sort of aesthetic requirement here at NHRL. These are builders going out of their way.
You could be a brown rectangle every
Yeah.
fight, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But I love the creativity that's been injected.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question here. We've got, as we talked about, this mass of competitors on the bubble. I know we've seen a lot of veteran and seasoned builders on the bubble. What do you think it's like for these builders that are showing up for the first time and having to deal with this?
The emotions at a first competition are so high. I mean, everything is new, right? Everything you're doing is new, and you're going up against people who've done it dozens of times, maybe hundreds of times. And it's overwhelming to go in against these veteran opponents and win. It's overwhelming. You're going up against people you've seen on TV, and coming away with a victory is pretty wild and amazing for the people who are able to come here and do that. Yeah.
Yeah. I personally can't imagine. I've been to, obviously, many, many events. And even the first time I walked in here as an employee, as we moved into this new building, I was gobsmacked, jaw dropped. I swear I speak English. I really can. I was stunned.
You were stunned?
No, the trouble, I can't speak because I'm remembering how stunned I was when I wrote. No,
Yeah. You were speechless.
I was speechless.
Yeah.
Thank you. The level that must impact these builders when they are new, not just to the building, not just to the league, but to the sport when they're showing up for the first time.
It's fun because, I mean, everyone remembers their first competition. So my first competition with a robot was 2008 Robo Games.
Oh, wow, okay.
It was a lightweight, so it was 60 pounds, but it was a multi-bot. So we had two 30 pounds, and they were all modular. I could put a vert on them, or a wedge, or a thwack, which at the time was like wild idea. It did horribly. It lost to a wooden box with a spinning 2x4 on top.
I know those kind of things, yeah.
But but it was fun. We had a great time, and I still remember last rites sort of spinning up and everyone emptying the pits to go see it, and you still have that vibe here when the weapons come on and people want to come see the fight.
Everyone's head just perks up and they know what's going on.
And it's those emotions of a first competition are.
Well, I'm very proud to say this is far from our first competition. It's not our 5th. It's not our 10th. This is our 45th NHRL.
45 NHRLs.
Feels bonkers.
Yeah.
So many fights. I mean, this building has housed more robot fights than any other building on the planet at this point.
Yeah.
And they just keep getting better. But on the other end, it keeps getting more accessible. Frankly, we've if you haven't checked it out, the NHRL Academy is available now. That's basically it's more than just a kit. It's a whole smattering of parts, instructions, a video series on how to put them together to get you started or get someone you know started in combat robotics. We have robots here that are built from those parts that were added on to make them a competitive robot, and they're fighting here today, and they're fighting against the heroes of the people building them who have been building for 20 or 30 years. Yeah. So it's just, I'm very happy that we have not only grown to this level and come through 45 amazing events, but we've kept that ability to get started whenever it is you want to get started.
And anyone out there watching, if you get started today, maybe you can make it to NHRL 50 later this year.
The time is there. Yeah. The timing could work out. I believe that's our November event.
Yeah.
You could do it.
Currently as scheduled.
Yeah.
So, coming up in Cage 1 is going to be Synthesis 12. So that should be an exciting fight. They're going to be taking on Weather. What do you think of Synthesis 12?
Synthesis 12 is a robot that I always expect to be more of a murderer. They're well built, but they're always somehow, I always feel like they're holding back. and I don't know why that is. I think it's a driving strategy. The robot is so killer, and it's so powerful. I mean, look at this thing. This is a scary, scary robot, and yet I never feel like we're getting 10 out of 10 out of it. There's something there that's holding back, and in some robots, that would make it seem nicer. With Synthesis 30, I'm worried. It always has this little bit in reserve that feels like it could just reach out and punch me.
Oh, you know, I feel like Team Pandemonium is always tweaking these robots. Every time you see Synthesis in any weight class, it's almost entirely new. It's wild how much changes from event to event. And, of course, there's massive improvements that come with that, and then there's new little bugs that come with that each time. So we're going to see, you know, which version of Synthesis 12 is here today. Such a hard word to say.
And we have both here. We have Synthesis 12 and 30.
Yes. Yes, I believe they're both here today, and no matter what happens, I'm sure they'll put on a great show.
Well, we will find out shortly. It's such a good-looking robot, too. It looks slick. It looks well put together, and it's, you know, spoiler alert, it is. It's really well done. So
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away
fight.
we go.
Well, this is
Weather
a heck of
report.
a match to watch going on. All right.
Kyle.
We got Carrie Weaver and Weather Report taking on Corey Nason and Synthesis 12.
Now, the Weather Report Weapon Blade really struggling to spin up here.
It's been doing that all day, having a little bit of issues, a little bit of twitch.
Definitely having a hard time. Synthesis keeping its distance, doing that thing I mentioned, really kind of staying reserved, staying careful, looking for its opportunity, which it was just handed on a silver platter.
Absolutely.
It's got a strike. Oh, wow, that is quite the turnaround. Weather Report completely unsettling Synthesis 12.
Yeah, Synthesis 12 still mobile after that exchange, but that was a lot.
The weapon really reliably spinning up on Weather Report, but you can tell it's only a fraction of its possible speed. Now, Weather Report is a shuffler. It does have a weight bonus. Because it doesn't use wheels, we allow it to be a little bit heavier. But it doesn't seem to be putting that to good use. It's not able to push around its opponent very well.
No, and as we noted in their first fight, they have a lot less traction going backwards. It gives them pretty limited mobility in these situations. But right now, they're really having a tough time engaging with each other. Just the geometry of the bots making it pretty difficult for anybody to get big engagement, big hits. Nice shot there.
Little glancing blows, but it's really taking its toll.
Tap out.
Oh yeah, I can see why. They were cutting right into that back plate. There's some pretty vital components and not a lot of armor back there, so they tapped out real quick.
No, Weather Report's one of those robots where the armor is thin enough that little pieces come off instead of these big, giant impacts that rip the robot in half. And that's what we saw throughout the entire match. That robot was getting chewed away like a mouse's cheese.
Yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, look at the exposed motor for the drive right there.
Yep.
Whole lot of expensive stuff that could have gotten ripped apart. I can see why they tapped out real fast.
Very wise moment to call it quits. I don't know if Weather Report was on the bubble or a redemption arc or whatnot. We'll have to see if we'll see them again. But in any case, Synthesis 12 sailing through to fight again.
And good, it's about time. It's about time. Synthesis 12, an amazing looking robot. Just always waiting for that performance. You know the one, that performance from him.
I gotta say though, Kyle, that robot, you can still feel it. It's being handled with kid gloves.
Yeah.
There's something going on where it could strike harder, it could strike faster, and I don't know if they don't want their opponents to see that.
Yep.
I don't know if they want to keep it in reserve, and maybe they're worried about the robot breaking. I have no idea what it is, but I can tell you we have not seen the biggest hits from that robot that we will in the future.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Now, can I bring something up that I'm just a little concerned about?
Yes.
I know you guys have been doing this all morning.
Mm-hmm.
And my rational brain understands that there's no batteries in it, and there's no one controlling it, and that it's not going to turn on. But this freaks me out, man.
Even when the eyes are pointed away from you?
Yo, it's a murder machine, and we just leave it at chest height on the desk? Like, that's not okay.
Yeah. I mean, frankly, we don't generally allow these things. Like upstairs in the pits where there's a real possibility that any of those robots could be batteried up and ready to be powered, we wouldn't allow this. We would ask people to put a weapon lock or something on it. As a stage prop, about 18 inches from the safety director, we're allowing this.
Okay,
but,
fair. It's just, in my mind, I know it's not rational, but Billy is a sentient being.
Right, it knows you're here.
And it's dead in the eyes, and it's terrifying. And I worry.
Yeah, I can't blame you. Don't take its hat.
No, that's staying on. And Billy, you just stay right there until I freak out a little bit more, and then you're just going on the floor, buddy.
Yeah, we've got a box prepared for you. In the box.
How's it been going up here? You having a nice time?
Well, yeah, I think so. It's a nice break. We had a very busy morning.
Yeah.
A lot going on, and I don't know. I love being. It's soothing. It's zen at this point. Being on the desk, getting to watch these fights. I get to focus a little bit on one particular thing at a time.
Yeah.
And when that thing I get to focus on is robots blowing each other to bits.
Right.
That's a good Saturday.
And not the making it safe portion of it or the general arrangement of all of the parts and pieces. Just watching the action, man. Getting into it.
You spend all this time making sure that robots can blow each other up. I want to see them blow each other up.
Amen. And we've had some pretty good fights today. We've had some good back and forths. Some really technical driving in the 3-pound division, and a lot of just amazing go to the judge's decision. You don't know who's going to win kind of matchups there.
I've been so impressed. The 3-pounders, honestly, for a few events now have been really dialed in. I feel like this is the first event where I'm starting to see that wave of talent and preparedness sweep up into the larger weight classes.
Yep.
The 12s in particular today have just dialed up their preparation, their game faces, their practice so much.
The aesthetics, too. Like, some of those 12-pound bots look gorgeous.
There's some real slick robots here today.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we've got newcomers. And I think maybe this is the other exciting half of things. We've got newcomers showing up for the first time that look like the seasoned robots of yesteryear.
Yep.
The idea that you'd have a first-time builder or first 2 NHRL builder show up with like a neon cyberpunk underglow death machine that looks like you could purchase it as an add-on in Rocket League or something like. That didn't happen before.
Amen
and
to
we
that.
get to watch it now, and it's incredible.
Oh yeah, speaking of newcomers, this is 2 of our Eric-style robots. This is like the driving experience kind of setup where you can battle these guys out. They are, 2 pounds?
Just about. Now, these are actual competitors. We have a program here called Freestyle. This is for robots that might not make it into the full tournament or might not be ready to be in the full tournament, or maybe they just want to practice with something new. And you can enter an Eric kit immediately into a freestyle tournament and find out what it's like to fight real competitors in the 3-pound class. Now, we encourage you to learn more after a couple of events with your unmodified Eric. Maybe you throw a weapon on there. Maybe you do something else. But it's a great starting point.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can do it with the full builders here, not just as a driving experience, not just as a demo, but get the full experience start to finish of what it's like to show up an event, get through safety, do your functional checks, get ready for a fight a fight, repair in the pits, go back, do it again.
Yeah. It's cool because like kit bots traditionally, there's still a barrier to entry with them, right? You need some soldering skill or some ability to program your transmitter. You need some kind of prior knowledge in order to make most kit bots work. But the Eric is the first like fully inclusive. Literally, we put a soldering iron in the kit for you. Everything is there. Everything is ready to go with that thing. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's a wonderful place to get started, and I like to think of it as like, you know, some young dogs kind of tussling, you know, as they go through their growing things. So,
in the meantime, we've got Cage 1, Emulsifier, Kazalite, A Tale as Old as Time, 2 Flamethrowers, 1 giant spinning blade. I'm excited to see how this one goes.
I am too. I love Kazalite. We've had such wonderful flame out of these robots, and Kazalite did so well this past year. They have always been designed as a multi-bot. It's less than 20 pounds per half.
Yeah.
And last year they just couldn't get it going, so they just ran with one, and they still qualified.
They still did quite well.
They still did quite well. Now that they've got the ability to bring in both of the 2 segments that they're entitled to, this could be a whole new year for Kazalite.
Absolutely. I love this shot, by the way, because you have the ominous appearance of Peter Garnache on the other side of the cage, just lurking. He's ready to run his half. A lot of Garnaches at this event. A lot of Garnache.
Yeah. I'm being waved at by Peter. I like to think of a Garnache as like a sweet topping that you put on a cake.
Right, and really he's just the sweet topping you add to your team. You need an excellent driver to just pop in and make your match go better.
Just that little bit of extra.
Just add a little Garnache to it.
Something. You just smack it with a little Garnache.
So classy. I love the gold tape on these bots. It looks like it's 3 bots all on the same team out here. Little functionality test with everybody, making sure everything's up and running.
Now this is really interesting. Emulsifier is showing up to this fight with a new fireproofing system. We're going to find out how well it works. It was specially approved for this match and this match only. You can see it on the rear wheels, kind of that like white-looking stuff.
Yeah.
It's asbestos that doesn't kill you, essentially.
Okay.
It's not asbestos, but it's the same general idea, and they're hoping that having that fabric there will prevent those rear wheels from melting into
Gotcha. So that is a fabric, and it's basically they put it over top of that component.
They put one big screw through the middle that holds this fabric kind of guard on the side, and they are hoping that will protect them from flamethrowers.
You gotta love this team. They're always experimenting, always innovating, and it's always with really exotic materials, really interesting components.
They are one of the most materials-focused teams that we have here, and they take it to the nth degree. We have experimental spacecraft stuff. Like, the list isn't 1 or 2. It's like 5 or 6 things where people go, where did you get that? And they're like, I'm not at liberty to disclose.
I actually cannot tell you where I got this. There's like national security issues involved. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a cool team. Matt Borez, just a dialed-in driver, really meticulous guy. The bot has a very strict procedure for breakdown and put back together after each fight to make sure every component is working. Locked in is just the general state of Matt Borez.
What a contrast in the power stances.
Fight.
Yeah.
Robots fight.
Woo! Wow. Big old flame. The flame is going, at least. They've got to be careful, but, wow, there's almost a fog of war with these flamethrower robots.
Yeah, it's just so hard to see what's going on. But that weapon on Emulsifier up to speed so fast.
Look at that. Incredible.
Oh, wow.
This is some of the best flame we've had. Great pins from both of the Kazalite segments. They're doing a fantastic job keeping Emulsifier at bay. That is no easy task. You can can see the forks are starting to get torn off of one of the Kazaa lights. Oh, this is great for Kazaa light.
Yeah, this is not where Emulsifier wants to be at all.
You can see smoke coming off the tires on Emulsifier. What great driving from all of these drivers. This is an incredible barbecue for Kazaa Light. They're able to effectively keep Emulsifier up and its wheels off the ground.
Ooh, nasty.
That is going to be the end for that half of Kazaa Light. They are really struggling.
Yeah, they're just cooking the wall at this point, but they are able to get themselves back in mobile. Nice job to them.
They will not be counted out on that half, but they are in rough shape. I think, yeah, the underside of that, you're going to see a big bent fork.
Yep, the fork that was bent right under it. You're totally right. They did have some contact with the floor with the other side of the wheels, though, so they were able to move, and now that fork is out of the way.
Yeah, the robots are still functioning. We're about halfway through the match. Emulsifier is still getting barbecued, albeit a little more lightly so. Oh, cutting a huge trench in our arena floor. Now, Kazaa Light may be running low on fuel at this point.
You gotta give credit to this Kazaa Light team. They have built some durable robots. I mean, these are the biggest hits that you've seen Emulsifier put out, as big as any hits Emulsifier has put out, and they're both still pretty much functional.
These are the biggest hits we've ever seen Kazaa Light take and survive. I'm so impressed.
Look at that. Boom, boom. Both bots in the corner, both bots launched up against the wall.
I think both segments are out of fuel at this point, but they're still doing a very admirable job of controlling this match. Look at this. This is incredible. This is incredible driving from the Kazaa Light team.
And able to hold that pin and release it on time, so they got their control points. Nicely done to them. And this grind up against the wall in the last 10 seconds.
Oh, what a place to end it. You can see the tracks are coming off of Emulsifier, but it's still very mobile.
Nice shot there. Wow, up against the wall and then turn to take on the other side.
20 pounds standing toe-to-toe with a 30-pound for a pushing match in the last moments of that fight. Fantastic performance from all the competitors. Very, very well done.
One of my biggest questions coming into today is, how does Emulsifier's strategy change without multi-bots, without mini-bots, without all of those little helpers and little wedges that it's brought into the arena with it in the past? And I gotta say, there's definitely some moments in that fight where that would have been very helpful.
Yes, it's a fantastic point, and I think that's one of the things that's helped balance the multi-bot approach.
Yeah.
Historically, not only did we have a problem with the mini robots, but we had a problem with the multi-robots just not feeling like they had enough oomph to keep up.
That was a very balanced fight. That was absolutely incredible. All right, I'm excited to see some replay action from that. We had some beautiful fire.
I'm ecstatic. I cannot tell you. Look at this. The fire tornadoes that get created by Emulsifier plus a Flamethrower is the stuff that gets me out of bed in the morning.
Emulsifier threw everything it had at these robots on multiple occasions, launching them into the wall, bouncing them into the corners, multiple ricochets, and yet, at the end, both Kazaa Lights fairly functional.
Yeah, I am overwhelmingly impressed with all three drivers, all three designs. It really shows you both what a good multi-bot can do and what good, careful driving from a single robot can do against a multi-bot.
Yeah, really impressive work from both of these teams. I gotta say, that was quite the glow up for Kazaa Light. I don't think anybody expected them to take that many hits and still function, still be able to go toe-to-toe in a pushing match at the end of that matchup. Absolutely incredible. All right, so here we are, the three of us.
Yep. Yep. No, I have a hard time concentrating on anything other than the, you know, when you look at the sun accidentally for a brief moment and you get that spot in your vision.
Yeah.
That's all I've got going on right now.
Yeah, just kind of a swirl of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Big, you know, fire tornado-shaped swirl.
Really great driving from the Kazaa Light team there. That moment when the the fork got bent over one of the halves, and we thought it was high-centered. The fact that it was still able to kind of rebalance itself on those wheels and get back mobile was really impressive. Did anybody even call for an unstick in that matchup?
I don't believe so, no.
Absolutely amazing.
Oh, no, actually, I take that back. I believe Emulsifier did.
That's right, when they were stuck up against the side wall.
Yeah.
Yep.
For that to happen, for Emulsifier to call for an unstick against anyone means you're doing pretty well against Emulsifier.
Yeah.
Like, there's something to be said for that.
It kind of doesn't matter how the judges call that one. At the end of the day, everybody has to feel really good about that performance.
Absolutely
yeah.
so, yeah.
Your rankings and your judges' decisions going forward looks good.
Yeah. We will see. In the meantime, we have a little more big bot action for you. We're going to go to Cage 4 for another fight. We have Ares going up against, who do we have in the corner?
Thumb War.
Thumb War.
Two incredibly beautiful bots, very aesthetic in this weight class. I love them. Ares is from the MIT team, captained by Ryan Duarte. This bot hits like a ton of bricks. It is always in the conversation for, are they going to go home with a golden dumpster today? Are they going to qualify for the World Championships? But now they're going up against, I would say, just the most powerful horizontal spinner in this weight class right now in Thumb War. Wow, both weapons kind of really slowing down after these engagements.
I know Ares has talked about being a little more careful with their weapon, but right now it's the drive I'm worried about. The right-hand drive seems to be down entirely.
Yeah, I agree. They are just doing that pivot and dance to try to move around the box. Not ideal this early in the matchup.
Thumb War definitely spinning, but really seriously struggling to get up to what I would call a damaging speed. Everyone very cautious.
And they're just down to one thumb, by the way.
I didn't notice that they were actually thumbs up, too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love that when that happens, but Thumb War probably doesn't. Their weapon has now completely stopped.
And this is a problem they've had with this design in the past, where that weapon will get kind of tacoed after an impact like that and not be able to spin up, at least not without damaging itself, not without damaging its own frame.
Yeah, it's a soft aluminum that they've used for the chassis on Thumb War, and it's very easy for it to bend up and into the wrong positions. That said, Ares is now stuck on the wall.
Yeah, everybody's worse for the wear after these engagements right now. No one's looking like a rose or any sort of flower.
So I know Ares had a lot else on their plate. The team that brought them...
they brought a lot of bots.
They brought a lot of bots. And
I know Ryan's really focusing on his 3-pounder for this event, too.
Ares, out of the MIT Combat Robotics Club, they've got a couple of flamethrowers. They've got a couple of more traditional robots. They've got just a mountain of effort that they've been putting in. And Ares seems to have hurt from it, because that's usually a very dialed-in robot.
Yeah, that's usually the only focus of that team, and that, I mean, they got knocked out. There is no movement from that robot. If that was a living being, I would be worried about CTE or brain damage at this point, because it's just dead.
Here we go.
Wow, 30-pounders hit so hard.
Even 30-pounders that are just at the beginning of the match, haven't quite spun up all the way.
Yeah.
The forces that are at play here, we have, put it this way, we've got these arenas, right? We've got big 3/8 thick steel plates around the bottom of the arenas to help hold these robots in, and they're held in with big, like, honking bolts.
Yep. Grade 8 bolts, right?
Grade 8 bolts.
Yep.
I mean, you know, aerospace grade hardware.
Yep.
We've had to double the number of bolts.
Yeah.
And then we had to double them again.
Because they would literally pop.
They just pop.
Rip the heads off of the bolts.
Like popcorn.
Yep.
And granted, them popping off doesn't actually make a safety protocol. There's more metal behind it and everything, but it's a pain in the butt. We can't go in there after every fight and reattach the armor for our 10,000-pound arena.
No, and those holes don't really line up the right way the second time you try to put them back in.
No, it's not the
piece
same
has been
piece
warped.
of metal as you started with. So it's there really is nothing I can do to overstate the gravity and the power that is behind some of these robots.
Some of the physics when you see these hits do look cartoonish, right?
They
Like
do.
there's times where you'll see a robot weapon hit on one side of that side armor plate, and the other side of that side armor plate is what actually pops and rips off of the cage. And you're like, how did that? What transferred energy-wise?
It's like one of those Newton's cradles pendulums.
Yeah.
Essentially.
It's so amazing to see.
And what I love about it, too, and this is a huge shout-out to any event that you can, spectate that might be near you, even if it's not the big 30 pounds and 12 pounds. The physics is nuts, even on the 3-pound level.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same thing, but more bouncy. So, in the meantime, speaking of 3-pound fights, let's go to Cage 2, and we'll watch one right now.
We got Hodor taking on Poly Whip. V2 Poly Whip.
Yeah, none of that
4,
Poly Whip V1
3,
garbage.
Nobody
2,
needs that, no.
1.
This is much healthier.
Fight robots fight.
This has 40% less saturated fat.
Now, Hodor, really interesting design. It's a big old wedge with a lifter on one side of it, so they really do have some variable options with how they're going to get under their opponent and then what they're going to do when they're there.
It also has a necktie and a little heart on the back.
Well, yeah, you got to be styling and profiling.
Hodor is there's a few things we called it. I like to call them mustache robots. They've got this frilly kind of baleen on the front of the robot that makes for an incredible wedge surface and also takes a ton of punishment.
And Hodor is one of the bots that really takes on this design implementation of a fully flexible body. So all of the components are really protected by this huge mass of shock-absorbing material, which is why what looks like a relatively simple robot can take massive hits.
Yeah, if you ever had a Super Ball, like bouncy ball as a kid, just picture trying to fight that. That's what Hodor is through and through. It's a big pile of squishy, indestructible rubber that's coming to, flip you over. Now, Hodor is another robot that we had pass the NHRL dummy test. We've got new
It's
process.
an actual dummy, right?
It's an actual dummy. We have a little 3-pound stand-in robot. You have to show up and say, hey, yeah, I can fight them. And Hodor easily able to flip its opponents on its back if it wants to. The question is it going to drive that way? Is it going to take that advantage? Is it going to play it safe? And as long as we know that it can do it, now it's up to the refs to say, well, was it aggressive enough? Was it, controlling enough? Was it doing everything it could and should be doing? But now that we know it's capable of doing it, it's a very straightforward question.
Well, they've spent most of this matchup now on their head, but they finally have been now self-righted by just kind of flipping over top of Poly Whip. So, never mind. There they go again. Back to the upside-down allocation. It is suboptimal. They cannot lift their entire body this way. Wow, nice volley of hits from Poly Whip there.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of weapon engagement from Hodor, but I'm not seeing a lot of effectiveness. I don't know if it's not quick enough. I don't know if the weapon's not working properly. It's sometimes able to lift its opponent a little bit, but we're not seeing those kind of like flips onto its side or back that we know it's capable of.
All right, that was a beautiful job by both of these competitors. Really interesting robot in Hodor. Very classic robot when you're talking about Poly Whip 2. By the way, I was over at their pit desk in the break today getting pickles, and they were delicious. D, who's on that team, makes really nice pickles. Highly recommend you go buy them. It's D's Garden to Table is the name of the pickle shop. You can order them online. Yeah, it's quite nice. So, you know, little plug there. I don't get anything out of this deal except pickles.
I actually hate pickles, and we'll get back to that in a second. But I'm going to break this pickle conversation that I'm deeply uncomfortable with something that you, I think, are going to be deeply shocked by.
Yeah.
We have breaking news coming in.
It's weird news.
It's weird news. In probably the biggest upset of the last few events, at least.
Yep.
By judge's decision, your winner in the last 30-pound match with Kazaa Light and Emulsifier was Kazaa Light taking home the win.
And qualifying for the bracket.
Qualifying for the bracket. That is incredible. I mean, they certainly earned it.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
sending Emulsifier to the bubble?
Reigning defending champion now on the bubble.
Reigning defending how many time champion?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have enough fingers anymore.
The bot in the 30-pound weight class to beat every single tournament, every single event. And, like, that is amazing. Kazaa Light is a great bot. They have to date been like a gatekeeper robot, right? If you can get past Kazaa Light, you're doing okay.
Right.
You're going to make it. You're probably going to be in the Final Four if you can get past a Kazaa Light. Taking out Emulsifier.
All bets are off.
With judge's decision, that's incredible.
That robot is so much more durable than it's ever been. It's so... the driving has evolved so much. The fire is so formidable. I think this is the year for Kazaa Light.
Well, we'll let you guys digest that news and figure out if that's the case. But in the meantime, let's head over to Cage 4. We have got Phenomenon right over there in the pink corner. And who's this in the blue?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Aethon.
I believe it is Aethon, yeah.
Aethon. Great name.
Yeah, it's cute. I like it.
So Phenomenon having an interesting day today. Brandon told me earlier that he's having some real issues with his weapon blade on these hub motors that he's designed for the system.
I heard about this secondhand, actually. It's a little bit of a talk of the pits.
And, you know, as I told him, that is not very Maryland of you to have issues with your hub motors. That's what they do, right? Tracks and hubs, that's the whole kind of Maryland vibe
That's
these
where
days.
it's been going, yeah.
3, 2.
Well, we'll see if it continues in this match right now.
Fight.
Brandon, of course, a very measured and strategic driver, and we can see that already. He's off to a methodical start. Look at the intense forks on the front of Aethon. They're completely out-forking
that's the
Phenomenon.
pin, and they're going to come down with it. Can they reach from those forks kind of going in? Will they be able to actually hit? No, he's still waiting to pick a shot. There he goes. Nice tap onto the side armor of Phenomenon.
Phenomenon is running some extra armor on the top, if you notice. So it's a little beefed up. And they may, I can't tell, they may have even removed their self-rider. Aethon now on its back. Phenomenon's really got to take advantage of that and doesn't get a chance.
Oh, yeah, Phenomenon is not running their self-rider. They're running the lifting arm.
Right. Oh, there is that weapon. That free extra life that Phenomenon has is completely torn off. I like to think this might be something that I taught Brandon Bennett Young, but these armor packages are held on by very small bolts. And the idea is that they can get smacked and they get torn off. The bolt breaks instead of your robot.
That's much better.
But it means that you only get 1 or 2 shots out of it before the bolts break. It's a warning to you that, like, you need to up your game and not let it happen again, because if you do, you're dead. Sparks are starting to shoot out of the front of Phenomenon. Something is wrong with the bearing on its weapon. We've seen this before on Phenomenon, and its entire weapon was ejected. Or that may have been Vorion, but a very similar robot design from Brandon Bennett Young and Bone Dead Robotics. Great pin from Phenomenon on Aethon. The pin is released in time. A belt has dropped from Aethon, I believe.
Yeah, that looks like the weapon belt.
I don't know, Kyle. I think it's the secondary wheel on the left side of Aethon.
You're right. Yep, I think you're right.
The whole wheel is gone, and with it, the belt has been dislodged as well.
But we don't have spin up on that weapon on Aethon. There's no motion out of it other than the arm flailing.
It tried to twitch just a little bit ago. It moved for a moment, and then the driver seemed to give up. It can still function as a hammer, which will still get it points, but it's not going to win from damage with the way this fight is going. That said, neither is Phenomenon. Their weapon has not spun in quite a while. We're coming down on the last 10 seconds. This is going to be a judge's decision. Oh, interesting spot to leave Aethon there, not moving at all. Dead in the water in the center of cage 4 is not a good look going into a judge's decision.
Aethon is, this is their first time at NHRL. It's brought out here by David Lee from Los Angeles, California. Big old trip to have to face Phenomenon. All right, so let's quickly hop over to cage 2 where we have Repeater taking on Catch 22. So this is a bubble matchup for Repeater. They are the 2024 World Champion, and they are on the bubble for this event. They may not even make it into the bracket. Peter's being silly, but you could tell he's a little worried about it.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away
fight.
we go. Repeater is such a fun robot, and it hits so hard for a multi-bot, for any robot, frankly. Very strategic driving, taking both sides of Catch 22. The weapon is completely destroyed on Catch 22. This is now Repeater's match to win.
Yeah, wow, look at how much damage has been done to that weapon. What
Yeah, and
material
it's
was
only
that
getting
made
more
out of?
intense. Chunks of carbon fiber, weapon belts, hubs. The wheels have now been ejected.
Tap out.
Look at that motor just sitting askew there.
Kyle.
The wheels out.
Kyle, have you ever boned a fish?
Yeah.
That is what we just saw here. That was just the most graphic robot deboning experience.
Well, don't stand up about it or anything, Peter, but you did just advance to the bracket after that win, so nicely done.
That's a lot.
Ridiculous. That was done so handedly.
We've got a lot of Garnaches at this event, but also Peter brought a lot of robots to this event.
I got to see more of that Carnage. Let's go back to that fight, see if we can get the instant replay going. You can see already the weapon is destroyed, and Repeater doesn't let up. They keep hitting, and after just a few of those, the guts start to spill out. You can see the whole weapon is tacoed. It's starting to come dislodged. You pull apart the top and the bottom carbon fiber later, and more parts start to spill out. One more hit. Looks like we're going to cut away from it, but one more hit, and that wheel and motor assembly was ejected.
Yep.
There it is.
Bye-bye.
There it is. That's it.
And I never would have described that as boning a fish, but that is a very apt description of what happened.
It is,
there.
isn't it?
The entire structure just came apart. All of the insides were now on the outside.
It's all, yeah, it's all like connected by sinew and stuff in the middle of the robot. And all you got to do is just tear on the right axes.
Everything pops.
Everything pops out.
Ugh, yucky. I can also tell you didn't get lunch today because you're talking about tacos and fish and all the kinds of stuff, so you must be hungry.
Well, pickles and I could say the same to you, good sir.
Fair. I did skip lunch today. What are you going to do?
Thank you for joining us here at NHRL for our March qualifying event.
Yep.
We are having such a good day. So many incredible robots. We're working our way through the qualifying rounds, trying to populate the bracket that we work our way through to get through the finals at the end of the day in our prime time showcase.
Yep.
For now, we have still some of the best robots from around the world fighting it out to see who's going to get a chance to take home a golden dumpster and a big cash prize.
Now, if you're wondering how this bracket system works and how the finals works, let's go ahead and check out this beautiful how to qualify description. So we've got our opening rounds, which will either send you to the cusp or the redemption rounds, depending on if you won your first fight. If you do win your first fight, then you go on to your next fight and you might be in the bubble. That means that you've lost one and you've won one. But if you win that bubble round, you can then advance to the actual tournament. If you lose your first fight, you still have a chance in the redemption rounds. You have to win that second fight and then win your bubble fight in order to advance to the tournament. If you lose twice, you're out.
Well, I got to say, I'm pretty engaged. I love this new framing, understanding who is facing down what level of stakes as the matches go along. Really, I think, dials up the drama. I've noticed even the competitors seem to think of this.
Yep.
Like, a lot of them never thought, I'm on the bubble. Like, yeah, they know, like, I can't lose this fight. But giving them this, like, idea that, like, they're on something as ethereal as the film of a bubble, and that is all that keeps them from being sent home, I think we might be getting to their nerves today, Kyle.
Absolutely. Well, speaking about people who are on the bubble, there is a cusp fight coming up in Cage 1. This is somebody who's fighting to get onto the bubble.
I do enjoy the cusp fights, too. I think we see some of our most interesting redemption arcs start right here. It's also really fun. We talked earlier with Adam about the mental game that you play here.
Yeah.
But the role that you can get on coming out of a cusp fight, winning, then going through a bubble fight, winning, then going into a bracket fight, winning, like that momentum can really feel like it's following you throughout the day. And yeah, it's not quantifiable. We can't say exactly how much it's worth, but it feels like it's making a difference to the competitors, which shows up in their driving.
So both of these bots won their early matchup for the day. If you win this, you're good to go. You've advanced. If you lose, you get one more shot. Two very different styles of robot.
I think the other reason that I really love these redemption, sorry, this is a cusp fight, but one of the reasons I really love both the cusp and the redemption fights is the stakes are dramatic on each end of the spectrum. In the cusp fights, you've got nothing to lose. Lay it on the table. Do every wacky thing you want to do, because you're not going to get another chance to do that at this event.
Yeah.
In the redemption fights,
5, 4.
leave it all on the
3,
table. You got to
2,
win.
1.
Fight, robots,
nothing.
fight.
All right, Synthesis 30 taking it slow, really just getting themselves positioned for the first impact. I don't know if they want to go weapon to weapon until they're all the way spun up with that tiny little ball of kinetic energy at the end of Hades.
Hades is one of those robots that needs some sustained bite to be able to do a lot of damage most of the time. I don't know if it's going to find it on Synthesis 30.
Yeah, not unless they can get to that back plate. There's really just nowhere to get a good purchase except the weapon.
This is what they need to do. You see that moment when Synthesis 30 jumps back as a reaction? Hades needs to make that happen, and they need to jump on it. Get under the robot before, right now.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly what they just did. Get under that robot for another couple shots before Synthesis 30 has a chance to regroup.
That's the only advantage they're going to be able to get with a weapon like Synthesis 30s. Oh, nasty.
There it is again. And of course, that's easier said than done. Hades is going to go flying too with a lot of these Synthesis 30 impacts.
Now, what do you think about the strategy of using good old-fashioned Coulson wheels on a robot at this point in combat robotics?
I'm not opposed to it at all. If you have the weight to put to it, it's really just a question of the weight. They're good, they're grippy, they're durable, and if your design is like Hades and you can put that weight into something that you know is going to be reliable, do it. Ooh,
nice
excellent
shot.
work. Oh, interesting. Hades having Synthesis stuck in the corner. They're now having drive issues on Synthesis. This is fantastic work from Hades. They are being very smart about how they approach their opponent.
I gotta say, this has been a pretty well-driven match from Tomás, from the team from Ecuador. Very measured, very thoughtful. And that is hard to be when you're going up a weapon as large and as intimidating as the one on Synthesis 30. Nice hit there.
Wow, big old hit. Right into the polycarb. Oh, and Synthesis 30 stuck for the last couple seconds of the match before being freed. Bravo to both competitors. I'm very impressed with that showing from Hades.
Yeah, excellent job. Lots of support from his teammates there. He had a clear strategy, take it slow, make sure that you're getting those perfect weapon-to-weapon impacts. Keep your weapon speed at a consistent and keep your drive consistent so you're not just running into that weapon and getting popped into the air. And he executed it beautifully.
I think I saw it though. In a minute, but I literally just drove over to the door. I saw it, yeah. Yep, yeah. I'll let him know.
All right, there you see Corey talking to head official Jim Haney, trying to explain that he is still mobile and that the judges need to be made aware of that. Functionality at the end of a fight is an important thing for the judges to know so they can make their appropriate decisions. All right, so they are making this cage safe, getting these bots ready to take them upstairs and await their judge's decision. In the meantime, we are going to go to another bubble fight in Cage 2, where I do believe Caldera, a favorite for this tournament, is on the bubble, looking to possibly go home after this matchup.
Glenn Boxall's Caldera is looking fierce as always. This is one of the most strategically driven and effective horizontal spinners. And man, they will not have a walk in the park ahead of them. Colonel Panic is a terrifying robot, honestly. It has a ton of potential to knock the socks off of Caldera if it's driven well, and we're going to find out if that's going to happen in just a few seconds.
Such an interesting weapon design on Colonel Panic, and I will say that the drive strategy is quite thoughtful. They keep it very paced. The hits are grinding. They're not roof shots. But they're going up against a lot of driving experience in Glenn Boxall and Caldera.
Now, here's what's going to be interesting. Colonel Panic uses a flywheel to basically counteract all these like fancy forces that happen with the weapon on their robot.
Yep.
And that means that Colonel Panic is just physically capable of driving more precisely than the vast majority of robots with a similar design.
Yep.
It should be way more mobile, and it will make it much tougher for Caldera 12 to get a good angle for their hits compared to some other vertical spinners.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
See Glenn hyping himself up, ready for this fight, and he knows this is not going to be a walk in the park. Excellent work with Glenn there, getting around to the side of Colonel Panic. There you go, ripping chunks off. That's exactly what he needs to do, and keep that momentum going. Look at that armor plate starting to dangle on the front of Colonel Panic there.
Yeah, it is being pried loose, but that is part of the purpose of armor. Better your armor than your motors or your batteries.
It's gone now. No more armor package on that left side of Colonel Panic. This is just a slow dismantling. Will Glenn and Caldera work that side until they can cut all the way through that front plate?
And it's a question, too, can Caldera hold up?
Beautiful hits there, and you can see just a stop on Colonel Panic every single time it makes contact with that weapon on Caldera.
Yeah, the front left on that drive really suffering. It can still drive in a straight line. Both sides are working, but barely. Caldera unsettled, but Colonel Panic unable to capitalize on the moment.
I think that's the problem. This pace is just now going to be dictated by these hits that Caldera is putting out. It's going to take a miracle for Colonel Panic to really recontrol this matchup. Nice shot there. A very strategic dogfight style driving match. Both opponents trying to get to the side, get the proper angles. Caldera just has a much wider weapon base.
Man, I had no idea. Look at the debris in the arena, Kyle. This shot really shows it off. Those are robot pieces. That's arena pieces. Kick plate pieces. It's really adding up.
Look at how limited the mobility is on Colonel Panic. They're not getting counted out, but they certainly are having a hard time translating across the arena for this matchup. Glenn knows that we're down to the last 35 seconds of this matchup. He's going to take it easy.
He's playing it safe. Probably a good move on his part.
He still has to be aggressive. He still has to show control, but he doesn't necessarily need to waste his weapon or possibly damage himself by going in for big hits. So he can just collect those points in whatever form he sees fit. This nice little pin is a great way to do it safely. At this point, without a massive mistake or unexpected circumstance, Glenn can win this matchup just by being measured and thoughtful. And there you see the experience on play. Glenn Boxall taking those control points at the end, assuring himself a judge's victory. Obviously, we have to wait for the official word, but chances are very good that he has now gotten past this bubble matchup and will be advancing to the actual bracket. Big fan of Glenn Boxall around here. Always willing to help out fellow competitors up in the pits, but when it comes down to the cage, an absolutely meticulous and vicious driver. All right, so joining me at the desk, we've got Sam Hansen. Sam?
Hello.
How you doing today, bud?
I'm doing pretty good, Kyle.
So we're just hanging out up here with Billy.
Yeah, it's nice. Good company. I wish I brought my hat as well.
I kind of don't agree about the good company. He makes me a little bit nervous, but you know, it is what it is.
It's because his backside is facing us.
No, any side of Billy is not a safe side.
Yeah, I guess with that blade, it could get you from anywhere.
The dead eyes.
Some pretty good fights today.
Wonderful fights today, absolutely. Kazal Light upsetting the reigning and defending champ, come on.
Well, not quite reigning and defending.
True, but
two-time
champ,
yeah.
Yep.
Amazing fight. I was expecting a bunch of roof shots and was absolutely surprised by how well Kazal was able to hold up for the entire match, and their coordinated pins, that one was incredible.
Yeah, and there were definitely some points in that matchup where you could see where the mini-bots and the multi-bots and that original strategy for Emulsifier would have come in very handy. But not having those tools in the tool belt anymore, there was a little bit of an adjustment that had to be made.
Yeah, it must be hard to have to worry about 2 flames, you know, and without the mini-bots to kind of play guard, to block, and to get some high centers in.
And we are used to seeing in an emulsifier fight a lot of chaos in the arena, right? But in that particular case, you kind of had like a fog of war of too much fire. You couldn't really see what you were doing. You couldn't see what they were doing. You needed sunglasses to kind of get through that matchup in a lot of ways.
Very cool stuff. I'm excited to see Kazaa get those repairs in and see what they can do next.
Yeah, it's definitely a case of did Kazaa win the fight? Because if you look at both bots after the fight, Kazaa did not look great.
No.
But they won the judge's decision fair and square that they had the control points. They were really able to get a lot of good damage in there with those pins and flames directly into the bottom chassis. Pretty impressive stuff.
And Emulsifier needed to get a more severe category of damage, I think, against Kazaa. So their drive was functioning the whole time, pretty much on both robots. Yep. The flames were going until they ran out of gas.
The biggest damage they really had was to the fork setups. The fork setups were really bent out of shape and very difficult to use towards the end, but they were still able to win some pushing matches, or at least go toe-to-toe in some pushing matches.
As far as our damage rubric goes, fork damage is pretty low. As far as like drive damage, weapon damage, or structural damage to your frame.
Yeah, any kind of extra piece like that or added piece like that is a lower point score on the rubric for any kind of damage to your robot. I wouldn't say it's insignificant. You could definitely win a fight by damaging a fork, but you're much more likely to win a fight by damaging a drive system.
Especially, I mean, if you can only win damage by just fork damage, or you can only win the fight with just fork damage if you also have control or aggression, and Kazaa definitely took both of those categories.
All right, so speaking of unique ways to damage your robot, we are now going into Cage 2. This is Pipeline Punch down in the blue corner, and over there in the pink square, you've got Buffalo Wings. I love this robot.
Me too, Kyle.
It is capable of some of the strangest damage that we could see here today. Those are 2 glow plugs on those arms. They burn at incredibly high temperatures, and when he is able to get the pin, he then delivers those 2 glow plugs into the top or side armor of his opponents and burns away. It's a surprising amount of flame he's able to get out of some of these opponents.
And I really like his posture. He's kind of in like a tarantula threat stance, you know? Just like ready to strike with those arms up.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ground game is going to be super important in this fight. Both of these bots have some pretty long forks. Looks like Buffalo Wings is underneath Pipeline Punch here, trying to get those hot glowing stickers in.
Pipeline Punch able to move a lot faster on the straightaway with that wheel locomotion. But Buffalo Wings is a shuffler style robot that gives them a little bit of extra weight for this kind of articulated glow plug weapon. This is the second iteration of this design by Eli Davis, the original being Hot Wings, which is a side attack robot. This is this interesting kind of angled attack. Tarantula stance is a great way of describing it.
Yeah, and I think that angled approach makes a lot of sense because you can get more top plate action, and top plates are generally a lot thinner than folks' side armor. But, Kyle, side armor tends to be more TPU, which is definitely easier to poke through with a hot skewer than it is like a carbon fiber plate.
Look at the burns on the plywood right now, just melting away. And the arms aren't working, so an unstick has been called for.
I can see one of those maybe both glow plugs are pretty bent.
Oh yeah, you're right. They're both pointed downwards.
Now is one is all the way off on that left. Nope, still there. Just fish hooked now.
Yeah, it's a question as to whether or not charge is still going through those and thus heat.
I doubt it. Glow plugs are pretty fragile.
Nice pin, and still not able to get those arms moving. So just have to rely on the control and aggression points with these pins.
It looks like Eli and JMO are frantically doing something with their radios. Looks like they have a trainer cable between the two, so they can both be on the pretty much the same setup on 2 different radios. I wonder if that is what's causing the arms not to be able to go down.
Oh, bad position to be in if you're Eli Davis and Buffalo Wings right now. That's just a lot of exposed top plate facing the weapon. A Pipeline Punch. Pipeline Punch is backing off and letting them get it counted out. A mercy, if you will.
Knockout.
There we go. Pipeline Punch getting the knockout. I'd call that a bit of an upset, to be fair. Ian Talbert and Pipeline Punch relatively new to this event. Overall record of 1-1 before this tournament.
If you can free me, I can drive back.
Ian came all the way from Indiana.
Not bad.
I think one of my receivers crapped out.
Sounds like one of the receivers did fail in that matchup, which is probably why the arms were not functional. Really necessary for self-righting and obviously to deliver the weapon. So that was a challenging situation for Eli Davis to be put in that fight.
How do you feel about running 2 receivers, Kyle? Like 1 for your weapon, 1 for your drive?
It's a pretty common practice. I think it's a really good idea, especially if you have a good relationship and good communication with the person that you're kind of co-driving with. You see a lot of teams implement that successfully. I'm more impressed when people can just kind of manage all those different aspects of their robot individually.
Yeah.
But I totally understand the reasoning behind wanting that extra functionality from some other person. If you can just focus on driving and delivering pins and let somebody else worry about the right moment to deliver the weapon, it's kind of a good situation to be in.
Yeah, I think so. The redundancy of having multiple receivers as well can be beneficial. It can also cause your weapon to go down if one goes down. But if they were on the same receiver for drive and weapon, they would be.
So are you saying mo receivers, mo problems?
I guess, yes. All right. I'm loving this new ticker that we got going on down there. And of note, Synthesis 30 was defeated by Hades out of the Ecuadorian team.
Bunch of upsets today. I can say anybody who made a bracket before this event is pretty busted, and we haven't even gotten into the bracket yet. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. So, team from Ecuador having a very good day.
And they brought a good bit of robots, too.
Yeah.
And they seem like they're taking this very serious, and it's awesome to see that team come up like this.
Yeah, shades of Brazil in a lot of ways. The types of robots that they're building, the way that they're competing.
Drums.
Yep, dense, big old thick honking drums. Really cool to see them come here and bring their kind of ecosystem of combat robotics into this NHRL environment and see how it plays out. But they've been very successful today. It's really cool to see.
I'm so curious, is like the scene in Ecuador just a high tier scene where the robots that are coming out of it are at this Hades level, or is this team just like the top
like the pinnacle
tier?
of that?
Yeah.
Always hard to see. I think that's one of the things that surprises us when people come from countries like Brazil is there's like, we'll see a mid-tier team from Brazil come here, and because the environment is so different and the bots are so different, they seem like a top-notch competitor to us. And then we hear from Brazil like, oh no, they're kind of middle of the pack actually. We've got some people that are like levels above what they can do. And you know, we've seen now kind of the entire gamut of what that country has to offer. So it's cool to see another kind of combat robotics environment coming to us and showing what they can do. It's really
awesome.
neat. Yep.
That's awesome.
All right. Let's go to Cage 2. So we've got Jelly Baby fighting Till Death. I love both of these robots. Very different styles of robot. Till Death is this round kind of
A ring spinner.
Rare for this weight class. And Jelly Baby is a fully flexible lifter bot. She can take so many lickings and keep on ticking. Just known for taking damage, and one of the most knockout capable control bots in the game. She's got 6 knockouts.
6 with just a
career
servo
knockouts
lifter.
with a servo lifter, just because of how good of a driver she is.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing bot. You gotta love it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Yeah, it's a funny way to put it. With a servo lifter? Yeah, dude, with a servo.
Till death, a ring spinner. A very tough design to get right.
See that little poppy flip that she's got there?
Yeah, they're snappy.
It's a knockout uppercut, dude.
She saluted that. The benefit of taking on the complication of a ring spinner is invertibility, for sure. Most full body spinners have to rely on some sort of mast to self-right, whereas ring spinners like Till Death, they can just work upside down.
Yeah, there's a few ways to really generate the spin on a ring spinner, and none of them are easy. They're all pretty complicated mechanisms to get right. So much aggression out of Jelly Baby, getting these really great pins. You have the flexible forks on the outside, really able to help corral, and then the bots get lifted on those metal forks towards the center. Giving plenty of purchase to get these big old pops with that servo lifter.
Let's see one. Come on, Paige.
Yeah. Which is great. What a great way to kind of get out of the pin on time, too, by getting these flips. Nice landing there, and that is why this is a 6-time knockout bot. It gets these bots in these compromising positions up in the corner. The pins turn into really unfortunate positioning on the sidewalls. There we go. The self-right was called. There's 58 seconds left in this matchup. More than enough time to put them back in that position.
So, Till Death called for an unstick there, I'm assuming.
They did, and then Jelly Baby came in and took them off the wall anyway, because the unstick was called for, right? That's it. You don't get one more after that. You may as well get in and get more points if the unstick gets called for. Because if they can get them up against the wall and put them in that position again, it's a knockout.
Which she totally can.
I don't know, running out of time now, 27 seconds left, and it looks like the left side of the drive is really struggling on Jelly Baby. This one might go to the judges, but either way, sitting pretty with that judge's decision at this point in the matchup. Yeah, and Jelly Baby is so, well, there we go. That's how we're gonna end the matchup, going to the judges. 1 second left. So not able to get the knockout, but I think anybody going into a judge's decision wants to end it like that. Your opponent's on the side rail, unable to move, stuck in the corner with the house bot, and already used their unstick for the match.
Yeah, it seemed like her drive side issues were pretty intermittent as well. Kind of got restored after that hit, so I think she's got this one in the bag.
So Josh Kubiak with Till Death. He's from Somerville, Massachusetts. Paige Clayfield from Aberdeen, Maryland. One of the many, 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 many folks from Maryland here.
Yeah, good bunch.
With the nigh indestructible Jelly Baby. They've lost one matchup today, putting them on the bubble, and it was straight up an ESC issue. It just died during the matchup. She said that she revved up the drive a little bit too fast and killed the ESC.
Huh.
And was not able to finish that matchup against Jackalope. So now officially, I guess, qualified for the tournament.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the JD, but we can assume that she's
It's a
in the
fairly safe assumption at that point. Till Death, great robot, but just a tough matchup for them in general, and they spent so much time upside down. Their weapon had no effect on Jelly Baby upside down at all.
Because the tooth profile totally shifts when you're upside down with a ring spinner. No, I'm wrong, Kyle.
Yeah.
I'm wrong, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so speaking of the bubble, we do have some very interesting bubble stories developing. So here in round 3, still on the bubble, 1-1, we've got Caldera. Returning champion repeater. Jelly Baby just got probably off the bubble. Cookie Crumbler on the bubble. Grim Ripper on the bubble. Battle Tots on the bubble. And Donald Sung's Torrent also on the bubble. That means they have a chance of either being advanced or eliminated in their next matchup. We'll find out how Jelly Baby sits on that bubble after this judge's decision. I'd say it's a fairly safe bet if you're a betting person. Odds are on Jelly Baby. All right, so that's quite a few big names in that kind of precarious situation there.
Repeater stands out to me as the reigning champ and all.
Yeah, and also just a beautifully driven bot. You know, the kind of multi-bot configuration at the weight class, at the 3-pound weight class, was not taken seriously. I'd say right up until Wake and Bake. Wake and Bake was the first kind of multi-bot in that 3-pound weight class that was feared, looked at as a true competitor, looked at as somebody that could really play the game. Peter Garnache takes that to a whole new level. Repeater is just a devastating machine. There's no like, oh, there's an asterisk next to it because they're a multi-bot configuration. It's so hard to fight them. 2 of the best drivers in the game and 2 really hard-hitting weapons that are fully competitive at the 3-pound weight class, yet those bots are, what, 2 pounds each, a pound and a half
each? Yeah. They're built well, they're dense, they're tough as nails, and they're driven super well. And I think that driving aspect is what made them such a success.
Absolutely, yeah. Very coordinated driving between that team, and they are able to really deliver the weapons without damaging each other. Very few friendly fire hits with those bots.
Yeah. And dense, well-built bots get beaten all the time.
Yep.
Well-driven, dense, well-built bots don't necessarily get beaten that easily.
All right, so we are now heading over to Cage 2. I love both of these robots. This is Injection versus Updraft. Injection, probably one of the oddly most technologically advanced robots here today for absolutely no good reason. I love Pearl. Pearl Gray, the designer and builder of this bot Injection, has put so much technology into things like, I want to be able to drive it on a Steam Deck. I want to be able to hook it up to a haptic response vest that will cause me pain when I'm getting hit by the other bot. Just so many interesting innovations that like may not show up in the cage per se, but like every other builder looks at it and goes, A, why, and B, how?
Well, the why is easy.
5.
Because they
awesome.
can.
Yeah, because it's awesome.
The how is the hard part.
Fight, robots, fight.
Nice pop there from Updraft.
All right, there's a rev up. I was worried about that slow spin speed.
So Updraft is one of the bots here today from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Michael Del Duca, and it's a great bot. That weapon gets up super fast. His driving style is a little frantic, and I like it.
Not seeing much out of Injection, though.
No
strikes with that hammer saw.
No, the weapon's really struggling. Oh, got a lot of movement out of the arm now, so still able to hammer. Just not a lot of spin out of that weapon, which was clocking in at 370 miles per hour during safety yesterday.
Sheesh. And that thin front armor is just getting stripped away. Looks like some spring steel.
Nice hit there from Updraft. Yeah, look at all of that armor.
Just
the fork is gone.
Whittled away.
It's hanging on by a actual thread now at this point. And we still haven't seen weapon functionality other than the arm from Injection. Now you could still score points by hammering down on your opponent, but if that weapon's at full speed on updraft, that's a pretty dicey proposition to throw your weapon into that. Once again, nice, just straight in attack from updraft. Classic driving. Come in for your hit, back away, come back in. And that left side of the armor gone. Right side of the armor is still barely hanging on underneath the robot at this point. High centering part of it. Look at that.
Updraft just staying consistent, spinning, hitting. And now it looks like they might be stuck. Oh.
Yep, they got a little stuck under the side rail there, but able to move again. Injection able to move after shaking themselves a little bit loose. The arm, to Pearl's credit, has been functional the entire time, just not able to get that hub weapon up to speed.
Well, there's a lot of exposed wires that go to that motor at the end of the hammer saw arm.
Yeah.
I wonder if that caused them some issues.
Something got rapidly desoldered. Something.
Or yanked by a beater bar or something.
Wait, can I drive it to over here? Yeah, I just like okay, so may I
Both bots showing functionality. Getting arm and a little bit of movement out of Injector. Injection and updraft. Still fully functional. Looks like everything's going great for Michael. Always great to have teams here from our neighbors to the north. An excellent showing from the Toronto-based team.
You been to Toronto recently?
Not recently, no.
No, me neither.
Not in a while. I like Toronto, though.
Yeah.
It's a nice town. A lot of stuff's being filmed up there now. They got the good tax credits, you know.
Makes sense. Looks like a city and all.
Looks like a beautiful city. You can place your superhero in it or whatever you want. It's nice. But yeah, I'd say that Updraft had a really good showing there. Really nice for them.
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed about Injection.
I know, it's a cool robot.
I was hoping to see the hammer saw get injected into Updraft.
Pearl has different goals, right? Winning is not necessarily top of the list for Pearl. I'm not saying Pearl doesn't want to win, but like the levels are try something new.
Yeah.
Make this control module work. Get this weapon system to deliver properly, right? There's levels of things that Pearl wants to do. Winning is would be a nice bonus for Pearl.
I wonder where hammer saw working falls on that.
Most of the day, the hammer saw has been very effective.
Fair.
You
This
know
is
what
the
I
first
mean?
fight I've seen, so.
Most of the day, the hammer saw has been great. Just wasn't, maybe it was an early hit there. Maybe it was a wire snap, like you said. I don't know. Just not able to really get it up and functional for that fight. And the weapon is so big on Updraft, like wide across the body of the bot. It'd be really hard to deliver that.
Yeah, true, to get over it.
To really, as long as, Updraft is driving appropriately, it'd be very difficult to deliver that bot.
Yeah.
Cool robot. We do have a judge's decision for you. So this is Jelly Baby does defeat, in fact, Till Death. No surprise there. Phenomenal driving from that team. I mean, yeah, there was no point in that matchup I thought Till Death was winning it. So,
no.
Yep. Jelly Baby moving on. Great, good for them. 1 loss today, 2 wins. That means they are now officially in the tournament, and very excited to see how they do in there. That 3-pound division is full of surprises and upsets today. I got to say, though, not surprised Jelly Baby made it into the tournament. That's a robot that always goes pretty deep.
Just being tough is sometimes enough.
Nice. Yes, that and a surefire strategy, right, that works against so many of the bot types that they go up against. that pin and flip and getting them into the corner and knocking them out just with that bad positioning, putting them in a terrible situation for their own self-righting is a very effective strategy.
Absolutely.
And I like that she doesn't really care. Once that unstick is called, she's still getting in there. She's still just going to tussle it up, get those points. You know, go ahead and call your unstick. I'm really not going to give it to you. Yeah, I'll unstick you, sure, so I have more control over this matchup.
If you control the unstick, you're right there to flip them in another position where they can't get out.
Yep, very smart by them. Love that bot, love that team. So very interested to see how that goes going forward for them.
Now today, Jelly Baby's the only robot from the Sleepy Anime Girl Club?
Actually, I believe Jelly Baby is an independent agent now, no longer a part of the Sleepy Anime Girl Club. Yeah.
I need to update my Rolodex.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. There's always kind of shifting on who's on what team where and all of that, so, you know, it's hard to keep track
I just
of all
assume
that.
if if a team change happens, it's someone else joining Pandemonium.
Right, yeah, somebody's either joining Pandemonium or what's the other one that's like scooping up all of the talent right now?
Stamina or?
Oh, yeah, they are. It's true. All right, so we are going to go to Cage 2 for more 3-pound action. So this is Sad Octopus versus G421 Violation.
Nice job, Kyle.
I dislike that name very much, and I am not afraid to say it.
What do you think a G421 Violation is?
I don't know, but I do know it's hard to announce, and I just don't want to do it. Should we just call them G4 for the rest of it? Or should we just go with the whole name?
I want to commit to using the whole name the entire time, but
5, 4,
here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So in First Robotics, there is a rule that is G421, and it is that you are not allowed to attack another robot in First Robotics competitions.
You're not allowed to attack other robots in First?
No, First is not a combat robotics competition.
Oh, what's the point?
It's an athletic robotics competition, essentially. Yeah, agility robots competition. So it's a different kind of competition.
Yeah, but why have robot if robot not fight?
Because seeing robot do cool agility tricks is cool too.
Like when they do flips after hitting each other?
Yes. Absolutely. To be fair, we do have more agility in these robots. You're right. You're totally right.
We might be worse at tossing rings, though.
1,000% worse at tossing rings and balls, yes. So these two bots have been locked up there for a minute, just doing a little dance with their forks under each other. Extremely similar design profiles on Sad Octopus
almost
and G421 Violation.
Thank you.
You could see a Sad Octopus upside down for a large portion of this matchup. Those bunny ears able to keep the weapon from hitting the floor so they can drive that way.
That might be one of the key differences between these two is those bunny ears.
Yeah, there is no bunny ears on G421, which means if they get flipped upside down, they're just grinding away on the floor until hopefully they self-right. And that's great for your motors, I hear, just grinding away against plywood.
Motors are for one fight each, I'd assume.
So this is just Fork Wars. Tiny Forks pushing against Tiny Forks.
Oh, Sad Octopus is a dual disc.
Oh yeah, look at that.
So it would be awesome for G421 Violation to squeeze their single blade in between the two blades of
That sounds
Sad
like
Octopus.
that sounds like getting stuck. That sounds like a fun unstick. Yeah, I gotta say, this evenly matched of bots with these evenly matched of forks, it's just a little bit of a dogfight. You're just watching these two try to get a position on each other, try to get an angle on each other. But unfortunately, they're also evenly matched in the driving department, so nobody's really getting an advantage here. Is the weapon down on Sad Octopus? Might be.
They were upside down for a good bit, but those bunny ears should have like saved the blade a bit. But maybe we'll get a glimpse of the functionality test at the end. I heard a noise that could have been Sad Octopus sadly trying to get that weapon to spin.
Ah, there he is. Let's see the belt line there.
Oh.
So that might have been stripped out of the double disc, which is why we saw no weapon spin up there.
Makes sense.
It's a good theory. Oh, he just said, yeah, I got no weapon, nothing. Yeah, these two bots could basically be like on a team together. They're so similar. But yeah, the belt has been stripped off of Sad Octopus, which is a sad day for Sad Octopus, not able to be spinning at the end.
Are they teammates, Kyle? Same transmitter, same drive style.
Extremely similar robots in shape and size. They're at least Discord friends, I can tell you that much right now.
We got some camera work going on in Cage 2 as it's getting swept out from debris. How's this camera look, Brian? Great.
You know, our camera guys are just as good at filming sweeping as they are robot fighting.
Yeah.
It's just as compelling, in my opinion.
Yeah, where's the National Sweeping League? National Havoc Sweeping League?
Is that something you would watch?
It's something maybe our camera ops would work at.
Yeah, the Ocho, the Sweep Olympics.
Okay.
Right, isn't that just curling though?
The sweeping seems secondary in curling, but
I mean
it's a sport with
clearly
sweeping.
that's like the most important part. That's what everybody's like really yelling about.
The scrubby part?
Yeah, they're screaming about that because they got to make the ice more slippy.
I like the big stones. That's my favorite part of curling. Not so much the brooms, but the big stones.
I just heard that apparently the first Olympic qualifier for Milano Cortina was last week.
Oh,
in Colorado.
That's
yeah.
So
that's curling update for the week
from Kyle and Sam. They use big stones. They sweep.
I've been curling
Colorado.
once. I went curling at a place on Long Island, and it just seems like a really great reason to go drink beer on ice with your friends.
Did you have to wear special shoes?
I did. Yeah, I did have to wear special curling shoes.
So Kyle, if there were special shoes for fighting robots, what would they be like?
Chuck Taylor's.
Oh.
That's already the special shoes that everybody's wearing. Like the most common shoe you're going to see in the pits is Chuck Taylor's. I don't know why.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe not cleats. Something with good arch support. You do a lot of standing. There's stairs here, up and down the stairs.
I think everybody just likes the flat shoes. They can work on their own foot muscles. Plus, they got to be able to have a lot of movement in there so they can, like curl their toes in anticipation and anxiety.
Oh, look at that. No Chuck Taylors.
Comfy Brooks shoes and Adidas shoes there. Ready to go with these two teams. Looks like we're standing by in Cage 2. Ah, nice Nikes there. There you go.
Where the Chuck Taylors at, Kyle?
Hey, I said it would be the special shoe. It's not the one you have to wear.
5.
Regardless, closed toe.
3.
All right,
2,
we've got counter
1.
punch
versus Thunderbird.
Some 3-pound action. Counter punch from the MIT team.
MIT has brought quite a few robots today. expanded their fleet very significantly.
Some pointy robots.
So it's always an adjustment when you bring more robots in, but this is Ryan Duarte's 3-pounder. And yeah, Thunderbird brought to you by Leo Ping from Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
Oh, this is his robot.
Yeah.
Cool. Leo Ping from Agent P fame.
Yeah, really awesome 12-pound robot, and now expanding into other weight classes. So I like to see it. I like to see people trying their hand at threes. Threes is very often seen as like the most competitive, the hardest weight class to actually get ahead in. So when people take the leap,
90 plus of them every tournament. That's a lot of robots to get through, a lot of fights to have in one day.
yeah, and it's hard to get noticed. It's hard to get ahead. It's hard to move into the bracket just because there's so much talent in that 3-pound division. So it's always cool to see people trying their hand at it.
Counterpunch is such a cool design. I really wish, oh, excuse me, Thunderbird is what I'm talking about, that their spinner was spinning on there.
Yeah, what an interesting shape to that
The
bot.
friction drive for invertibility with those mini wheels.
So smart. Oh. Just not a shape you see very often in combat robotics. I really like it now. And yeah, look at how well they drive upside down. That's lovely.
All that noise though coming from Counterpunch.
Counterpunch that long fork dead center of the wedge and then the plow, and then that weapon just viciously spinning, and there is no movement on Thunderbird. Something shut off in that robot. 39 seconds left in this matchup. Will they be able to get the bot back up and moving?
I see those little baby wheels spinning. They must be high centered on something.
Yeah. Okay, yep, little bit of movement after the unstick, you're right.
Oh, with the underglow.
Yeah, no, that's a slick looking robot in Thunderbird. It's really nice. Yeah, now they are stuck in the corner doing the thing with no unsticks left. Will they beat the clock and get a judge's decision, or will they be counted out? Okay, judge's decision it is, and the last image that the judges get to see in that fight is Counterpunch slamming them into a wall. You gotta love it. Ryan Duarte has enough experience at that 30-pound weight class to really know what to show the judges at the end of a matchup, to really know how to leave the best possible impression. By the way, Ryan's mom is here today, and she's so nice.
Oh, hi, Ryan's mom.
All right, so we are heading right back into Cage 1. Lots of back and forth action. So we do have, finally today, Milk Tank.
Ooh, baby.
Taking on relative newcomer Adamant Barrage. Now, William Marchese, who is designed and built Adamant Barrage, is not a relative newcomer, right? He has been doing this for a very long time. But Adamant Barrage is his first kind of attempt at this weight class, and it did phenomenally at the last event.
Yeah, it held up really well. Made it into prime time and everything.
And gave him enough data to really know what he needed to change and improve going forward. And he was able to kind of bring all of those changes and upgrades back out here. So it's a very different robot with hopefully some really good improvements.
Looks like he went with some much larger wheels, at least diameter-wise.
Yeah, that's the right move, especially with this kind of robot. And hopefully they're just a little bit better mounted in some way or the other.
Yeah, I think the weight distribution of this bot was probably its biggest downfall in the last tournament.
Absolutely, hard to control. But look at that weapon, just thin, and we saw how fast and powerful it was at the last event. So much damage you can do with this just car wash of death effect, where it corrals you in those center forks and then smacks you in the face with that weapon. Really impressive. And I like the hinges on the forks. Oh, that's smart.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, nasty hit there. Milk Tank, their weapon has been completely separated, and now it looks like Adamant Barrage's weapon is lodged inside the back plate on Milk Tank.
Just peeled open at the front.
Yeah, their weapon is completely dislodged. The belt's like hanging out right there on the pulley. The pulley looks snapped. Look at that, the pulley's snapped in half.
Sheesh.
The weapon is somewhere in the cage, I don't know where, and they had to be separated.
Adamant Barrage bottle opened the front end and then can opened the back end.
I've never heard those used quite like that, like as verbs before, but I like it. Look at that wheel. It's still spinning. It's just not really attached to anything.
Knockout.
Milk Tank fighting the knockout there, trying to spin those wheels, saying, I didn't hear no bell, but everybody else did. And William Marchese got a bot that hits like a ton of bricks. He's styling, right? He's wearing that nice jacket. He's got that cool t-shirt on. He's really feeling himself this tournament, and it's good to see. You know, William usually brings kind of cool experimental bots. They do okay. But Adamant Barrage is it's a contender in this weight class. It's a really cool robot.
Yeah, that was a hit.
That was a big hit. That was two big hits.
There's
the
blade.
weapon. So the weapon made it to the door. And Milk Tank made it to the door with a little bit of help from the house bot. But yeah, not a bad way to start the day. Now, Milk Tank had to forfeit their first matchup because they were not quite ready yet.
Yeah, I heard they were a few ounces overweight.
Not a surprise there. That was their 5th forfeit in a row.
Wow.
At this event, at this tournament, right?
At NHRL, no, not this
No, just
tournament.
at NHRL.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Yep. At
How do you do
NHRL
5
in general.
forfeits in one day?
So it's cool that they're in the box and functioning and doing stuff now, because that took some doing.
Yeah, you don't want to make it 6 forfeits in a row.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because, like, the original arc for Milk Tank was, oh, wow, they've gotten so much better. They're consistent now. They're, like, winning some judges' decisions. And then just something changed, right? They've got less reliability now. They've kind of, like, made some design changes with the robot that have really impacted how it gets to the cage and how well it gets to the cage. And the hardest thing you do at this competition is just get it through safety and get it into the cage.
All right, we're at cage 4 now, where we have Caldera 12 and
Chuck.
Chuck
had some issues earlier today in their first fight where the weapon would hit the opponent and then just stop spinning. Guess who's never once had that problem?
I would imagine it's the robot in the pink corner.
That's right. Caldera.
5.
It is
4.
probably
3,
the most devastating
2,
horizontal spinner here
1.
today.
Fight,
in any weight
robots,
class.
fight.
Both bots up to speed.
Classic Glenn Boxel driving there, really trying to position themselves for a good side impact on Chuck.
That was a kind of a gnarly initial hit, and Chuck is still spinning.
Yeah, really well done on that team. They were able to implement their repairs well. Or maybe, hopefully, that's a whole separate chassis. Who knows? Ooh, that's the whole side armor package on that wheel gone on Chuck. It just got, like, deleted off the screen.
Wow, that right wheel is 1 hit away from not existing.
Ooh, nasty.
Look who stopped, Kyle.
You're right. And Chuck's still spinning.
All right, Chuck.
What's up, Chuck? Still driving, too, although a little bit of a struggle on that right side where they got hit and got the armor ripped off.
Now Glenn has a better view of his beater or of his horizontal spinner than we do, so I wonder if he's going to try and unjam it against the wall or if he knows the belt fell off.
Yeah, hard to say. But these hits are not good for him. He's losing little hunks of wheel, and that back plate is taking a beating. Is this going to be a Chuck set?
Ooh, could be.
I was just not expecting Caldera 12 to be not spinning.
It's a day of upsets, though.
In this part of the match, yeah, this is crazy. That was a decent controlled pin there from Glenn, but he backed off of it very quickly, so not racking up all the points.
The hits from Chuck aren't brutal, but
no,
at least they're hits.
They are hits. It's spinning, but that also might be strategic too, right? They don't want to do too much damage to themselves if it seems like they've got a good chance of winning the fight. Chuck being driven by Mason Mannion. This is their first tournament here. Or sorry, second tournament here. And yeah, rough day. But you know what? They might turn that all around right now.
Their wheel is damaged, but it's still working. Their weapon is still working. Right now, I think they're ahead. And with 10 seconds left,
just not the outcome I expected here at all. And certainly Glenn didn't expect it.
Are both wheels working? Both wheels turn. One's a little wonky, weapon spins.
All right, so they're doing a functionality test there, cage side, so the judges see what's working on both bots. You can see the Missouri S&T team hanging out with Chuck. Not a bad performance.
all right, let's head over to cage one. We'll get that JD in just a moment, but in here we have Honey Bombers in the pink corner and Advection in the blue.
All right, so I've been looking forward to this matchup since I knew it was coming earlier today. Honey Bombers, the newest offering from the Honeycrack team. It's a multi-bot with two just absolutely gorgeous, devastating bots. And then Advection, which is a name I swear Peter just made up at this point. This wide-bodied robot with a flamethrower in the center. Beautiful fork design to kind of corral the opponents into it so he can burn away at them. And the flame that comes out of this thing is just a big old ugly nasty orange flame. I love it.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. There we go.
It's big and it's nasty, and now it is detached from the robot. Their weapon system is gone. No more weapons. So you can see Honey Bombers are these two different designs. You've got the undercutter and then you've got the hub uppercutter there.
The flamethrower is still functioning outside of the robot.
That's cool. So it's got a different kind of power setup and control module on it, not related to the rest of the robot.
Its own receiver and everything.
Yeah, very smart. I mean, not super helpful, but fun.
Yeah.
He could, I guess, if he wanted to, go scoop that thing back up and deliver it to his opponents. But right now, he's just trying desperately not to die. And there goes the flame module launching across the arena again.
So Stack and Liam from Honeycrack are driving Honey Bombers. I'm assuming Liam is on the horizontal?
Yes, correct. And by the way, two of the best drivers in the sport, period, at the end, but definitely the best drivers on Team Honeycrack, Liam and Stack. It is a just tour de force team. And these bots look so good. Ooh, a little bit of friendly fire between the two of them there.
Just a touch, but all right, Advection just called for their unstick. Here comes Floop.
Everybody gets one.
Is that gonna do it?
I don't know, but yes, the wheels, oh, there we go. The unstick happened, and they were able to kind of use Floop to keep themselves from flipping over again.
Peter is up off the chair. He is standing up.
That's when you know things aren't good.
Out. Taking off the transmitter from your neck and putting it down and picking up your phone is also a sign that things aren't good.
Yeah. No, that's a pretty bad day. Some people, you know they're having a bad day because their hair is unkempt, they haven't shaved, everything's just kind of looking askew on them.
Knockout.
With Peter Carnage, you know he's having a bad day when he gets out of his chair. That was fun.
That was fun. I like that fight a lot. I like Honey Bombers.
I honestly think, because we have a lot of great bots from the Honey Crack team, right? Honey Bombers is the first one that I've seen where I was like, oh, this could be a world beater, right? This could be a extremely dominant competitor at this weight class. The bot to beat perhaps in 2025. Really cool machine.
Cool.
Yeah. Great team, right? Two of their best drivers.
They only keep getting better as well.
Yep. And they showed up to this event ready to go with these machines, right? Just perfect machines. They're here to win. They're here to compete.
They're so dense, too.
Yeah.
They're solid robots.
And it's all stuff that this team on Honeycracked has really been working on, right? The tracked wheel setup, the hub motor setup, the armor packages. This is something this team has been perfecting, and now you have this kind of iteration of it with a brand new design that they're able to kind of fix all of the old issues in. Just throw your two best drivers at it and just see what happens, you know?
Initially, I wanted to see from Liam, who was driving the horizontal, his like classic shark circling strategy.
Yeah.
But then I thought about it a bit more, and when you're tag teaming and you've got a teammate that you don't want to hit, trying to circle your opponent like that, it just doesn't seem.
That would be an excellent
like
strategy to implement if his comrade went down. Right, but in the initial matchups, no, he needs to be the arena hazard. He needs to be there waiting so that after that vertical comes in and knocks him, he's there to come in and get that secondary hit, rip off pieces of wheels, rip off pieces of armor. Especially against a wedge like that, that's the only way you're going to get a really good opportunity to get a damaging hit is after the first impact from that vert.
That makes sense. Very cool.
And they've clearly worked on that strategy. Very thoughtful. And only one incident I saw there, friendly fire. So, you know, they'll get the coordination down as time goes on. In the meantime, we are here in Cage 4. You can see down there on the left, it is Torrent by Donald Sung. And over there, that big old bar, that is Seth Schaefer and Integration. I love Integration because it has these happy-go-lucky orange and yellow colors, but the thing looks like a Klingon warbird. It is just absolute death on two wheels.
It's so cool. I like that blade shape too. Just like a hammer.
No, it's so good. Now, Seth Schaefer had a robot in the 3-pound division called D-Vision. That was a very similar style robot to this. Big, tall blade, and he was really able to get a lot of control over that machine. Will that translate to this 12-pound weight class? So far today, we've just seen a lot of chaos and broken belts, so we'll have to see.
Oh no, belt off
on
Integration. That was fast. Oh no, and doing the thing.
Still working out the kinks on this design. By the way, all the kinks have been worked out of Torrent.
Come on, Torrent.
Oh yeah, a little bit of tacoing on the body of Integration there as well. See that?
Jeez, yeah.
Yeah, that's not great.
He got pringled.
Donald Sung, just a fantastic driver. Kind of an older style of robot in Torrent, right? That longer body, that small weapon at the front, 4-wheel drive, but that's what he likes. That's his jam. Really able to deliver that weapon effectively here against Integration.
That dense design, even if it's slightly longer than more recent robots, it doesn't bend in half in the middle.
Definitely not. Yeah, it's a very solidly built machine. Donald's one of those guys that was like kind of an early adopter in this sport, took a long time off, came back, and a lot of those old tricks were kind of new again when he came in, you know?
Yeah.
We'd moved away from them, and a lot of stuff that he was implementing that was state-of-the-art 10 years before, people were like, oh, we haven't seen that. That's really cool.
You come back and motors have 3 wires now instead of 2.
True. All right, so we are bouncing right back into Cage 1. No slowing down today. So we have Battle Tots and Bananarchy. That's right, Bananarchy. It's what happens when the bananas try to form a government.
Wait, do they form a government or... Anyways, we're going to the play-by-play booth for this one, so take it away in there.
Thank you, guys. We're excited to be back here in the play-by-play booth. I'm excited about this. Battle Tots, always fun, and a robot like Bananarchy is just nuts. What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, so it seems like Battle Tots here swapped out one of their halves. They're going to be running with 2 vertical spinners in this fight. Of course, they have a choice of any 2 of 3 robots in their array. They've got a horizontal bar spinner, 2 vertical spinners, running both the verticals here.
It's going to be quite a combo. I think when you get down to these smaller sizes, especially a multi-bot, the size of your vertical spinner
5,
and the weight behind it is a
4,
huge deal.
3,
So we'll see.
2, 1.
Of course, the Battle Tot robots each independently weigh 8 pounds, going up against a single 12-pounder.
Do you see these sparks coming off of Bananarchy right off the bat? Their weapon is hitting their frame. They're destroying themselves in the first moments of the fight.
It's, maybe it's a spark generator, like those old little car toys.
Oh, the belt is off on Bananarchy, and they were tapped out. Battle Tots is taking the win.
And is that going to be it for Bananarchy here?
I believe it is. It is. It for Bananarchy. That was Battle Tots' ticket to the bracket, I believe.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Quick fights. Bananarchy really coming out, just unable to do anything, losing a belt, flipping upside down almost immediately. It's going to be a disappointing fight for them. But Team Pandemonium has got to be excited to come out and show off with Battle Tots a little bit there.
Battle Tots, being a multi-bot, so often they take some pretty heavy damage in these fights, and because you've got 2 robots, it's a lot more intense trying to keep up with the repairs. So anytime that they can kind of skate through one of these fights without taking massive damage, they're going to be super happy about it. It's really interesting. I pulled up some of the data here on Bananarchy. There's it's from Team Defective. It's a 4-wheel drive vert. There's all sorts of amazing things. The team captain, Flurb. We're gonna go back to our friends on the desk. Take it away, guys.
Team Defective, Team Pandemonium, the 2 biggest teams here at this competition. They are scooping up all of the talent and really showing out with some amazing machines. You gotta love them, becoming stalwarts in the sport every single time they come here. So if you are new to NHRL and you're wondering what this sport is all about, if you're wondering how this all works, we've got a nice little package for you guys. So go ahead and check this out.
So you're new to NHRL? Here's the Havoc 101 to teach you the basics. Here at the National Havoc Robot League, there are 3 weight classes: 3 pounds, 12 pounds, and 30 pounds. Builders fight their robots in our state-of-the-art bulletproof arena. The objective? Destroy your opponent in 3 minutes. There are many ways that you can win a fight. The most common are by tap out, knockout, or by time running out and the match goes to the judges. Each of the 3 judges rate the competitors based on 3 categories: damage, control, and aggression. Win the most points and you move on to the next round, 1 step closer to finals. You see that giant brick in the corner? That's our house bot, Brett. He's kind of like a referee. If you ever get stuck in an unfortunate position, you can request an unstick, and Brett will come to try and assist you. But be careful, you only get 1 unstick per fight, so make sure you use it at the right time. The top 4 bots in their given weight class qualify for the World Championship at the end of the season. But to these builders,
that isn't enough. Everyone has their eyes on the prize, the coveted golden dumpster. Who's going to win this month's dumpster? There's only one way to find out.
All right, I get it now.
I finally know what NHRL is all about.
Did
I
you know
feel
that
good.
it stands for National Havoc Robot League?
I never knew what the R was. It was a big question, and I feel really satisfied that it has been answered for me.
Well, hello at the desk, Lindsay Summerbear. How are you?
I am so good, Sam. I don't know your middle name, Hanson,
And
but
that's totally fine.
I'm sure it's mysterious and quite wonderful.
Huh. Yeah, it's something like that.
It's nice to be here.
Yeah, we don't get to sit at the desk very often together.
No, we don't. But I am relishing this opportunity, even if it means this very scary robot is between us.
I don't know. I feel more comfortable with a bladed robot sitting right next to me.
Ugh.
No weapon lock or anything.
Yeah,
no
I mean,
battery.
I haven't checked to make sure there's no battery, so I'm taking your word for it.
Yeah, there's definitely no battery in this totally safe robot on the desk. Lindsay.
What?
It's totally safe. Are you a Billy or a Bobby guy?
I'm a Billy, the IE version, which has the little bow in her hair.
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
Cute.
What a fantastic robot, though.
Who has been winning your heart today in the robot field?
Sam.
Yes.
We all saw a fight for the ages today. And I am, of course, referring to Kazal Light and Emulsifier.
Yeah. Incredible.
That's
Exactly.
what I was like the entire time. I'm really glad I wasn't at the desk. It was such a knockout brawl the entire time, and the amount of flame that they were able to deliver to Emulsifier was shocking.
And now, Lindsay, do you think that the unanimous judge's decision was the right call?
So I'm gonna let you in on a secret. The first time I watched it, I thought it was a lot closer, and I thought that Kazal Light was gonna win, but I thought it might be a split, JD.
Yeah.
I then watched it a second time, and I was like, oh no, they made the right call. This should have been unanimous, and I think that they were spot on.
All right.
But it was close, and it was a really good match.
Yeah, the tide shifted over the course of the fight. It was really cool. Really cool. What else have you been liking up in the pits?
I haven't seen it fight yet today. I must have missed it, but Eviscerator is something that I am really looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, I've only heard rumors of this bot. I don't think I've seen it even in the pits yet.
It's like it has an interesting profile. The builder Grant has had a lot of success prior to NHRL, so it's going to be exciting to see what they're able to do here today. Kill It With Fire has been phenomenal. Injection has, like Pearl Grey, builds some of the most complex and innovative robots in ways that nobody is thinking about pushing the boundaries.
Yeah.
And they are able to really identify things that no one has thought of before. And I really like that.
That is cool.
Yeah.
So how about Adam and Ricky? Y'all are in the booth, yeah? What do you guys think? Anything cool in the pits? Anything got you juiced?
Man, it's a lot. The thing that's got me really going is the level of like spit and polish that all the competitors are bringing to this event. It's been growing event by event, but going up there and just seeing like brand new builders show up with neon color schemes and like robot underglow, in addition to having a really killer looking robot, that's what's got me excited, because I know it's not only a neat robot, but it's probably going to have awesome fights.
Yeah, you're seeing people show up with robots that not only are working well, but they're really dialing in the aesthetics and the whole look of it, and the detail on some of these 3D printed parts is insane. People are putting a ton of time into this, not only to make it work and practice driving it, but making them look really, really freaking cool. So it's nice to see that. And everyone's just real excited to be here. Good positive vibes up in the pit, and it's been a crazy day full of upsets, so I'm excited to see more.
I'm so jazzed.
Yeah, definitely great level up as far as aesthetics go up there. Me, I like Painin.
Yes, yes. It's so cute.
It's the cutest robot. The driver's super cute too. It's a penguin that has a spinning blade on it, and it's gnarly and it's cute at the same time, and it's just a good combo. I like it.
Yeah, Kyle and James. James is the main builder. Kyle, his dad, does a ton to help him out and get that in fighting mode. Their wheels have been giving them a little issue today, both traction-wise and flying off-wise.
Yeah, I think they tried cleats for the first time, and cleats are not something that you just stumble into.
Yes.
There's like a science to which way your points go and the gap between them and the thickness. So
I hope we see them back.
Me too.
I know that James was like counting the hours the whole week until NHRL came. So even though I don't think Painin has been doing superbly today in terms of winning, I think he's having like the best time.
And you know, that's what it's really all about.
That's why we're here.
All right, we've been talking about the pits. Now let's go up there and check them out. And here we are.
All right, can we play Find a Builder?
Okay, I see a WPI hoodie. I see Aaron Fan over there in the green.
I spy with my little eye. Well, I was going to say, I spy with my little eye a very famous dad.
Oh, it can only be one. All right, good looks up in the pits, but let's watch a fight. Let's go to cage 6.
I'm down for it. Oh, all right.
Like we have Caldera, and is that Power Surge 3?
Heck yeah, I am such a fan of both of these bots, both of these builders. Obviously, you know, Glenn Boxel with Caldera, and Chris Caps with Power Surge 3.
2, 1. Fight, robots, fight.
I like how positive both these builders are within our community, both in their own way, too. Chris always brings a level of excitement.
However, some mobility issues kind of right out of the gate here for Power Surge 3, allowing Glenn to really get a good hit there and rip off part of that guard.
Yeah, it looks like a two-piece guard, a TPU outer and a UHMW inner. Ooh. Oh. Careful with that iPhone.
Fire is no match for these iPhone cameras, but a swift hit can only take so much. Glenn is driving very reserved for considering that Power Surge 3 is having a lot of mobility issues here.
I wonder why that is. Just let your opponent beat themselves?
Yeah, I think Glenn's a nice guy.
Oh.
He's already showed the damage. He is. Oh.
Or
well,
maybe
you don't be so
it.
nice. Yeah, as long as that weapon is spinning on Power Surge 3, there is always going to be a danger. There is a ton of power packed into this robot, no pun intended.
I think he's running 4-cell this time. I'm not sure.
I think you're right.
4-cell meaning 4 individual lithium polymer cells in his robot. That brings it up to like 16 volts.
Yeah, it looks like Glenn is now trying to pick his hits, pick his moves.
Yeah, if I was Glenn, trying to time it so when Power Surge is gyroing, so as they turn their one side lifts, just trying to clip that wheel then for Glenn.
It's really giving him a lot of space, though.
Yeah, it's also hard to gyro when you're stuck.
True.
Oh, bit of a
lot of emotion. I know that Chris has invested so much time and thought and energy into his robots, and he's really had a great streak at NHRL in the past. A lot of times, though, his bot is kind of like the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah.
And I know that he was feeling good about his chances today. But when you go up against a bot like Caldera, it's always going to be hard to pull
Caldera's
out
a
the
dumpster
win.
winner.
Yes, for real.
It's not going to be easy.
Good fight there, though.
Yeah, he held his own, considering the mobility issues from the get-go. He didn't tap out.
Yeah, you never tap.
But Glenn is moving on. I think I missed his Caldera 12. No, he lost that last one.
There's a lot of Calderas in the competition today, so keeping them straight.
Oh my goodness! I asked him if he was going to do a bigger one, and he said it wasn't out of the realm of possibilities.
Can we give it a new name or a different color scheme just to help us out?
Like Caldera. All right. So, with our new rules this year, mini-bots, no more. So, in memoriam of these mini-bots, here's a little special treat for you.
Oh boy.
The arena, knockoff white having a lot of mobility issues. Oh, it's absolutely shredding it. Oh, it's gone. That robot is straight up.
I mean, nobody's designing with this in mind.
Rip. Hey, Adam, you still in the booth? What's up? Foambot, RIP, what are you going to do now?
I got to compose myself. It's very emotional moment for me. I be serious though, but I like mini-bots. I think they're fun. I understand the rule change. Previously we were kind of incentivized to build them. We could make the main robot heavier if we built them, and it was fun. You get more people driving, but I think maybe we part of this kind of took advantage of this, kind of finagled it a bit, and maybe it was getting a little bit less fun after everyone started doing that. So I see why they're not around anymore. But, knockoff white needs to go on a substantial diet, so it's probably not going to be back for quite some time. A lot of robots have had to go on a diet as they've taken off that kind of extra 10% bonus. That's kind of the biggest thing here, is not only losing the mini-bots, but mini-bots got your main robot a 10% weight bonus. Now you got to take that off. How do you do that? So you're seeing a lot more one-on-one fights. That's changing it up. You don't have that teamwork ability as you did before. And you're also seeing robots that have to be taken back down in weight after they were optimized for a slightly higher weight limit. So a lot of stuff is happening today. It's very interesting. It's very cool to see. I'll personally miss the mini-bots. I enjoyed running the mini-bots. The strategy of which one to pick and things like that was really fun. Mini-bots aren't against the rules. You can still have them. They just come out of the weight of the main robot. So now you'd have 30 pounds, so maybe you're going to do 28 and 2, as opposed to before you could have 33 and 5 fighting in the 30-pound weight class. So it was almost, kind of a hindrance not to run a mini at the end there. So it's a fun change of pace. It's personally sad to see him go, although I understand we want to get back to more one-on-one or real multi-bot 2-on-1 fights.
Yeah, all right. So, Ricky, mini-bots being gone is clear. They're not in there anymore.
Sure.
Is there any part of the new rule set that you were excited about that we haven't really seen come to fruition yet?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, we've seen a couple of people just dip their toes into this true walker world, and I'm really expecting some cool stuff.
Yeah, something new to take advantage of, Adam.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever I see a weight bonus, I have to investigate it. So maybe we are, maybe we aren't working on something. We'll see later. You know.
Let's take a look at these new weight rules that we're talking about, and we can give you just a breakdown here. So just as always, just as we always have, you get a 50% weight bonus, so 1.5 times weight for non-traditional locomotion. This is basically anything without wheels. If you have a shuffler or you've got something that vibrates across the floor, you get 50% extra weight. What's new is this walker bonus. If you have something that truly has legs, and these legs are articulated and they walk you across the arena in a way that isn't just turning a motor on and making you go, you get double the weight. This is a huge deal, but it's also hugely complicated to take advantage of, which is basically why you get such a big bonus for it. This is technically hard, and tends to be delicate. A lot of research and development has to make that happen.
So we haven't seen this yet, but what that means is we could see the first 60-pound robot.
Right. It's absolutely possible we could have a robot show up that weighs 60 pounds in the large cage.
Yeah.
So, in the meantime, we are going to go to cage 2 on the opposite end of the spectrum. We've got a 3-pound fight for you right now. In cage 2, we have Updraft going up against Scotty Scrambler. Updraft had a amazing fight earlier in the day there on a bit of a terror. Very powerful weapon, very mobile robot. We will see how they go against Scotty's Scrambler. I know Scotty's Scrambler maybe a little less on people's to-watch list, but doesn't necessarily make it any less potent.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying Updraft earlier today. Just a really great fight. I think you're going to see 2 top-tier beater bar spinners here go against each other. Actually, we've got a little U.S. versus Canada matchup here. That was big in the in NHL recently. There was a big USA-Canada matchup in the Four Nations. So a little USA-Canada of our own here at the NHRL.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Scotty Scrambler is not a new robot, whereas Updraft is. So they've got a little more credibility. They just maybe don't have the momentum that we've seen Updraft have today. Certainly they've done a reasonable job, but that's not the same as big, big brash wins.
Yeah, I mean, we really haven't seen a ton out of either of these robots.
3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Away
Robots
we
fight.
go. Scotty Scrambler off to a little bit of a faster start. Updraft being very cautious. A couple of brief weapon-to-weapon hits. Scotty Scrambler loses one and then goes flying to the roof.
Thought they were stuck up there for a second.
I did too. They were taking care.
Oh no!
The armor package is coming off Scotty Scrambler.
Now Updraft used their unstick there. They were unstuck by their opponent, but they did use it.
Wow! Look at that!
Oh, not sure it's gonna matter.
The skirt has been ripped off Scotty Scrambler. If Scotty doesn't know, that's Scotty's problem. Updraft.
Euro trip reference.
Updraft's game to lose here, but they're having now drive troubles on the left-hand side.
The trickiest thing with these vertical spinners is you lose half your drive. You can drive straight backwards, but forwards becomes an issue. Of course,
tap out.
Interesting.
I don't even know which one that is. I have to assume it's Scotty Scrambler tapped, but I don't know. Relieved looks on both faces. I don't know if anyone's excited about what happened there.
That's a bit of a surprising tap out there with both robots kind of moving around on one wheel.
See Brett getting robots to the door. look at that, sheared right off. You can see the screws torn right out of the plastic.
Yeah, they're all there, and they're not even sheared, but the plastic, they've just pulled right out. One of the hardest things about building with plastic is how do you attach plastic to plastic. You can try to use these types of screws to grip the plastic, but it's hard because it can be pulled out like that. I like to prefer kind of through bolting, put a nut on the other side and screw right into it. Can be more reliable. That can be difficult to assemble, disassemble. So, trade-offs to everything. But it is one of the difficulties of working with plastic is attaching.
Yeah, it's just so versatile. And to be fair to that plastic skirt, it did its job. It took some big heat off of the main chassis of the robot. The downside was that after a few hits, it was just gone. It's so many of these things truly are. You can look at it as an extra life in a video game.
Yeah, it's all those little details that add up in the robot. But let's head back to the desk and hear about what's coming up.
That was a weird one.
That was a dismantling in air. That was cool.
Yeah. I just didn't get the tap out so much.
Yeah, I'm not sure what inspired that because Updraft was having some mobility issues. I don't think that they would have been able to continue delivering a barrage of hits, but I'm sure there was a reason. However, Updraft is looking really, really impressive, built by Michael Del Duca from the University of Toronto, who has a pretty big contingency of robots here today. And it's great to see them back. They've previously competed Leo Ping with Agent P, who we've seen in competitions past, and it's really nice to have him again.
There's a good bit of colleges here today.
Yeah.
University of Toronto. Carnegie Mellon has someone here.
Yeah.
MIT.
I've heard of MIT.
Yeah.
I think.
It's in the area.
Yeah, I mean, I think that college teams are so poised to, to have great robots and great teammates and deliver some really excellent fights. So I hope we see more.
Yeah, me too. They've got resources that a lot of builders don't have, and if they put those to use, the robots get really cool and awesome and brutal and gnarly and destructive and fun to watch, and that's just like everything I like to see in a robot.
Yeah, more of that, please. Sam, I'm seeing something weird happening in Cage 1. Do you have any context for this?
I'm also seeing a ton of people start to crowd around Cage 1, so something must be going on. And speaking of MIT, let's go to Cage 1 right now. Let's just do it.
Yeah,
and let's have our friends in the booth call this one. Ooh.
Oh, this is an exciting one. We've got Daybreak going up against Atheon. Daybreak I'm incredibly excited about because it's not just a fire robot, it's a multi-fire robot. And we've had some great multi-fire robot fights and I would say upsets today. So let's see what they can do against Atheon. What do you think, Adam?
Now, earlier today, I think Daybreak had a little trouble with half of their fire multi-bot, right? But I might be misremembering. We'll see how this goes. I mean, fire is tough, as we saw earlier with Emulsifier. Fire counts as a lot of aggression, a lot of control. When it's moving around, it's hard to figure out how the damage is going. So it's just kind of almost like a fog of confusion over the arena. And when you have a multi-bot, it's just tough. What do you do? Who do you go after? Who's getting control and aggression when one robot's pushing half of the multi-bot and the other half is behind that robot that's pushing the other half? It gets confusing. It gets hectic. It's very hard to overcome if you're the one driving that single robot. So I think Atheon has a tough road ahead of them here. They're really going to have to knock out at least half of Daybreak to have a real good shot going into the judge's decision. But if they are able to do that, that's a massive for them. So we'll see how this goes, but I think they're going to try and key in and knock one half of this robot out.
It will be interesting to see. It's also Daybreak is, as a multi-bot, the lower, or I should say the smaller portion of it, which you can see here with some silver tape on the front. It's called Phobos. And it has a polycarbonate top. It's relatively, compared to a lot of the robots here, relatively lightly armored on top. The larger black half that you can see it's the middle of the 3 robots lined up there, that's steel all over. So the spinner on the top of Aethon is probably not going to go through the top of that very easily. It could very well pierce and explode the inside of the smaller half of Daybreak. So there's going to be a lot of strategy on both teams. Do we see Daybreak trying to go in hard with both flamethrowers, or do we see one of them hang back to protect it and only come in when it's safe?
Yeah, to your point about the tops on the different halves of Daybreak, I mean, if I'm Aethon, I'm going after that plastic top all day. I think that's the best route. You're correct. I mean, you know, the other half is all steel. What are you going to do? Earlier today, we saw them get flipped. A drum bot was able to get under that kind of perimeter wedge. But what's interesting about Aethon is although they could run backwards, they don't have forks in that direction. They're not going to get under them. And, you know, the overcutter's not going to do much. It's not going to be able to easily flip that half of Daybreak. And they might have to rely on getting damage. Will they be able to pierce that steel? Will they be able to get a good shot on the plastic half? It's going to be tricky here to see where they go. Yeah, how does Daybreak play it with the multi-bots? And then if it goes to the judges, how do the judges see all this strategy playing out? Because it is tricky to read those rubrics, and interpretation changes a lot of things here. So I think we're going to be in for an exciting fight no matter what happens.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what kind of strategies are these competitors going to bring to the table. It could be anything we just talked about, or it could be full send, full violence. They just throw each other.
Will we see a gas explosion here if we can get a good shot?
Great question. Will we see anything? We noticed the larger half of Daybreak is not moving at all. It seems high-centered.
I saw the wheels spinning.
The wheels are spinning, yeah. It's just not getting traction.
And then the other half kind of got stuck on. Not a good way to start.
No, not a good way to pre-start.
Yeah, it's odd because earlier today it did seem like the metal half of Daybreak was moving great. I was so surprised to see that.
It's really interesting here. Phobos, the smaller half here, the shiny metal half, was added at the absolute last minute because they realized their robot was 10 pounds underweight. The rest of Daybreak, the little kind of half pyramid thing, built in 4 days. 4 days from spare parts. So
you know, I once built a 12-pounder in 12 hours. It did lose every fight, but it worked.
Right now, unfortunately, that's more than we can say about Daybreak. We're having a real hard time.
Well, you know, this half is working, but I guess if the other one is the heavier half, it doesn't really matter.
No, it does now. Both with the multi-bout rules, I believe.
Oh, both. I guess right, because the bigger half isn't really bigger. It's just
correct. I believe it's both halves have to be disabled. I will double check that though. That's a great.
Yeah, like it's a 51% still in exists if the other half is lighter than it really needs to be. If they were both 20, yeah, you'd have to knock them both. I wonder if they're power cycling here.
I would assume so.
Yeah, hopefully we can get this fight in. I think it will be exciting. You know, speaking of speed builds, I have always thought it would be interesting to do a competition where, you know, sort of junkyard war style, we all show up, there's a bunch of parts. Maybe you all get the same parts, the same raw materials. You just have to put them together into a robot. And one day is spent building and the second day is the tournament. I've always thought that would be kind of a fun event, see what people build when you don't have as much time to optimize and everything is a little bit more even. Could be exciting.
So I have a clarification for you here, although it is not super clear. I will admit we'll have to clarify this later. 51% of the robot by segment. So if the smaller segment is able to move, they can do that.
Right. Because it would only be 50% of the segments.
Correct.
Okay. Interesting. So yeah, if 2 multi, you'd have to knock out both a 3 multi, 2 of the 3.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That makes sense. Interesting.
And now with the new multi-bot rules, that's much more. it's much more reasonable because one of the requirements we have now is that both segments are able to pass our functionality tests. If that's the case, then conceivably both robots are able to win the fight on their own. Whereas previously we had a lot of small robots running around that could never have conceivably won a match.
Yeah, because if the bigger half died, it would just be the end of the fight. Well, it is I wonder what happened here. I mean, usually you come down, you did a bench twist test before you backed it up and brought it down. So it is quite odd to drop it in and have it just completely not work, especially at this stage in the tournament. You know, we're getting late in the day. You've fought, you know how your robot works. So they're popping the cage again. I don't know. So, you know, whenever you're taking the pliers out, it's sort of a last-ditch repair.
Yeah, you have very little time that you're granted, and in exchange for your situation of doing last-minute repairs cage side, you are also going to receive a demerit. Now, we don't talk about the demerit system very often on the air here. It doesn't necessarily mean you did something egregious or something that we don't respect you as a competitor for, but it means that something's gone wrong, and you need to take it seriously. And so if you accumulate some demerits, then it can get you disqualified. So it's kind of a big deal when your robot doesn't work when it's supposed to.
You know, this is kind of a new bot thing that happens a lot at NHRL. We have wood floors here, and that's part of the game. They are not going to be pristine all day. And you have to build a robot that can drive over the uneven floors, whose forks and wedges can work over the uneven floors. And it's one of the trade-offs of when you build a low robot, like that's going to be an issue. You're also probably seeing what happens a lot is the tires wear down a little bit on these floors, and that's going to impact your ground clearance. So, you know, you want to go low, you want to be low, win the ground game, but the trade-off is you still need to work on these floors late in the day. And it's something you learn here over time, how to deal with that and how to best approach it. That's why you'll see a lot of four-wheel drive robots here. You'll see things like forks, you'll see treads and such, and it really can't give you an advantage on a floor like this when it gets torn up.
Well, unfortunately, that is not learnings that they can put into practice right this particular minute.
They would need quite the pliers to get the ground clearance they may want at this point. Seems like they've got enough movement. They're in the box. We're going to get this fight going.
I have a feeling we won't see a lot from the pyramid, but hey, a stationary flamethrower cage hazard, I'm not going to complain too much.
Yeah. Hopefully the flames work. I see some glow.
Yeah, both of these robots have a really nice eerie glow.
That probably means they're using a hot igniter, probably a glow plug or something similar to ignite the fuel here.
That is correct. Big hot surface igniters. We will talk a little more on those technical details later, Adam. Right now, we got a fight.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, that's interesting. Some large piece already came off of
that's their wheel.
I keep saying Athon.
I'm surprised they decided to go after the larger immobile segment versus the plastic segment.
Oh, no!
They flamed themselves.
They have flamed themselves. I don't think that is supposed to be on fire quite like. Oh, look at that!
Was that a suplex hammer saw hit?
It was.
Uh-oh.
Athon is not moving at all.
Who tapped out?
I believe Daybreak tapped out. That looked like Daybreak tapping out. Really interesting move. Yeah, Athon has one. That's so strange.
He's as surprised as us that the wheel fell off.
It needs to be 80 foot-pounds at minimum.
I like the torque spec on the nut.
We
Perhaps
have
didn't whip out the torque wrench there when they attached it.
rarely do we have that sort of level of detail on assembly instructions in combat robotics.
80 foot-pounds.
I think we're usually shooting for Guten-tight
Yeah.
at best. So in the meantime, we're going to set it back to the desk. They can tell us what they thought of this fight. Guys?
That was a good bit of build-up for that one cool hit.
Yeah, there were actually, despite it being a very short match, there were some big moments. And I think like David probably must feel pretty good about that performance there with Athon. And fun fact, so Athon and David are from USC, and this is actually the first year that USC has recognized their combat robotics team officially.
Nice.
So exciting day, exciting year for them, and really excited to see it continue on and maybe a more conventional match coming up.
You ever use a torque wrench?
Sam, I can't say that I have.
Yeah, I know what they are. Have I ever used one, like when building a fighting robot? Absolutely not.
No.
I'm more of a Loctite guy and just really wrench it super hard and never be able to get it undone again sort of guy.
I've always had that question, Sam. When you Loctite all the parts together, how do you then undo it?
So there's different flavors of Loctite.
Ooh, do tell.
There's like, there's red and there's blue, you know,
Yum.
like Kool-Aids, I guess. And they hold at different strengths.
Okay.
You can use a heat gun to kind of loosen it. Sometimes if you try real hard before you use the heat gun, you can strip out your set screw or whatever you've Loctited, and then there's no going back.
That sucks.
But there's lots of no going back moments in fighting robots when you're working on these robots. Some sort of like an error, like a split-second error can just eliminate a lot of work that you've already done.
Yeah, I've witnessed that happen to other people.
Yeah.
And it's a learning experience every time.
And I think it's pretty universal. Like everyone that's in this sport has had that moment where they accidentally wired their ESC backwards or they plugged it in backwards. And the shorts, they're not very forgiving. Like an electrical short is instant just about. And as soon as that smoke goes up, you know, oh, that's $60, $70 or something.
But I feel like probably if you asked in the pits who hasn't that happened to, you'd get maybe count them on one hand.
Yeah, and they're maybe brand new. I don't know, because like experienced people have already made all those mistakes. Some brand new people maybe haven't quite made it to those mistakes yet and have been making different mistakes.
Yeah.
But that is how you get better at this. You make mistakes. You find out from your resources, your fellow builders, from YouTube, from whatever, a crazy uncle who knows a machinist. And
I wish I had a crazy uncle like that.
And you apply those to your robot, you get better, you make new mistakes the next time, and there's never a time where things go flawlessly.
No, nor should there be.
Because that would be boring.
Fun? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you get it, Lindsay.
I mean, I'm not a builder myself. Maybe one day, Sam. Maybe one day. But I look forward to the host of mistakes I would get to make as like kind of a rights, initiation. Yeah.
Let's see. I've made some pretty catastrophic ones in an effort to make weight. Are you familiar with anything like that?
Very, very sly question, Sam.
Oh.
Yeah, sometimes to make weight, you got to do crazy things.
Yeah, like saw stuff off.
Like saw stuff off in the pits with the Sawzall. Yeah. Always good. Okay, Sam.
Yes.
I am dying to know what 3-pound robot you think is going to make a deep run in this competition today. And keep in mind, the 3-pound bracket is incredibly stacked this competition. So you can kind of throw a dart at a robot and have a good explanation as to why.
I don't even know everyone who's qualified, but, and this is going to sound like a cop-out, you've heard of Eruption? Eruption is driven by Connor,
Yes.
Connor Howard this time.
Today.
Not its a builder nor its normal driver, who's Brian Boxell, who is out of town on some sort of thing.
Yep.
And Eruption does not seem like an easy robot to drive. It's snappy, it's fast.
So fast.
Brian, when he's driving it on that pistol grip radio, he seems like he's 7 Red Bulls deep, and that's how he achieves the Twitch-style steering. And but I think Connor's got chops, and I think he can fill some shoes.
Yeah, I think Brian knew exactly what he was doing when he left that in Connor's hands. But like you said, that is a very zippy robot, and I know Brian has aimed to put like a counter gyro in Eruption. I don't think it's happened quite yet, so there's still a lot of those forces to contend with. But that being said, Connor knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and Brian can really drive the heck out of that thing.
Yeah.
So Connor has lots of footage to watch if he was so inclined.
Years.
Even on our BrettZone, where every angle from every fight is uploaded just about instantaneously after it's happened. And so a lot of our builders will use that footage to study their upcoming opponents, or in maybe Connor's case, study driving from a pro who's an expert at that robot.
All right, Sam, we are going to go to cage 2 now. We're actually going to go over there. Now, this is an exciting one. This is Grim Ripper and Red Panda.
All right, Grim Ripper is the more rounded black robot. Red Panda has the touch of red on there.
Red Panda is a former dumpster winner, if I am not mistaken, by Jaron Liebson. It has certainly qualified for the championships before.
Yeah. I think he did well at the last tournament.
And Grim Ripper is driven by Nelson Virus, who, in addition to his incredibly cool hobby of building robots, is also a masterclass Halloween decoration designer. His home all of October is literally a tourist destination. And so you'll see around summertime, he'll start to take off from NHRL events because he has to prep for his other
I'm sure
love.
that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Grim Ripper. What a box switch from Red Panda. Wow.
The drive of Jaron is so measured and so precise and yet so powerful.
It gives me Brian Boxell vibes.
Yes. I mean, 2 WPI students / alum.
Grim Ripper still. Oh, well, that last hit might have done it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of movement now off of Grim Ripper's weapon, but still incredibly mobile, even for being on its head.
There we go.
Not for long.
I got so excited for a hat, but I just missed it.
Oh, and now we're seeing a little bit of twitching off of one drive side on Red Panda.
Yeah, it looks like he's struggling with that left drive side. Let's see if we can see that front left wheel spin at all. Whoa.
Oh, no. It is quite a predicament, though, for Grim Ripper, who, should be able to use this opportunity to take advantage and get some control points. But because of the just shape of their robot and that they're upside down. Well, now they're right side up. I just don't think that part is in their favor.
Yeah, I would imagine they'd have to be right side up to do pretty much any win to Red Panda with their weapon now.
And there are glimpses, short opportunities of them right side up, and Red Panda has been able to really capitalize on the opportunities to flip them again.
I wonder if so. Grim Reaper seems really well equipped to fight horizontal spinners. That full body rounded wedge of sorts seems like it'd be great at deflecting horizontals. And generally, what's great at taking on verts is forks, something to neutralize their ground game. And I wonder if there's anything Grim Reaper could do to neutralize their opponent's ground game.
Yeah. I mean, with their particular shape, I think it is hard, and I wonder if that's something that Nelson has given thought to for like a future design iteration.
Yeah, we've seen the occasional fork on a horizontal, but they're generally like the mid cutter style.
Yep.
Whereas Grim Reaper's undercutter, so it's trying to get under their opponent's armor as opposed to hitting their opponent's armor.
I think we're seeing a pin here, though, from Grim Reaper.
All right. And
with 2 seconds left.
Leaves an impression of sorts. Get you a point.
Gets you, you know what? When you want to get every point you can possibly squeeze out of a match like that. And props to Grim Reaper and Nelson for going the full 3 minutes there. Red Panda is certainly a formidable opponent, and so I don't think that's anything to slouch at.
All right, we're gonna hop right on over to Cage 1 where we have some 30-pound action loaded in. This is a big one. In the pink corner, we have the 2-time world champion, Emulsifier. And in the blue corner, the new bot from the newest members of Team Pandemonium, it's Overlord. The winner of this fight goes to primetime. The loser eliminated.
There is so much on the line in this match. Emulsifier desperately wants to defend their record that they have had over the last 3 or so years. They are a 2-time champion. They came so close last year in the championships before falling to Synthesis 30.
Fellow Team Pandemonium member.
Yes, exactly. However, Overlord is coming off of an incredibly dominant showing at Motorama just 2 weeks ago, and so they really want to also defend their up-and-comingness.
All right, Lindsay, let's head to the booth, and they're going to call it in there, and we just get to watch.
Yeah.
Ricky, I know that I am super excited to see this fight, obviously having been part of Emulsifier for a long time, part of the Bots FC family. Ricky, what are you thinking here?
I mean, anytime Emulsifier is coming into the arena, I'm excited for a good time. Overlord, though,
5,
that is
4,
a big, scary
3,
disc. I think we're going to see
2,
some fun
1.
impacts
Fight,
in this
robots,
fight. This is
fight.
going to be heavy hitting. Look at the... Oh, look at this, Adam. This is incredible. Those are the kind of hits I figured we'd have. Both of these robots are punch drunk already. Wow! Amazing weapon-on-weapon hits, but we're not seeing any movement from Overlord. That's a tap out. Your winner is Emulsifier.
Wow!
That was so much energy on display.
Look at that in the foreground. That is the fork end of Emulsifier sitting on the wall,
Torn off like it's
sheared
nothing.
off.
Torn off like it's nothing, Adam. That is so much force in both of these robots.
My heart is racing out of my chest.
Let's see if we can go back for a shot there from the side as they're getting out of the arena. These two robots lined up. You can see the blade differences here. They are, for two robots that have similarly sized weapons, it's such different designs. There you go. Like, you can see that it's a big toothy blade versus like a little tooth but a big disc.
Yeah. The momentum difference between the two blades, enormous. The bite difference is going to be different. Let's take a look at these replays and see exactly how this played out. It was hit after hit after hit, both sending each other flying.
Look at that, end over end.
Overlord taking the worst of it here as Emulsifier nails their base plate. You can see the gash
Absolutely
underneath.
dented in.
Emulsifier just kind of waiting to see if they'd come back to life, not knowing they had done that, and then inching and hitting weapon to weapon.
Massive hole in the bottom of Overlord. That robot, you could see the wheels trying to twitch. All of that's bound up internally. The stresses in the frame have tweaked everything so that nothing can spin anymore, even if the motors still want to make it happen.
Multiple moments in that fight where both robots exposed their bellies to each other, and neither of these robots is armored well enough to take a hit in that location, and it was just a matter of time until someone landed it. Emulsifier comes out ahead there, landing that base plate shot and completely disabling the drive on Overlord, taking everyone a little bit of time to realize that. But Emulsifier are going to take that win and make it to prime time.
Yeah, they will be fighting up against Phenomenon, which I think is a matchup we always talk about. Two great drivers, two big heavy-hitting robots, vertical disc against vertical disc. It's always a great showdown. Just it's such a display of driver and robot design, driver and robot design.
Well, let's take a look at Cage 2. Our favorite pronounced robot, Titanium White, is taking on Fiddlesticks.
I am pretty excited about this fight. I love Titanium White. They've made a wonderful flamethrower that has little embossed Bob Rosses on either side of the robot. You can see there. And with the happy little trees.
Fight, robots, fight.
Really interesting design on Fiddlesticks. This is a pokey, lifty stick, but it can go full circle and really throw and slam an opponent if it does a good job with it.
Fiddlesticks out of Huntington, New York, and Titanium White coming out of Waterbury, Connecticut. So two Northeast teams here.
Good pin from Fiddlesticks on Titanium White. A little bit of a different design motive than Fiddlesticks was saying they would come with. They're I'm kind of surprised to see them. We'll go into this a little bit later, but what they're bringing is working great against Titanium White.
Titanium White has that high temperature torch in the center there, sometimes deceptively hard to see, but can really build up heat fast.
Yeah, it's a flame that is very, especially in the bright lights of our arena, you can't quite tell how much that's really burning. But make no mistake, that can melt through a wheel or a tire very fast.
See that smoke building up there.
We're not seeing a lot of weapon action from Fiddlesticks. We know that it's possible for that arm and that lifter to
I wonder how much of the drive is damaged on Fiddlesticks right now as they just kind of rotate. Yeah, it looks, well, no, it's back.
I think a good bit of functionality is there. They're just not applying it very well.
Difficult for them to get under Titanium White, as it seems like the prongs of White are getting under Fiddlesticks, and then Fiddlesticks is unable to really get anywhere. There they get under the side.
What a nice shot of Bob Ross's face also.
Both teams here with nice embossed 3D printing on their robot.
I got to say, the driving so far in here has been great, but we haven't seen those weapons really come into play. Certainly we've seen a little bit of flame.
You see some smoke coming off of Fiddlesticks' wheels a couple times, but yeah, no real damage. Some great pins here. This is going to count for Fiddlesticks getting these pins.
Yeah, it's tough when they're not using that active weapon.
There's another one.
Especially, we know that active weapon can really do something. We've seen it in the past.
And you could argue it's helping with the pins in some of these, although they're not really moving it quite that much.
You got to wonder, I didn't catch their earlier fights, but maybe they're coming into this a little bit hobbled.
Yeah, you know, I would expect a little bit more lifting action with it. There you can see more smoke coming off of the wheel. Again, you know, it's not really going to count much unless they're really able to get that wheel to reduce function, but it is sure is fun to light it on fire.
Now we're getting a real flame going.
Yeah.
Get yourself a stew going out. We're going to come down. This is going to go to the judges.
Another pin by Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic control from Fiddlesticks, which is saying something against a robot like Titanium White, which prides itself on control.
You see Titanium White having a lot more control in some of the other matches today than in this one. Real back and forth fight here. Definitely more action out of the weapon of Titanium White, although it didn't really do much. We did see, the wheel almost catch fire a couple times, but maintained full function till the end. So it will be interesting to see how the judges go at this. I mean, in my mind, the damage is fairly even, really not seeing much damage at all. It's going to come down to control, aggression. They're doing their function tests now to show functionality, and we'll see how they judge them.
Now you can
Close
see
fight.
Ryan Hom there, the driver for Fiddlesticks. Likes to claim the title of the original robot parts collecting kid here at NHRL. So I wonder if any robot parts that he's collected over the years have made it into Fiddlesticks today.
Now, interesting to note here that when Fiddlesticks goes to the judges, they have won every time. When Titanium White goes to the judges, one of the 50-50 shots. Not a large sample size there, but by those odds, Fiddlesticks.
Got it. Well, we will loop back to that in a little bit for that judge's decision. But in the short term, we have Torrent and Battle Tots going up against each other in Cage 1.
Battle Tots here. I wonder if they've retired the horizontal bar spinner for the day, going with 2 verts again.
It did seem to have some technical issues earlier in the day. Torrent not really sure who to go. Oh, massive hit.
Torrent today has been delivering insane hits, so much power, it's having trouble driving and turning, but able to deliver hits here. Wow! 2 targets for them. Maybe it's easier to hit one.
Absolutely going flying. Not a lot of cohesion and strategy from each half of Battle Tots.
Battle Tots seems overwhelmed by the power in Torrent's weapon.
Oh, the bottom has just been ripped open like a tin can.
Torrent deciding to go after the other half.
With so much power in these robots. Are we going to see a
tap out here?
I think Battle Tots is not long to live in this world.
Torrent trying to self-right against the wall. I wonder why they don't self-right against Battle Tots. Gotta be careful not to get stuck. Here comes the count out.
Battle Tots is going to be tapped out, counted out. Your winner is Torrent in this 12-pound match.
Now that is the opening round. That fight is going to send Battle Tots home.
Torrent will be going up against Prom next.
That will be exciting.
That will be a very exciting fight. 2 big, heavy-hitting vertical spinners. Very different designs, considering they have very similar.
The bottom of Battle Tots.
Children, look away from the screen.
Lucky to not have a battery fire there. That is quite the hit, peeling it back like a tin can. Torrent has been on a tear today. Battle Tots, not their day. Having a tough go of things today.
We're going to head back to the desk, get their analysis on the situation. But boy, was that something.
Those hits were cool. I like it when the robots go above the crowd's heads and I can see them arcing over people's heads. It's awesome.
It's what you hope for every match.
Yeah.
As a spectator.
And when it's 2 multi-bots versus a vertical spinner, kind of fun, kind of fun. All right, speaking of fun.
Yes?
We are doing a couple of superlatives this tournament.
Okay.
And the first one we're going to be giving away is the most fun bot.
Ooh, that is a really fantastic category. There are many contenders.
And so these superlatives are sponsored by Repeat Robotics, and that's allowing us to give these builders a little prize for winning Most Fun Bot. And for this tournament, the Most Fun Bot goes to James Kirkpatrick and Painin, the cute penguin-themed 3-pounder. Thank you so much to Repeat Robotics for sponsoring this award, and thank you to James for bringing the cutest penguin-themed robot I have ever seen and perhaps maybe ever will see.
It's going to be very hard to top the cuteness level of that robot. And even just like the jiggle of the googly eyes when it drives. But I think even more than that, like James has spent so much time perfecting this robot and really getting it ready to come fight here. It's not just fun, although it is a lot of fun. He like also is treating it seriously. And for honestly a younger child, like it's really inspiring. So way to go to James and Kyle, who I think embodies so much of what makes this sport incredible.
Absolutely. All right, let's check out an incredible fight in Cage 2.
Thank you, Sam. That is awesome. I love the fact that we have these prizes going on, and I love the fact that in Cage 2 we have another Flame Robot matchup. We've got Iceblade going up against Kill It With Fire.
Kill It With Fire.
Song of Fire and Ice.
Robots fight.
Great torch on Kill It With Fire. Such heat in there if they can get that.
Oh,
in the
look
right
at that
spot.
pin. That's fantastic. Burning right into the top of Iceblade.
Oh.
Starting a great plastic fire. This is exactly what Kill It With Fire is designed to do.
Wow.
The proof of design just like went off without a hitch there.
Kill It With Fire having a few balance issues today. They had to add extra armor to their fuel tank on top of that arm, and they're doing a lot more wheelies than they'd like.
Here we go. Another pin for a moment there, but really having a hard time taking it to their opponent.
There
it
we
is.
go.
Another great torching. See, it takes about 10 seconds for them really to get it burning, so they got to time it perfectly. Oh, interesting. So this is important. These two robots are stuck together. You lose the points for the engagement in terms of how the judges look at your control if you can't disengage from your opponent.
Oh, turning on the flame there while trying to be disentangled. That's a little sneaky.
He is. I don't know that the flame ever went out, quite frankly. It might have just been hard to see. Here you go. Here's another torching. Really lining up these pins. This is looking like a good one.
That's going right into the vents on the base plate.
Good bit of smoke coming out of there. That is considerable damage, and yet Iceblade does not seem to be slowing down any.
Yeah, functionally, it seems fine.
Really interesting strategy. We talked earlier about the difference between aggression and control. Kill It With Fire showing very little aggression, but anytime it has an opportunity, it takes full control of the match.
Yeah, you'd have to say Kill It With Fire is controlling the match at this point for sure, although they did have that pin not count.
Maybe they heard us. There's a couple of more affirmative engagements, let's call them.
Iceblade is going to have to get some hits here with this weapon to leave a mark on the judges.
It's amazing to me how well the floppy arm on Kill It With Fire keeps the weapon system out of harm's way against Iceblade.
Yeah, it is impressive. You know, it almost looked like it took a few shots and it still seems fine. It's almost perfectly shaped to avoid it.
Interesting, the flame seems to be out on Kill It With Fire.
You can see there the servo almost like moving around in the middle of the air. It might be dislodged from where it's supposed to be. Hard to tell.
Interesting, the blade has spun down on Iceblade.
I wonder if this is because they're stuck and maybe they'll spin back up.
It does appear to be the case, yes.
Oh.
Another good pin from Kill It With Fire. It's
not seeing the fire, though.
No, it's only the arm.
That's the match. Tricky. Did the weapon become disabled on Kill It With Fire? It looked like it might have been the servo getting dislodged, and that would count as damage.
It absolutely would.
If it ran out of fuel, well, that's fine. But if it really can't light on fire because of the servo, that would be big.
It would absolutely be some level of damage. In the meantime, we're while we wait for the judge's decision on that match, we're going to head back to the desk. Guys?
Well, well, well. Welcome back, Luke.
Hello, Lindsay.
It's always a delight to share the desk with you.
It's true, it is.
I wish everyone had such a
Wait, I meant to
privilege and
say
honor.
likewise, Lindsay, likewise.
Yeah. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I have loved just like a day full of upsets. Crowd favorites, fan favorites dying in these opening rounds. We're minting new favorites. Incredible.
I think we will see another barn burner perhaps over in cage 4. So let's go check it out. Oh my goodness, Luke.
We have Jameson Go and Psycho over here in the pink corner facing off against the Honey Bombers, a brand new multi-bot from Zoe Lambert and Team Honeycracked. Now, the Honey Bombers have had a fantastic NHRL debut here today. Really just smashing their way onto the scene with really great performance. Let's see if Psycho has what it takes to defeat 2 formidable opponents.
It is a classic challenge. One of the things that I love about Honey Bombers is that each robot has their own call sign. So the vertical spinner on Honey Bombers is named Venom, and the horizontal is called Reaper. And that, of course, staring at us is Psycho.
Now, Zoe was telling me last night that these are like dogfighting like names. You know, like if you're flying a jet, you know, it'd be really cool if your name was Reaper. You know?
Yeah. I thought you meant like
Fight,
dogs.
robots, fight.
Here we go.
Right, oh my gosh, Psycho immediately punting one half of the Honey Bombers into the glass.
Like it's nothing. And we've seen these robots deliver huge hits earlier in the day.
Psycho inverted. This is their time to capitalize. They're not going to have a lot of opportunities like this in this fight.
No, especially now with Psycho on the rail.
What you really don't want is Psycho back on its feet. This is a four-wheel drive vert.
Luke, I'm seeing perhaps some, no,
Oh,
it's
no.
back again? How
It's
dare
back.
I question Psycho?
Psycho is back up to speed, but it looks like it can't drive forward. You can kind of see this very tentative driving here from Jameson Go. And the
there
Honey
we go.
Bombers coming in to capitalize here. This is the opening round of the 12-pound weight class. Psycho trying to knock out one of these robots, scoring massive amounts of damage, but we're not seeing that kind of zippy drive that we typically see from Jameson Go and this robot.
Yeah, normally that robot glides through the box. It's having a little bit better performance now than about a minute ago, 30 seconds ago, so not sure what the issue was there.
It's a real line it up and just shoot across the box in a second kind of robot. Looks like some of that drive might be impaired. Whoa, great hit there. Now, the classic advice that you give people who are fighting multibots is to pick the robot that you have the type advantage on and try and knock that robot out first. So in this case, it would be Psycho going after this undercutter. But he is an equal opportunity knockout artist here, going after both robots.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that he's having any difficulty with either of them, to be honest. His biggest difficulty was almost against himself, just getting inverted.
Yeah, the real tide has turned here with Psycho. Psycho really bullying around the Honey Bombers here. Now in the opening rounds, all of these fights that you see from this point forward are elimination fights. If you lose this fight, you are going home to Maryland early. Oh my gosh! Lindsay!
What? Okay.
Psycho had a momentary brownout. It stopped for just a second. There's 25 seconds left here on the clock. Jameson, my heart almost stopped.
With so much on the line, every little moment like that means everything.
Wow. 10 seconds left. These robots have made it the full 3 minutes. They're going to take it to the judges. The judges will be deciding who wins here, Psycho or the Honey Bombers.
Hats off to Stack and the Honey Bombers. that was an incredibly durable performance. They received so many hits from Psycho, one after another after another. It slowed them down a little bit. They weren't really able to deliver a lot in return, but they lasted all 3 minutes, both Venom and Reaper, and that I feel like is an accomplishment within itself.
Somber looks here on the Maryland side of the box. You could hear Jameson go telling Aaron Fan there, cage side, that that was a nail biter. And really the first 60 seconds of that fight, a tough spot for Jameson Go, stuck on his head, and really just being attacked by these twin multi-bots. And yeah, we're going to send it over to the judges. They're going to be deciding the winner here. All right, we're going to go over to Gauge 1, and we're going to check in with our friend Gil.
Hello! Hello, everyone. I am Gil, and I'm here to take you through this next fight. We have Indecision Decision in the pink corner, and we have Adamant Barrage in the blue corner. And the winner of this fight is going to fight Meliodas, one of our bots from Ecuador today, who are having a fantastic run. All the Ecuadorian bots are doing quite well, so that's been really, really fun to see. Now, Adamant Barrage is from William Marchese. It debuted at the February event and did very, very well, fighting its way. I think it had fought its way to a 2-2 record, but now it is doing quite well today also. It is here in the opening round. Now, Indecision Decision is a modular bot, hence the name. Sorry, Incision Decision. It's a modular bot, so it is in its undercutter configuration, except it's flipped over, so it's an overcutter. It's from Greg Machia from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
1. Fight, robots, fight.
And here we go. Incision Decision going with a little bit of spin, that torque from the weapon, spinning that bot around. Meanwhile, Adamant Barrage, is that weapon going? It seems to be a little up and down. Neither weapon seems to be completely happy as Adamant Barrage pushing Incision Decision into the pink corner. Both these bots a little bit shaken up. This has been a game of attrition so far, a day of attrition. A lot of big hits that we've seen from every bot so far today. But Adamant Barrage doing a control bot thing. It is very tall and very wide, and it can really dictate this fight. Anytime you have this sort of weapons down control kind of fight, the horizontal spinner generally doesn't have a good advantage because they're really not built to push their opponent around. Now you see Adamant Barrage releasing that pin. They can only hold that pin for 10 seconds, then they have to release. Otherwise, the judges do not count that pin for control. See, Adamant Barrage is still trying to push Incision Decision around. They separate for a little bit, and there's another really good pin. These pins are all counting, so even though Adamant Barrage does not have its weapon working, it is scoring a lot of points with these pins. Now, I say it doesn't have its weapon working. It does have a little spin. It's not enough to do any sort of damage. William really wants to spin that bot up a little bit more. Meanwhile, Incision Decision has to figure out how to get this fight turned around. It's really tough. They just don't have the drive power or the floor grip to really compete here with Adamant Barrage. As the two bots tangle over here, Incision Decision really wants to see Adamant Barrage get high-centered or something, or get locked up against the kick plate. You know, there's a few ways this fight could turn in Incision Decision's favor, but so far it has really been mostly Adamant Barrage. Now, both these bots in a pushing match, and I think Adamant Barrage's weapon was briefly locked inside Incision Decision's weapon, but looks like they've separated now. And now going back and engaging again. You see those wheels on Adamant Barrage spinning, trying to get as much traction as he can. And there's another pin from William. And with less than 30 seconds left, Incision Decision is running out of time, trying to figure out a way that they can come out on top. But Adamant Barrage just pushing Incision around. Remember, both these bots weigh the same. These are both 12-pound bots, so it's not like one bot is much more massive. There's the weapon! There's Decision's weapon suddenly spinning up. Can they do anything about it? And time is up. And we're gonna go to the judges. Well, let's see how the judges go, but from my perspective, it seemed to be all Adamant Barrage there. And it looks like, at least from my perspective, it's likely that it's Adamant Barrage that's gonna move on to face the Ecuadorian bot. But we shall see what the judges say. All right, we're gonna go back to Cage 2 and our friends at the desk.
A fantastic fight here from William Marchese and Adamant Barrage. I love to see William's success here in the bracket. I feel like so many times William comes to the cusp of getting a qualification invitation to the championship and ends at 5th position or 6th position. So it's great to see him really having success here. Now, as we look at them loading into Cage 2, this is Mako from Julian Papazian, our overhead attack. Just a menace in the box. He has exploded multiple batteries in his career here at NHRL. And all you can do is really hope that his opponent, Updraft here in blue, has good top armor, Lindsay.
Michael Del Duca and Updraft has had a phenomenal day all day. So, you know, I'm not sure how well prepared he is to face an unconventional weapon like on Mako, but we're going to see.
3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight.
Mako is looking good. Successfully corralling Updraft up against the rail, and those super long forks are able to stay out of those teeth on Updraft. Here we go.
Beautiful.
Yes! A great shower of sparks from Mako. There we go. Smashing through that carbon fiber top plate.
Giving the people what they want to see.
They want to see a wheel. They want to see a battery.
They want to see a battery, Luke.
Whoa! Now, Mako has a tendency to kind of hang back and wait for his opponent to make a mistake, but here he's a lot more active in this fight. He knows that Updraft's weapon is very dangerous. He needs to get the momentum going early in this fight.
Is he going to launch into that weapon?
It would be incredible if that was the decision.
I
Could
don't
he snipe
blame
a belt?
him for not.
Wow. That belt is looking juicy, Julian!
I think he might... Oh, Updraft just got out of it. I think he was perfectly lined up with the belt there.
Oh!
There we go.
Huge hit behind the house bot. Wow!
Yes!
Julian! Incredible! An amazing shower of sparks, and Updraft is not moving. I cannot believe it. 1:20 left in this fight. Incredible.
Still mobile. It's still going.
Yeah.
Oh, now he's just launching right into the weapon.
It's moving. I wouldn't say it's driving great, Lindsay. Updraft only able to back up.
Luke.
60 seconds left here in this fight. Julian going after that back wheel.
A little bit of power lost on that saw, but still able to land the blows. Still counts.
45 seconds left in this fight.
Ooh.
Wow, don't get greedy, Julian. You're way ahead on the points, flipping your opponents.
We want to see it.
Wow.
I don't know if Updraft is coming back from that one.
This was a slaughter. I can't believe it. Mako celebrating here. This looks like this is a knockout. Mako advancing to the round of 16.
Dang, that was a dominant show of force. Julian put so much trust and confidence into those forks, and they paid him back tenfold. He was able to win every single exchange with Updraft in terms of getting under that robot. And once he was able to get under Updraft, he was just able to have his way with him. That was really fun.
All right, let's take a quick replay. I loved it so much, I want to see it twice, Lindsay.
I want to see it 3 times.
Now, Updraft run here by the students from Toronto. So this is from the University of Toronto. And this was a real trouncing here. Mako is just so surgical with this super fast blade. This is kind of a throwback design, and I love that Julian is having success here in 2025 with it. Massive shower of sparks. This is where he killed that drive.
Yep.
And Updraft could only drive backwards.
It is like the 4th of July in that box, just like with the sparklers that you get, you know, in a 10-pack. The sparks, the carnage, like, oh my goodness.
I love it.
That was a really, really great showing for Mako.
You can see the Papagian siblings there, both Julian and Dima, celebrating at the end of that fight. Very, very happy with their performance. They're best friends. They're siblings. They build together. They fight together. And they are ranked at the very top of the rankings in the Beatles. Really, really fantastic showing so far today. Mako advancing to the round of 16. All right, now we have a judge's decision on earlier fights. Production, I'm ready. Psycho has defeated Honey Bombers. Jameson Go surviving in the bracket. Really great showing there. An early exit here for the Honey Bombers, who will not be advancing to primetime, but Jameson Go will be there at the very top of the show in the 12-pound weight class.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that judge's decision was a surprise, but I think that, you know, the Honey Bombers should still feel proud about what they were able to deliver. This is a brand new robot for this competition, or pair of robots. And, you know, for a lot of robots, it can work to have that weight disadvantage. But when you're fighting Psycho, it's hard to be a multi-bot.
When you're fighting Jameson Go, your robot needs to be perfect.
Yeah.
It's got to be mechanically perfect. It's got to be driven perfectly. Yeah. And there's also an element of luck. You have to just kind of hope that there is a little window of opportunity that opens up. Jameson Go is a really tough person to compete against. Today, he's only running 1 robot, so all of his focus is on Psycho as well. Typically, he's running 2 robots across 2 different weight classes. He is absolutely focused on winning a golden dumpster here today.
Yeah, and I mean, the 12-pound division is pretty stacked today, but I see a pretty good path for him to make it deep in this competition.
All right, we're going to go back to cage 2. Wow, okay. We've got Donald Sung and Basics here to the left, facing off against Fragment X. And we're going to send this over to our friend Gil in the booth.
Hello, friends. So, as Luke and Lindsay said, we have Basics in the in the pink corner, and we have Fragment X over in the blue corner. Now, this is a round of 32 bracket fight. The winner of this fight is going to fight the winner of Impakt versus Jelly Baby.
3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Impakt versus Jelly Baby. That time recently ran out on that fight, and it's with the judges, so we're going to see which way that went. Fragment X winning the early exchanges off of Basics, which is a bit of a surprise. Basics had a deep run last event, but so far, Fragment X taking it over to Donald Sung and Basics. Now, Donald is a very, very good driver. You can see that he's going to try to reestablish control, but there's Fragment X punting Basics into the corner of the cage. Fragment X has been winning all of these exchanges, and when we win those exchanges, you get those follow-up hits, but here's Donald Sung with a little bit of a reversal. Now he's able to get those angles on Fragment X. He had a few hits where he was able to avoid Fragment X's weapon. That meant he could send Fragment X into the air, and now this fight is starting to turn around. Is Fragment X's weapon working? Another hit, and that looks like a fork. Nope, that's the fork. The right fork off of Basics is out. We're going to see if that affects the leverage. Though it may not matter because Fragment's Fragment X's weapon is down. So Fragment X still has that drive. They are very, very fast, and that's really helping them this fight. Now, I think Basic's weapon is still up and working. Fragment X doing a quick spin around. And Basic's gyros itself upside down. This is an opportunity for Fragment X to get a good pin, but you see they just missed. Basic's able to duck out just in time, almost like an old-time movie sword fight. That last-second lunge from the death blow, just avoiding it. Now Basic's trying to turn around. Is its drive completely happy? Just over a minute left in this fight, and another big hit. I believe, I'm trying to figure out if Fragment X's weapon is back up. It is moving so fast, the whole bot is a blur. I am seeing some sparks from it, so I think they got that weapon working again. So we have two fully functional bots. Their drives are working, their weapon's working, but there's Basics with a good hit. They're able to turn this around. Fragment X, you'll recall, was winning the early part of the fight, and Basics has taken it over. And now we're pretty much even. Fragment X is now inverted. Basics taking advantage with a little bit of a punt, and Fragment X now doing the thing. Their weapon is not spinning. They've requested an unstick, so they're going to try to get unstuck from Brett, but when that weapon is not going, that bot's going to have a really hard time self-righting, especially because I don't think it's able to make any contact with the ground. Less than 20 seconds, and the question is the ref going to start to count out within the next 5 seconds? Because if they do, then we could have a knockout. Otherwise, this fight's going to go to the judges. You see Brett driving right into your living room. Hi, Brett. Very, very nice close-up. Now with the unstick over, Basics with one final shot, and we are going to the judges. So that was a back-and-forth fight, completely wild between the two bots. They're going to do the functionality test now, and we're going to see eventually who's going to go fight Impakt versus Jelly Baby. That fight is still with the judges. So Donald Sung and Team Pandemonium, you see them moving that weapon, spinning that weapon. That's for the judges, to show the judges that they do have a functional weapon. They also move the bot around, showing the judges they have a functional drive. Now here's Fragment showing that they have a functional weapon. Does Fragment have a functional drive? I believe they do. It would be very unfortunate of them to get high-centered at the very end of the fight. That has happened in the past with other bots, that you are totally fine, and at the very end of the fight you get high-centered and you can't do your functionality test. And to the judges, that's just how it is. You're not moving. So it's one of those things that, like, it's a tough pill to take, but we'll see. We'll see what the judges, how the judges interpret that movement from Fragment X. All right, headed back to the desk with my friends Luke and Lindsay.
That was a fantastic fight. Basics dominating down one wheel.
Yeah.
Really incredible. I don't know if Donald Sung entered that fight knowing exactly how brutal it was going to be. That was just incredible 3 minutes of just energy and action. Fantastic.
Props to Gil for calling that match, because for like a solid 2 minutes and 20 seconds, there was no breathing room.
Yeah.
It was just action. It was just hits. It was just stalking prey. It was a really, really fantastic match, and going to the judges is going to be difficult.
All right, we have some exciting announcements. Production, tell me. Okay, we've got a judge's decision. Okay, William Marchese and Adamant Barrage advancing in the bracket, defeating Incision Decision. Fantastic. Shocking news. Okay. 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 Whoa. Okay. In Cage 6, Master Control Bot has just defeated Glenn Boxel and Caldera, eliminating Glenn early. Glenn not surviving to primetime. Master Control Bot has impressed so much today. This is a Control Bot with a lifter.
Yes.
Defeating one of the most feared robots in the 3-pound weight class.
When a control bot with something as, quote-unquote simple as a lifter is driven perfectly, is driven confidently, it can take out any robot. I'm fully convinced.
Yeah.
And Master Control Bot has done an exceptional job today. I would not be surprised if we see it make a deep run in this competition.
Yeah. Now, as we await the judges' decisions here, a judge's decision between Basics and Fragment X, that is a very, very close fight. I do want to call out Fragment X, Zechariah Matthews from Newcastle, Colorado, flying all the way out here from Colorado with an amazing robot. I don't want to write its eulogy too early. That was a really close fight.
It was.
But just in case, Zechariah, really fantastic work today with Fragment X. All right, let's go over to cage 2, check out who's in there. I can see Angel Vidal over there.
Oh,
but this is Jackalope and Bagheera. Angel's just down here as a fan, Lindsay.
We are so Backalope, Luke. This is incredibly exciting. Gwen McGuire with Jackalope is a robot I have been waiting and hoping to see all day. I've missed it. I'm so pumped to see it now. But Nick Andrews and Bagheera, also an incredibly formidable robot. One to be feared.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, great box rush here from Bagheera, meeting Jackalope here in the center. Jackalope is a combination lifter and vert.
You don't see too many of those, Luke.
Yeah, it's kind of Whiplash-esque, I would say. It's just fantastic because it can lift its opponent and really kind of push it up against the rail. But Bagheera here, whoa. It was a pin, and then it was a reverse Uno on the pin. Great work there.
I'm already seeing some forks on Bagheera look a little worse for wear. They're going to have trouble getting the ground advantage now.
Oh my gosh. Nick Andreas pushing Gwen McGuire's robot Jackalope up against the rail. Wow. 2 minutes left here in this fight. There is a ton of fight left here. These two continue to trade control of this fight back and forth. Not seeing a lot of movement, though, from Jackalope. Whoa.
I can't tell if I am seeing an askew weapon on Jackalope, and I do see a belt on the floor. That could explain the lack of movement there.
I think so. Yeah, that might be a weapon belt off of Jackalope.
However, still fully able to control this match, and that is kind of the benefit of having a best of both worlds robot.
Wow. These are two relatively new builders. Bagheera began building a year ago. Gwen McGuire made her debut in late 2024.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
wow!
Yes!
The Bagheera's doing the thing!
Oh,
Jackalope,
wow.
we're so Backalope! Yes! Wow! Nick Andreas here trying desperately to fire up that hub motor. Calling for the unstick here. And Gwen fighting with the house bomb, trying to prevent the save. Wow, Bagheera landing right on top of Jackalope. Incredible driving here from Gwen.
Yeah!
40 seconds left, lifting Bagheera in the air.
Oh, this is so satisfying. Who needs a vertical spinning weapon when you got that lifting arm?
Incredible.
And a little tapping arm, too.
Aggressive tapping from Gwen McGuire on the top of Bagheera.
Chastising that poor Bagheera.
Wow. Oh, leaving Bagheera on the rail as we enter the last 10 seconds of this fight. Gwen is celebrating. Wow.
Gwen's joy is infectious. And they're going to see him hug him out here. I love to see that. Big smiles from Nick Andrews. Bagheera really held its own that entire match, but running into unsticks, getting caught up there, it's a dangerous spot.
I talked to Nick last night in the pits, and he said, so he's made the bracket all 7 times that he's come to NHRL, which is incredible.
Yeah.
He made the bracket here today.
Yeah.
But I think that this might be the end of the road for Bagheera.
Oh,
This was a really close fight. He obviously picked up a ton of points. There was damage on his part. But Gwen McGuire showed incredible control, really fighting her way through losing that weapon early.
And I think what you were telling me, and correct me if I'm wrong, Luke, that Bagheera or Nick's other robots, he's at least made the first round of the qualifying bracket every single time, but has never advanced beyond it.
No.
And that...
He's 7-0 to get into the bracket, 0-7 to get beyond the opening round. Yeah. So I think this is probably the furthest that he's gone, which is great.
Yeah.
He was telling me, I'm an incredibly competitive person. I play ice hockey, you know, and just love to win. He says, I'm not upset with a good loss.
Yeah, and that was a phenomenal loss.
A potential loss.
Well, yeah, I'm not a judge.
He's picked up some points.
Oh, yeah.
Although we've seen a couple thousand of these fights, I think he probably is not going to advance, but we're going to see. But he's like, yeah, no, I'm not upset with a good loss.
Yeah.
If you defeat me, like, that is so much better than defeating myself. Like, if I put in the robot and it doesn't turn on, that's really disappointing. He kind of drives home and he's just got the 1,000-yard stare. But if you go out on a really, really well-fought fight, he's happy with that.
When you are on the receiving end of so many smackalopes, you're in for a bad time.
Come up with? Yes. That's good.
But I think that his robot stayed in one piece. We did not really see any crackalopes.
Yes, Lindsay, yes.
This is too fun. I need to take a break.
All right.
Wow.
Do you want to hear a fun fact about jackalopes?
I would love.
Gwen sent this over, and listen, YouTube, fact check me. This is just Gwen's fact that she sent over. Did you know that the HPV vaccine was developed thanks to the myth of the jackalope?
Wait, you're telling me that there's a myth of a jackalope?
Well, like out in the desert, there aren't really little rabbits running around with horns. Pretty sure.
I don't know if I believe you, Luke.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I need to cling to one
I think
conspiracy.
It's cryptozoology, not zoology. You know what I mean?
I need to cling to one conspiracy, and mine will be that jackalopes are real.
Okay. Well, they developed the HPV vaccine, so there you go.
How could that be?
I'm going to guess, they put on little lab coats. They went into clean rooms.
That's so cute.
Spent years with research.
Yeah.
A lot of published work, peer review.
Very important.
Yeah, I mean, jackalopes, pretty short-lived animals, too, so probably several generations of scientists. A good community, I think, really devoted to the HPV vaccine.
Gwen, we're going to need to get more information.
Gwen, you might have just sent over, misinformation. I have no idea. Put it out over YouTube.
They can write anything in those entry forms,
They can. And listen, if you write it, I'll read it. Like, that's the problem, okay?
We're opening ourselves up to a lot of misinformation here.
Yeah, okay. We're going to go over to Cage 2, and our friend Gil is going to be calling this one.
Yes, we have Fiddlesticks versus Eviscerator. Eviscerator is going to start in the pink corner, and Fiddlesticks will move over to the blue corner. This is a fight that I've been really interested to see because Eviscerator finished second at Motorama a couple of weeks ago. They had a fantastic run, and they are a relatively new team. They've only been driving the spot and bots in general for, I think, less than a year, so they're doing really, really well. Fiddlesticks is having a good run. They're also making their NHRL debut today, and they have made it here to the round of 32. So they're having quite a good time also. The winner of this fight is going to have the unfortunate and unenviable task of fighting Turbo Fiend, our number 2 ranked bot. But you can see the weapon locks are out, the cage doors are closing. Once the cage doors are closed, we can safely drive these bots around. So on the left, that's That is Fiddlesticks, and you can see that weapon. It's modeled after the 12-pound bot Ramplan, at least it seems to be. It's a similar build. It's got those 3 forks in front, and it's got that motorized lifting fork that when Ramplan debuted, nobody, especially the builder, didn't think it was going to be that effective a weapon, and guess what? It was a very effective weapon. Eviscerator tried to get into its corner, but one of its drive sides is very unhappy. So let's see if it can do that. It's working its way into the pink corner. They're trying to figure out a way that they can get it into the pink corner. There it goes. So Eviscerator now backed up into the pink corner, ready to start. Fiddlesticks seems to be ready. That's a matter of the ref making sure everybody's readied up. There we go. You can hear the ref about to start the fight. So
5,
we've got this.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
So we got this vicious vertical spinner in Eviscerator. The question is, can they move? And right away, Fiddlesticks doing the thing, locked up on its back. You can see Fiddlesticks drive. It's a little bit hinky also, but they're able to get Eviscerator onto its side. Eviscerator can self-right now. And Eviscerator with a good hit, and that's a wheel off of Fiddlesticks. And Fiddlesticks thinking about asking for an unstick, but in the meantime, Eviscerator driving it around the cage. There is a belt, I believe that's a drive belt off of Fiddlesticks. Yes, that is Fiddlesticks' right drive belt, so it's only going to have drive power on its left side. But still, it's able to move quite well. No, I tell a lie, because it still has that drive power from the rear right wheel. And now it's able to start getting some control. That's the thing about these control bots. They can take a hit, and it looked like that was a big hit that Fiddlesticks took, but it's still able to move around. Problem is, it's not able to get any effective pins off of Eviscerator so far. Eviscerator seems to have overcome their early drive problems. They're able to drive backwards pretty well, and I think that's really, really helping them. But Eviscerator plopping itself into the side of the arena, briefly inverting itself, then they're able to self-right. They get a couple of good pops on Fiddlesticks. There is a good pin from Fiddlesticks. That's exactly what they want to do. But Eviscerator right back, flipping Fiddlesticks into the corner with Brett. And Fiddlesticks really not spending a lot of time on its wheels. That's not great news for a control bot. You can see that lifting arm, that motorized lifting arm, is now a little bit bent from all of these hits from Eviscerator. That's some excellent driving from Grant and Eviscerator. Just staying on top of Fiddlesticks. That's really what you want. You want that combo. You want that one hit, and as your opponent is flying around, you want to set yourself up so you can give them another hit exactly where they land. Never give them a chance to establish control over their bot. But Fiddlesticks has done just that. They've gotten a little bit more momentum out of this fight, even though they have lost their other front wheel. So out of their 4 wheels, Fiddlesticks is now down to 2. It's their 2 rear wheels where they get the power from. So they're still able to move around, but it's just not as powerful. You see some more tough hits from Eviscerator, sending Fiddlesticks into the air, into the ceiling. Those forks on Fiddlesticks, you know, they've been doing a solid job absorbing a lot of the hits, but Fiddlesticks still spending a lot of air time, you know, a lot of time not touching the ground. And like I said, a control bot really, really wants to be touching the ground. 15 seconds left. Eviscerator really taking control of this fight. It's going to be in the hands of the judges most likely, and kudos to Fiddlesticks for surviving. Those are some brutal, brutal hits that Eviscerator was dishing out. And that is the fight. It's now in the hands of the judges. Some excellent driving from both. A nice face pulled by Ryan from Fiddlesticks. Good driving from both bots, especially because neither of them seem to be 100%. Now they're going to do their functionality tests just like before. Again, this is both of their debuts, both bots making their NHRL debuts and having really, really good days so far. Both making it into the round of 32. Only one of them. Look at that fork. Look at how much damage that fork has taken. It's taken multiple hits, and it's just absolutely twisted. So one of these bots is going to move on to fight Turbo Fiend. We'll see which bot the judges decide on. Doors are now open, so the judges must have gotten their functionality tests. and we're going to go ahead and unload. All right, we're going to head back to the desk at our friends Luke and Lindsay.
And these are two young drivers, both of them making their NHRL debut, bringing a robot here to the competition for the first time. Grant Cagle here with Eviscerator, an absolute builder and robot to watch.
Yeah.
Coming in second at Motorama 2025 just 2 weeks ago. Coming in second to Impakt. And Chris was telling us at dinner last night that Grant has built a strategy document for every single robot that they might meet, which is just great.
Yeah, we were talking to them in the pits yesterday, and talking about their performance at Moto and what they were expecting out of their debut here at NHRL. And Grant pulled out a stapled packet of all of their possible opponents.
Yeah.
And I told them, like, we've been doing this 4 years.
Yeah.
Luke, you and I have been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
We've walked the pits every single Friday night.
Yeah.
Never
in
4 years have I seen someone that prepared.
Yes.
But here's the thing. Fiddlesticks, also a brand new robot. I don't know what information anyone could have gathered on Fiddlesticks. So
if you're really devoted, you can go out through Discord and kind of like see if there's a build report or a photo or anything like that.
Yeah.
Or if your opponent has fought anywhere else and try and pull up live stream footage and try and find it. That is the real mark of someone who is a great planner in the sport.
Yeah.
There are lots of examples of builders that'll build these huge charts of, like, if I win here and then they win here, and I might, like, there's probably a 50% chance that I'm going to meet there, so let's build a huge plow configuration for the robot, so, like, the next time that I come, I've got this thing for horizontals. It's just cool to see that level of preparation, how seriously the builders here take the sport.
Yeah.
Eviscerator, taking home hardware at Motorama, absolutely a robot to watch. If they advance beyond this judge's decision, which looks likely, they will face Turbo Fiend, which is a huge choke point in the bracket.
Yes.
Dima Papazian's fantastic. I have picked Turbo Fiend for my fantasy bracket here today. So not saying that I'm hoping that she advances beyond Eviscerator, but that will be an absolute banger to watch.
Yeah. There's so much to look forward to still.
Yeah. Great robots left, yeah.
Yeah, this has been a banger of a day, and it's only going to get bangier.
Yeah.
Let's go to cage 2.
Let's go over and... Ooh. Oh, Kill It With Fire is back, Lindsay.
Yes, it is Kokoto
Your favorite builder's
Mane.
favorite builder, Kokoto Mane here. Wow.
I have been incredibly impressed with Kill It With Fire's performance today. I do want to say a fun fact here about Johnny Sumpas's robot Vapor Trail.
Oh, yeah.
It changes like a mood ring based on temperature.
Okay.
So fighting a flame bot here is, I think, going to be a treat for everybody. I don't know what colors it changes. I don't know what
like
part
the plastic
changes.
is changing different colors or what?
I am going based on 5 words. Changes color based on temperature. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's going to be a blast either way. I'm hoping that flame on Kill It With Fire is able to deliver what we want.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Tentative start here.
Kill It With Fire, not really able to exit the blue corner here.
A lot of Kokoto's strategy has been waiting for its opponent to come to him, so I don't know if it's a matter of that or a matter of mobility issue.
Oh boy, Johnny Supas going after that flamethrower here. The top to Kill It With Fire.
Johnny, let us see it change color first.
Wow, I can see one of the googly eyes is gone.
Oh,
Kill It With
no.
Fire is winking at us, Lindsay. I'm
not sure if I am seeing any sign of flame. I know that Kokoto saves the bulk of it for, contact, but I'm not sure what signs of life there are.
There are so many juicy angles here on Kill It With Fire.
Yes.
And with a great driver like Johnny Soonpass and Vapor Trail, that's a huge bolt. What's that bolt from, Lindsay?
That is a huge high centered hazard.
That's a giant bolt. I can see the googly eye here in the foreground. Oh, good self right there, Kokoto. Wow, I have not seen any fire at all. 1:40 here left in this fight.
Good pin, but still not seeing the flame.
Yeah. Now, Kokoto Mana uses a conventional creme brulee torch here.
As
and
one does.
It requires an actuator to kind of simulate a human finger to ignite that trigger. So I wonder if the actuator might be damaged. Perhaps the flamethrower is damaged itself. But a little bit of desperate tapping, I'm going to say. Not aggressive, desperate, Lindsay.
However, it's I think been a little difficult for Johnny to find really good angles on Kill It With Fire to take advantage of, this compromised weapon.
Yes, this is the time for Johnny Soonpass to come through and really shred. Looks a bit like Johnny might be just playing with his food here. Oh, there's a wire. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. You want the wires inside of Kill It With Fire. 30 seconds left. Good pin here. What a strange match, Lindsay.
I'm not quite sure what to make of this. I wish that we had been treated to the color-changing technology on Johnny's robot.
I wish that we had been treated to the fire on Kill It With Fire. Oh,
no.
Oh, no. As we enter the last 10 seconds of this match, this is when it's going to go to the judges.
With an aggressive tap to end it all.
You can see Johnny Soonpass there, wearing his Malice jersey. He's on Team Malice here. Kokoto Mane from Team WPI, college student here, originally from Georgia, coming up to study engineering here in, where's WPI? Massachusetts?
Worcester, Massachusetts.
That's a word that I really have difficulty with.
Worcester.
I want to say Worcester?
Oh, you will be laughed and
Why
cajoled
did they put an
out of
R in there?
Massachusetts. You gotta ask the British.
It should just be W-O-O-S-T-E-R.
Luke, you're now infuriating an entire state of people.
Throw
who
another
have
O in it. W-O-O-O-S-T-E-R. Worcester.
I am not from Massachusetts. I did go to school in Boston, and I feel it here, Luke.
Yeah.
It hurts me.
My favorite, there's a lot of people who went to school here in Boston. It's just like such a flex because there's just so many great schools in Boston, and you just kind of leave it up to imagination. You know what I mean? Lindsay, you should never tell them which school you went to, not because you're embarrassed, but just because it's mysterious.
It was Simmons College.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. We have an update, Luke.
Okay, good. Good. We're inside of a repair window right now. So, inside of cage 1, we've got an amazing rumble. Okay.
Luke, I am seeing a lot of various electronics in box 1.
Yeah. Now, before anybody, reports us to the EPA, these are all decommissioned electronics. They've been broken, through the many sketchy things that we get up to here at NHRL.
Is that my laptop in there?
I haven't seen it in a while, Lindsay. I would be concerned.
Uh-oh.
I can see a huge flat screen TV right there. That's not like a hole in the floor or anything like that.
Robots fight.
This is an incredibly cathartic moment.
The TV immediately falling.
Wicked Witch of the West style just crushing that robot.
It was so reminiscent of the first time that I tried to mount a TV on my living room wall, Incredible. These are mini-bots, and they are living out their fantasy as, e-waste specialist,
This is the Office Space moment that I feel like we all have dreamed of living. I'm so proud.
It's like a rage room, you know?
Yes.
You go in there, you smash everything.
You could charge a lot of money for this right here.
People are going after this TV. Wow. I wonder if they can cut the TV in half, Lindsay. What do you think?
Let's see it. Cut it in half.
Oh, that looks pretty good. Yeah, I want to see someone try and drive up on top of the TV. That would be great. Wow.
I mean, the TV has been actually a quite formidable opponent so far.
Yeah. I like that they're shoving other things under the TV. Like, I think there's a robot under there. They're trying to shove this keyboard under here. Wow. What is that high-pitched squeal inside of there? That sounds not good.
No.
Wow. Oh!
Wow. I'm seeing like a lot of timid robots, given the fact that these electronics can't fight back.
Yeah. Yeah, well, what I'm learning is that I should just build a TV-shaped robot. See? This thing is tough. Wow.
Floop trying to get in on the action there. I'm not sure what side they support, the bots or the electronics, let's be honest.
Now, Floop is our 350-pound house bot, and it has incredible pushing power and incredible smashing power. I want to see some of that smashing power on display. At what point do they start to attack one another, Lindsay? What do you think?
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, a little friendly fire.
Yeah. And listen, you know, all the kids in the audience, they get a little piece of the TV on the way out tonight. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, all the kids collecting bot parts in the crowd are eating good tonight.
Yeah, we're going to break off a little piece of glass for you kids, all right? 16 seconds left here.
Hey, everyone signs a waiver, right?
Somehow, this has gone the full 3 minutes. This TV has survived. Give me the make and model number. I'm convinced.
That keyboard also really holding its own.
One of the top things I'm looking for in a TV is durability versus picture quality. So that's great.
They all look the same, roughly.
Yeah. Wow.
But how many can survive a robopocalypse?
My gosh, it looks like a hurricane came through.
Oh, wow.
Floof here is spraying its fire extinguisher. Pretty exciting.
Luke, I have to say, I thought the robots were going to come out on the stronger end of that match.
No,
I'm
this
seeing
TV.
a lot of limping.
No, this is like I actually do want to know what the TV's brand is. You know, this is like a Sony or something. You know,
it's starting to look like one of those curved TVs, like a intentionally curved TV.
Anything can be a curved surface if you try hard enough.
Yes.
You know?
Look at that. Detritus.
Yeah.
Littered everywhere.
It's like a hurricane went through like a Radio Shack or something here.
Luke, how much would you pay for the opportunity to just drive a robot in a electronics-themed rage room?
$500?
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
And I feel like they all got to do it for free.
Yeah.
We should be charging for
I have
this.
a lot of pent-up frustration. You know?
Do you?
Yeah, I just want to go in there and just smash. But I do want to choose the robots. So, like, I'd like to smash with, like, Emulsifier or something.
Yes.
Maybe Megatron.
That'd be fun.
Just,
that would be fun.
you know? Yeah. All right, we're going to go and check out a feature here on the 5 different ways that fights can end right now.
Here are 5 different ways a fighting robot match can end at the NHRL.
5.
The double knockout. It happens even though it's rare. And sometimes it's spectacular, like both robots hit each other full force and each one dies in the process. Other times it's kind of a dud, where neither robot leaves their starting corner. Either way though, it goes to the judges after a double knockout, and they score the fight up to the double knockout point.
4.
The judge's decision. All right, so if a fight goes for the full 3 minutes without any knockouts, tap outs, nothing, then a panel of 3 judges will score the match based on damage, control, and aggression.
3.
The safety stop. At NHRL, we take pride in doing dangerous things safely, and on occasion, something will happen in the cage that requires us to stop the match. That's the sort of thing like an inner layer breach of our Lexan walls, or a really nasty lipo fire. These match ends are rare, but they do happen.
2.
The tap out. Sometimes the writing's on the wall and you know you have no shot of winning a fight. When that happens, you have the option of tapping out, letting your opponent win. Sometimes it's frustrating, sometimes it's a relief. Either way, it's a big ol' L for you.
1.
The knockout. Truly the crowd favorite. It comes in a bunch of different flavors, from flaming robots to robot guts all over the floor to literally robots cut in half. And either way, there's truly no better feeling than knocking out your opponent.
Knockout.
Oh, we gotta go check on Sam.
Has anyone made sure that he's okay after that?
Yeah, we gotta look in that cage. I think that might have been a live shot. Yeah.
As much as I loved that video, how informative it was, I was captivated by the different locations that Sam teleported to throughout.
These are all secret locations in the House of Havoc. So yeah, come and join us. You'll be able to see like maybe 3 out of those 5. Some of them are definitely not open to the public. I think one was in the office.
We do not condone trespassing. However,
Don't say it like that. That sounds like we do. No, we don't.
We don't.
No, we don't. I don't. Okay,
I'm saying what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
We
good.
don't.
Anyway.
I don't see the difference.
Yeah. Very good. Okay. Great. We are in the bracket, so let me kind of catch you up a little bit. So we are solidly in the round of 16 in the 3-pound weight class. We are waiting on a judge's decision between the Throngler and Repeater, and the winner there will advance to the round of 16. That is our last match before we lock up the bracket there.
Wow.
In the 12-pound weight class, we have gone down to the final 8 robots. So we are in the quarterfinals for the 12-pound weight class. And in the 30s, same thing. We have locked this up. We are in the quarterfinals there. We have 8 robots left in the 30s. Now, the 3-pound weight class is always our biggest. We have something like 90 beetle weights that came here today. So naturally, it is harder for us to get down to the quarterfinals with them because we have so many more fights to complete there. But we have multiple cages. When you come here to the House of Havoc, you kind of post up in front of one of these cages. You get to see everything from that cage. But there are simultaneous fights that are happening in the building. The best way to see the fights, all of the fights, is to go to the BrettZone. Go to BrettZone.com, BrettZone.com, and you can see every single fight, every single camera angle. You can see all 4 hours of raw 3-pound weight class footage.
Now, Luke, as they are cleaning out all of the debris in Cage 1, we are going to go to a very different kind of match.
I don't like it, Lindsay.
What's not to like, Luke?
Lindsay, they're creepy, and their little elbows go the wrong way, Lindsay. I don't like it.
But if you listen very closely, the little pitter-patter of their feet is very cute.
The purpose here of this exhibition match is to try and knock the plushie off of your opponent with these lances.
This is classic jousting. This
Lindsay,
is exactly what it looked like during the Renaissance.
Yeah. I mean, Lindsay, we've been to Ren fairs together.
We have.
I feel like this would be a crowd favorite there.
This is not something I expected to see this morning. It's really... Here we go.
Oh, no. Oh, gosh.
Stand back, children. Stand back.
Oh, my goodness. This green robot here is very zippy. Wow.
Oh, listen to the little pitter patter. It's
Oh,
so
the
cute.
pitter patter
Oh.
is so creepy. I don't like it.
It turns on a dime.
Wow.
Wow. That was close.
Oh my goodness.
Knights passing in the night
There are
here.
children that are just up against they could be lanced, Lindsay.
The children, they were.
Oh!
Double knockout!
Incredible. Wow.
Wow. Oh, and was this the robot dog's plan all along to just throw off their masters and now trample upon them?
I mean, I do think that the dogs are a whole lot more mobile than their drivers here.
Is he checking on him, or is he mocking him?
All right, let's do a real slow motion.
Yeah, here we go.
What is happening, Lindsay? Wow.
Moment of impact.
Absolute precision. I actually think that this blue
Yes.
caked robot was successful in hitting his opponent, but just throwing off the pilot in the process. Wow.
A fraction of a second there was all the difference.
Yeah. No.
What?
I don't like it. It's creepy,
don't want
and I
one?
don't like it. Yeah.
You don't want one?
I desperately want one.
Yeah.
But I feel like I would have nightmares about it if it was in my house.
You have to just put it in a closet at night.
Got
lock
it.
it up. And
Here's
hope
what
that
I
it doesn't.
want.
Yeah.
I want a really cute, fluffy, warm puppy that doesn't look like a nightmare dog, and I want to be able to turn it off when I go on vacation.
See, I feel like now you're entering the territory of like Uncanny Valley.
No, it's
where
fluffy. They could just make it more fluffy.
It's never gonna quite look like a dog, Luke.
Yeah. Well, no. I want maybe just like a fluffy ball or something.
Okay.
You know that like.
Why not just put fluff on this? Which we're seeing them walk past us as we speak.
I don't like it. I don't like it. It's got the big the snout is just strange. No,
I do
don't-
wonder what the snout is like, what purpose it serves. What
it's
kind of
to do
sensors
facial
are in there?
recognition when they're out trying to search for persons of interest.
Luke, I would love to see a preview of what's coming up and put those dogs behind us. This is what is coming up.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. This looks like a gender reveal party, perhaps. What do you think?
This is the most elaborate gender reveal party I think we've ever seen.
It looks like maybe Easter themed. What do you
Yeah.
think? Do you think there's a bunny in one of these, perhaps?
Ooh, yeah. In one of the balloons is
Yeah.
$1 million.
Oh.
So you have
smart.
to destroy the
Okay.
balloons, but not too bad
Yeah.
because you don't want to destroy the $1 million.
Yeah. Okay. That is an expensive but will very likely be viral video.
Yeah,
if we decide to do that.
I really can't wait to see
Yeah.
what is going to happen in Cage 4.
Interesting.
That was quite the teaser. I'm on the edge of my seat. Now we just have to wait for the robots to be ready. Do you think the dogs are going to joust the balloons?
That would be pretty fun. Yeah. That'd be pretty fun. I'm hoping it's like a really terrifying robot in there,
You know, I know Emulsifier still has like a full day ahead of it, but like, just take a little break.
Yeah, Matt, just bring it down.
Just bring it down.
The robot's looking great. You're
Matt's
probably okay.
fun-loving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's let's check what's going on in the pits.
Now, Lindsay, the pits are considerably more empty than they were this morning. A ton of people have been eliminated. Now, we started the day with like 400 builders and pit crew up here, and we're about half the size, would you say?
Yeah, at least I'd say.
Now, if you advance to primetime, you get to move your pits over into the primetime pits, this kind of dedicated shooting area for primetime. And for a lot of people, their day might be over, but they are just chilling, having fun, talking to their friends.
Yeah.
It's very friendly up there.
it's a great place to hang out. It's a great place to share ideas. We're getting a little dance here from Jameson, so it's also a great place to dance. They don't talk about that enough.
Yeah. Yeah. They can't hear us, but
No.
oh no.
Oh.
Jameson is dancing.
Yeah. Oh, he's on a tear.
Someone turn this into a GIF. All right. Wow.
It was infectious for a little bit.
I want this to be a animated emote on Discord.
Yes.
Wow.
Whenever you do something that's a little bit funny, a little bit recognizable,
You run the risk.
You run the risk.
You could be memified.
Here we go.
Wow.
Luke.
We've gotten to Cage 4, and I can see that we've loaded in a ton of robots versus balloons. Interesting. Now, I have previously pitched a game idea where you have balloons of a specific color in the four corners.
Yeah.
And you have to decide, am I going to defend my balloons? Am I going to attack the other balloons? But if you lose all of your balloons, then you're out. I think it could be fun.
I would watch that.
Yeah.
I think that this is a...
Colby, write that down. That's a good idea.
This is gold.
All right, this is gold, Colby. Yeah.
I do think that, however, this is a little bit less of a structured fight, more a free-for-all chaos in the balloon zone.
I do love that. I wonder if there's like something special inside of these balloons. Do you think there's glitter?
I believe, have outlawed glitter.
Maybe $1? Maybe one has $1?
Maybe there's 1 ticket to the championships.
Oh, nice. I like that.
It's kind of like a Willy Wonka-esque situation.
Like just kind of a wild card situation.
Yeah.
Got it. Interesting. I'm hoping there's like something in these balloons.
Hopes and dreams.
Because I've got to imagine that once they fire up, like these balloons are just going to get obliterated. You know?
I hope so. We might see another.
If the balloons win in 3 minutes from now, I'm hanging it up. I'm going home.
The electronics, they held their own.
Yeah.
The balloons might hold their own. I don't know how this will work. When the impact of a weapon approaches a balloon, will the wind that it creates, the air that it creates, blow the balloon away? Can you pin a balloon? I don't know. These are questions that we have that we don't have yet the answer to.
I have yet to see something like this. Oh my gosh, it's
Painin!
Hello,
With its little
Painin!
crown for winning most fun bot today.
I love you, Painin. Oh. Look at that thing. It's adorable, Lindsay.
So, are we? No?
Wait,
we're just.
Are we starting? No, we're not starting.
It'd be a very tentative start. I think they just have to assume the corner.
Get into position here. Very curious, Neil, what the parameters of this this fight are. Oh, Neil! Neil's just told me the parameters will reveal themselves as the fight gets underway. That is very interesting.
I love a mystery.
I could see 4 robots here and a mini-bot. 6?
Oh, what?
Okay, all right. Now I don't know
Kill
what's
it with
happening.
fire. Oh, I hope that fire is working, Luke.
See, I thought with 4 robots, maybe it is 4 colors, you know? Maybe you got to defend your colors here. This is our second wave of load-ins here.
Now, we don't know how many waves there are. And that is intriguing to me.
True. Yeah, we can see some really interesting robots here. These are all the experimental robots. Like I can see Hotcakes there.
Hotcakes was so fun today.
You were calling that fight when they got their top popped off, right?
Yes.
That was great. You can see the transmitters here on the table. This is a safety measure, so you put your transmitter down when your robot is in position.
We do need to maintain safety even when doing something silly like this.
Yeah, of course.
Verticalizer.
Joey Chua and Verticalizer here. Fantastic. Let's kill it with fire. Painin. Some great robots here in the box. Kill It With Fire, though, seems to be wielding what looks to be a screwdriver.
This would be a really fun match for the Power of Friendship, Kokoto Mane's other robot.
Yes, the drill robot.
Yes.
Got it. Now, we are looking at these beloved robots. These participants have all been eliminated earlier in the day. I can hear them. They're counting them down.
And the doors are locked. We're
What are the
about to begin.
parameters that will reveal themselves, Lindsay?
5, 4.
I'm
3,
just as much in the dark as you are,
1.
fans.
Fight, robots, fight.
Let's go!
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. A lot of balloons popping. Whoa. Oh, my gosh. Hot Cake lost his weapon again. Incredible.
Cake. I'm hearing some sounds coming out of these popping robots that are quite concerning. Oh, and
Wow. I'm assuming they're searching for a prize that's in one of these. Maybe glitter. I'm going to guess glitters in one of these. What do you think?
I'm guessing one Cadbury cream egg.
They're just going to be showered with glitter. You know what I'm saying?
It is surprisingly difficult to pop some of these balloons.
Yeah.
They just go flying.
Without destroying your... Oh, Painwin.
Painwin.
Painwin is trying.
Get in there, buddy. You can do it.
Oh!
Yeah!
Painwin is doing its best. That's all you can ask for.
Oh.
Wow.
I see Kill It With Fire trying to line up a shot. I'd love to see it happen. I'm surprised Injection is not here with that huge syringe from earlier.
I do think that this is a screwdriver.
Yes, yes,
Wow.
yes.
That is so menacing. Incredible. And they've popped most of the balloons, not all of them. This is, listen, we should be able to rent out the House of Havoc for the gender reveal party, don't you think?
I feel like there are any number of things that you can let robots loose on in the box that people would pay top dollar for.
Yeah. The
Gender
clock is
reveal
just gone.
parties.
I think we've been watching this for like 5 or 6 minutes now. Oh, 50
It's
seconds
not
left.
even been 2.5, Luke.
Time is a
Time
flat
flies.
circle. Wow.
Oh, Kokoto now going after a fellow robot. I thought they were supposed to be friends, but he's gone rogue.
Yeah, if you have a grudge, this is where you take out some frustration.
Now
I
these-
will say some of these balloons, they've escaped by crawling up on the rail here.
Yeah, I mean, normally any robot would loathe to find themselves stuck on a rail, but for these balloons, it is their only lifeline.
Wow, this white balloon here is incredibly tough.
Now, Flo is actually shielding some of these balloons from being
this
accessible.
one's not coming down. Look at that.
Hat.
Wow. We've taken it the full 3 minutes. It's moments like this that I wonder why we do things, Lindsay.
It's moments like this that I wonder why we fight robots at all and not just
I needed
other
like
random things.
I needed one robot that was filled with pennies or something. Like a balloon filled with pennies,
Yeah, yeah. That's
Okay.
one of the ones that Flo is shielding, I think. That's the rub.
One balloon filled with pineapple, just pineapple juice. Did you hear they were trying to load a pineapple into the big cage?
Okay, I thought I saw a pineapple.
They were not
and
allowed to. That
I
pineapple didn't pass safety. Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah.
It's still.
It's perfect application for the pineapple. Listen, bring down the pineapple.
Is this still going?
Painwin versus the pineapple. That's what I want to see.
Pineapple.
Good. Nice.
Yeah.
I could see you working on it. That's
yeah,
good.
it wasn't a great one. But
Pineapple is a great name for a robot. YouTube live chat, write that down, all right? That's
it's
a great
free
name for a
idea
robot.
for anyone to take. Luke,
All right, the
that
fight
was
is over.
riveting.
Wow.
Who do you think won that one?
We did.
We all did.
Yeah. So we got to see something really awesome. Yeah. Now,
Okay.
this repair window has closed for these 3-pounders. We have Mako, the overhead terror.
Yes.
Facing off against Prince in the next round. Now, Prince really has been a surprising robot.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
had some difficulty getting to this point just in the bot's career. So I'm really glad to see that it's made it so far. Mako, I believe, is our #1 seeded robot coming into the competition today. Entering this competition with a 22-7 record across its most recent 6 events. It qualified for the championship in 2024, but this is like a robot that smashed its way onto the scene here at the competition and doesn't have a super long career here, but it is feared. Bring your top plates, bring your titanium, bring all of it because you are going to need it. We called Mako's previous fight, and that was fantastic.
It delivered everything you want from an overhead attack saw. There were so many slices in its opponent.
Yeah.
Let's head on over to Cage 2 here and see if it can have a repeat performance. Prince is going to give them a run for their money, though. Prince, over its last few competitions, has dialed itself in. Lyndon and Jillian have put so much effort into this robot, both its performance and also its aesthetics. I love how this robot looks.
Now, Prince here is in gold and purple, appropriately. Pretty royal colors there. You can see them running this hub motor here for the Vert, which is great for weapon reliability. Mako here in Julian Papazian still has his weapon locks on.
Now, we did see Mako take a fair amount of damage in that last match. I don't think that the saw was spinning by the end of it, but he was able to deliver some strikes. It'll be interesting to see if during that fairly short repair window, if Julian was able to get that saw up and running again.
Now, Julian is still hunting for his first golden dumpster of his NHRL career. And if he continues to ascend like this, I think that golden dumpster is all but guaranteed for this builder's future. His sister Dima has already won a golden dumpster, winning in October 2024. These are 2 builders that are very, very current in this sport. Now, interestingly, he swapped out the blade here on the overhead attack. You can see that saw blade is different. I wonder if that's out of necessity or if he thinks that he wants to cut through a different material on the top of Prince.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what Prince has on the top as its armor.
All right, these robots are ready to go.
5,
Big
4,
moment here in the
3,
bracket.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We're seeing a different fork configuration for Mako than we did in its last match. And so far, wow.
Big hit there.
So far, yes, it's paying off. Those forks were able to get nicely under Prince.
Now, what Julian really wants to do is stay away from this huge hub motor Vert. And so he's got these super long forks to try and keep that weapon away. This is the moment, Prince. Oh, failed to capitalize there. Mako momentarily stuck under the house spot. And here
Good
we go. Oh, slicing into that long arm here. Wow. Oh, and that's a big roof shot from Prince on Mako. Finding an angle that Prince liked.
Mako having a tough time holding a pin for any significant, meaningful amount of time, which it really needs to be able to land a strike.
Now, really what Julian is listening for is that weapon inside of the box. Ideally, he wants to kill the weapon, possibly by pushing it up against the rail. But Prince able to get under Mako. Ooh, here we go. Good attack here from Mako.
I think it sliced clean off a part of that fork loop.
Wow. The left side of that fork is gone. It's shortened, Lindsay.
Yeah!
Wow.
Oh, that is not where Prince wants to be exposed.
Now, it looks like Prince might have some drive issues here. Let's see when they get... Oh! Huge shower of sparks! Wow!
Oh, my God!
Now, Mako is trying to slice its way through these forks here, these long forks on the edge. This is a true back and forth. Prince has not given up. There's a ton of fight left here. 60 seconds left.
Is that salt? I see a small amount of spin. All right, there we go, there we go.
45 seconds left.
Yeah!
This is where Julian wants to be. Attacking with that arm. Prince is looking hobbled. Great shower of sparks there on the top blade of Prince. And the weapon for the first time in 2.5 minutes has gone down on Prince.
I have to say, though, the crown element on Prince is doing a fairly good job deflecting the brunt of those blows. But Julian has been able to get to the backside of Prince several times and to the side, which has been all of the difference in this match.
And as we prepare to send it to the judges, Julian is trying to rack up a few final points to see if he can tip it in his favor. Great fight here. Julian facing off against Jillian here.
Yeah.
That's a tongue twister.
New members of Team Pandemonium.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like every time we come to a new match, more team members have either joined Pandemonium or Team Defective.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here at a replay. Wow.
Mako here successfully pushing Prince up against the house spot and attacking the back of the robot, really showing great control here. But Prince able to trade blows. Prince landing lots of great pins. But I will say, not a lot of damage, visual damage at least, on Mako. Prince losing part of its forks and momentarily losing the weapon in the last 30 seconds of that fight. This one will go to the judges.
Yes.
This is going to be a real nail-biter as we take a look at the bracket.
It was so satisfying to see Mako just go through that first fork like butter. You rarely get to see like that clean of a cut on a robot like this. So that felt good.
Now, whoever wins this fight will advance to face the winner of Basics versus Impakt.
Oh, so that's not
Just
really
choke point
a
after
prize.
choke point after choke point. Any one of these fights could be a final caliber fight, and we are seeing it here in the round of 16. Really, really fantastic.
I just saw something really exciting go by on the ticker.
Sure.
And that is that Jackalope has defeated Johnny Sumpas's Vapor Trail. And that means Jackalope will be advancing to prime time, which is incredibly exciting for Gwen, who, I might be wrong, I think this is the third outing for Jackalope, maybe the fourth at NHRL.
Yeah.
And each time she's able to do a little bit better than the last. And this is by far the best we have seen Jackalope look.
Yeah.
And I'm keeping an eye on
She
her robot.
is there on the attackalope.
Yes. That
I've been
is a
thinking about that
factalope.
for like...
Okay, I can't take credit for that. That was Matt Hedger in the YouTube chat. But
From My Girlfriend
thank you.
Doesn't Like Robots. Yes, exactly.
I lifted
Hello,
that
Matt.
from him.
Yeah, and I Googled Wikipedia it. It's true. The HPV vaccine attached to the jackalope.
How can that be if it's not real?
So
Allegedly.
they were studying rabbits, and when they injected them with this experimental HPV vaccine, they would have a tendency to grow horns, or horn-like, Or wait, or maybe when they didn't inject it, they could grow horns. There's horns somehow. All right, listen. There's not a lot of time to read Wikipedia up here, okay?
Please, let's go to cage 2. I must see what is happening.
Wow. All right, now this is Turbo Fiend facing off against Eviscerator. Wow. Huge moment here. Turbo Fiend in red and neon green. Eviscerator here in black and blue.
This is like a late in the night primetime level match that we're being treated to at 5:30 p.m.
This is a gift. This is a gift. I can't believe it. Dima Papazian here already has one golden dumpster on her shelf. She would love to win a second one. Facing off against Grant Cagle here, and Eviscerator. Eviscerator winning second place at Motorama 2025. Grant making their 2025, well, just in general, NHRL debut.
Yeah.
And really has a ton of eyes on this robot.
Fight.
Look at that stance Dima has assumed.
Ooh! Eviscerator wasting no time at all, immediately popping Dima on her head. Turbo Fiend getting roofed!
Eviscerator not at all intimidated by fighting one of the top-ranked robots here. The confidence level of Grant in this fight and all day has been just a delight to watch.
Dima Papazian and Turbo Fiend entering this competition in the number 2 seed, and I see a belt on the ground.
A belt on the ground.
Now, is that a belt from Eviscerator? I think that it might be.
I think it might be, Luke.
That is a hub motor vert on Turbo Fiend. And the weapon on Eviscerator is not running. Wow, that is a huge moment here in this fight. 2 minutes left. Dima's got to turn on the gas. She's got to make up a ton of points here. Try not to get stuck on this weapon belt that's on the floor. A tap out. A tap out. Dima Papazian advancing to prime time, defeating Eviscerator in the round of 16.
Grant should be so proud of themselves for this performance here. I mean, going out to a robot like Turbo Fiend is not, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's take a look at a replay here. The confidence, again, of just box rushing a robot like Turbo Fiend is so impressive.
And it worked out for Eviscerator for the first 20 seconds of this fight, roofing Turbo Fiend, but look right there, losing their weapon belt in that exchange. It wasn't even necessarily something that it looked like Turbo Fiend did to Eviscerator, but Eviscerator just popped their own belt out, it looks like, here from the replay. Really fantastic fight there.
I really hope that we see a long career for Grant here at NHRL. I know that Grant and their family live in North Carolina, not too far. Hopefully we see a lot more of them.
Yeah, it's doable.
It's doable. I just think like the profile and the design and the build of Eviscerator is so interesting. It is, you know, a weapon type that we see pretty often here at NHRL, but the way that it's applied in this design is what makes it interesting.
Yeah. Grant built this robot about a year ago with their dad, and it's amazing to see this very rapid ascent, this hockey stick ascent of success. A ton of hardware already on their shelf with this robot, but still a young builder with a lot of runway. So if you can achieve this within your first year, you have a very bright future in this sport. Okay, we have one more fight left on this stream. So let's go and check it out here in Cage 2. Wow. Eruption here facing off against the Throngler.
Wow.
Now, Eruption is typically run by Brian Box, but Brian couldn't make it here to the competition, and so this robot is being run by his friend, Connor Howard. Connor Howard is a Team WPI engineering student and is famous for being a former housebot driver here at NHRL. So he knows how to smash, Lindsay.
I think Brian knew exactly what he was doing when he left
5,
Eruption in the
4,
hands of Connor.
3,
Let's
2,
see how
1.
it fares against
Robots
the Crumbler.
fight.
Ooh, a very zippy start here for Eruption. A very Brian Boxel-esque start here for Eruption.
Luke, I'm still trying to make Brian Box Rush happen.
It's never going to happen, Lindsay. Woo! Oh my gosh! Roofing the Throngler. Wow. Now the Throngler is a Maximizer style robot that's got this whip around horizontal tail. And Connor Howard just piloting Eruption so masterfully here.
Yeah.
Popping the robot in the air. The type advantage goes to Eruption. This is a banger of a fight for the end of this stream. Wow.
Luke?
Lindsay,
Luke?
what?
What
Lindsay,
is happening here?
2 minutes left, Connor!
Oh my God! Giving us
Wow.
a heart attack, Connor!
Was it a brownout? Oh,
No.
no! Connor! Okay,
They're just
literally,
playing with us now.
my Apple Watch is telling me I need to call, like, my doctor. This is incredible. The weapon is down on Eruption. The weapon appears to be down on the Throngler. Connor may have had a brownout here with Eruption. A minute 30 left here in this fight.
It is suddenly like you could hear a pin drop in the box. They are silent. But, okay, well, I jinxed it because it sounded like a weapon came back on Eruption for him.
Wow, a minute 15 left.
Oh, not again.
What is happening?
I'm seeing some amount of twitching on Eruption.
That twitch is gnarly, Lindsay.
I am seeing nothing out of the drive.
You can hear the song. The robot is resetting itself.
That must be a custom feature.
That's the little ESC song when the robot's rebooting itself. Asking for the unstick.
Oh, no.
39 seconds left. This will be a massive upset if the Throngler is able to pull it out.
Oh, no.
Wow. You can see that little twitch on the weapon, but there is no drive at all. A heartbreaking finish here for Eruption, one of the top-ranked robots in the field, entering this this competition in the number 3 seed, and they are being counted out. The Throngler will advance to prime time.
Brilliantly.
Incredible.
Really coming out quite fortuitous in that match. It was not looking ideal for the Throngler for most of that match, but sometimes it is simply about outlasting your opponent, and the Throngler was still mobile, extremely mobile by the end of that match, and it served him well. It served him well.
This is our final fight of the qualifier stream. We are going to be back at 7 o'clock for prime time. So NHRL runs 2 YouTube channels. If you're watching us live, go to the main YouTube channel. At 7 o'clock, this is a full production. We are down to the final 8 robots in each weight class, the 3s, the 12s, and the 30s. Join us in 90 minutes for that. There's going to be incredible action, best of the best robots. My name is Luke. This here is Lindsay. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you at prime time.
See you there.